And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Oh, what's up, everybody? It's the Murph and Marcus Show, day 3 of the Brian Murphy vacation, and day 7 of 7 straight Giants losses at home. They lose again last night, 3-1 to the Pittsburgh Pirates, and for the first time since the second game of the season, the Giants are back to a 500 record. But wait, I've got great news. Trey Lance is starting tomorrow night in the NFL's Hall of Fame game. All riffs aside, I got to say something to break the tension, Carrie. Good morning. Thanks for coming back for day 3. Sorry we're talking about another Giants loss. Seems like that's been a topic of conversation lately, but this is the third and final day of the Carrie Crowley experience on the Murph and Marcus Show. So thanks for waking up again this morning.
Hey, look, when Murph leaves, traditionally, the Giants get hot. Right? Like when Murph is out, he's made my job easy through the years. You and I have sat here together breaking down Giants wins. Brian Murphy himself is the cooler. When he comes back, the Giants slow down. So just imagine what happens next week when Murph comes back into town.
Could they get any worse? Could they get any worse right now?
People are saying rock bottom. Oh, I refuse to use that phrase until Brian Murphy's face walks through the doors here in Daly City.
Yeah, you guys thought things were tough when Murph was here sitting in this chair. Things have gotten even worse because this truly does feel like rock bottom. And it's funny because Murph and I have played that game back and forth all season. Is this rock bottom? Is the season over? Because let's be honest, there's been about 5 or 6 different times this season where you could have waved the white flag and said, look, the season is over. But I've actually been like Mr. Optimistic. I mean, especially since, you know, they went out and traded for Rafael Devers. It's like, okay, this offense is eventually going to turn it around. I was wrong because they are the worst team in baseball since the Rafael Devers trade. Now, I want to make sure to clarify this because yesterday Alden Gonzalez put out this tweet that the Giants are 13-22, now 13-23 since the Rafael Devers trade. And it really blew up on baseball social media as people saying, look, Rafael Devers, see, this is a great trade for the Red Sox because the Giants are the worst team in baseball. I'm like, no, I'm not saying Rafael Devers is the reason why the Giants have been the worst team in baseball since they acquired him. But I really don't have a better explanation for that because there's no reason why they should be this bad. There's no reason why you should have 2 hits against the Pittsburgh Pirates, even with another soft toss and lefty out there. There's no reason why Joey Bart should match your team total in hits. I don't have an explanation, Carrie. This is just some bad baseball.
It's some really bad baseball. It's extremely confounding that they are playing the way they are. And it's coming to a point of the season where they have provided Buster Posey, the ultra-aggressive first-year president of baseball operations, Marcus, with some clarity. 2 weeks ago, it was clear the Giants were buyers. It was clear this team was going to be in the playoff race, headed into the All-Star break after a competitive series against the Dodgers. We all believed that the Giants would hang around until the end. And 2 weeks later, they have played themselves into a very clear position. Buster Posey, over the next 36 hours, has to take every phone call. He has to weigh every option and consider which pending free agents should be off this roster, which players under team control, Robbie Ray, Camilo Doval, are worth getting rid of. He needs to prioritize the long-term health of this franchise ahead of the short-term success that he and so many others inside the walls at Willie Mays Plaza desperately craved. And that, to me, is incredibly astounding. When you consider where this team was just 2 weeks ago, where this team is today, this is a free fall that we will remember, not just for the next few weeks, not just for the next few months. We will remember this free fall for a very long time.
And John Shea just had a great piece that he put out about all of Buster's first big offseason signing with Willie Adames. His first really venture into the world of being a president of baseball operations when he stepped into the contract extension discussions with Matt Chapman. His first winter meetings, his first season, his first spring training. We're going through all of his firsts because, Tony, you know, you never forget your first.
Oh, my God.
Well, Buster, you're not going to forget your first trade deadline and your first free fall heading into the trade deadline.
And above all of that, the first time since Buster Posey was drafted as a member of the San Francisco Giants with the 5th overall pick in 2008 that fans are legitimately upset with the former catcher and now turned president of baseball operations. Can you remember a time at any point during his playing career where fans could say, man, this is on Buster. This bad stretch is the result of Buster's decision-making, either behind the plate or at the plate. Never during a Hall of Fame caliber playing career was that the case. But that is the reality. When you step into the box as the president of baseball operations, as he told us, the buck stops with him. As he's told everyone, when there's some accountability to be had, it starts at the top of the organization. He's a part owner. He's the president of baseball operations. And look, we will spread the blame all morning long. We have 3 hours and 55 minutes to do so. And believe me, there will be a lot of finger pointing this morning. But Buster has said accountability starts at the top. Accountability starts with him. And we need to take him at his word here.
It was a couple weeks ago. He told us it's time to go. And we thought that was the turning point of the season. But now it's time to go towards the trade deadline. With the latest reports, even this morning, Buster only Jeff Passan, I was reading one of their articles saying that the Giants are fielding calls on some of their relief pitchers. We've talked all week long about Camilo Duvall and Tyler Rogers and guys like that if they would be on the move. And we've had the back and forth conversation about, well, if you want to be a playoff team, you need those guys in the bullpen. But if you're not winning games, what's the point of having a closer on your roster if you're never going to use a Camilo Duvall in a safe situation, and the fact that you would be able to replenish that role with a guy like Randy Rodriguez. So all questions that we're going to get to ahead of the trade deadline. But you're right, like 808 KNBR is a number. Who is to blame for this free fall? Is it Buster Posey? Is it Bob Melvin? Is it the players? Is it Elliot Ramos? Buster Posey's job is not to explain what the hell an infield fly rule is to Elliot Ramos. That's not Bob Melvin's job. That's not anybody in the Giants organization's job. That's something you know as a little leaguer, as a pony baseball player, as a high school baseball player. Hell, John Madden probably knew that rule playing out here on Marchbank Park. Like, that's just unacceptable. That's just bad baseball. Like, there's one thing to have physical errors, but to have mental errors consistently like we're seeing right now. And then you hear Elliot Ramos last night in the postgame press conference saying, my mentality right now is to just not make a mistake. Well, guess what, buddy? Sounds like you got a case of the yips. Sounds like you're on the golf course, because now it seems like you're almost speaking it into existence, because each and every night there's a different Elliot Ramos mistake.
It's as if Jake Moody got up to the podium and said, my mentality is not to miss the kick. Seriously. That is where the Giants are at right now with Elliot Ramos. And the fact that they are so desperate in the standings that Elliot Ramos stayed in that ball game last night speaks to where this team is at. This is as close to rock bottom as they've been all season because of that specific moment. Because Bob Melvin feels as if he can't replace Elliot Ramos in that ball game, because Elliot Ramos's bat is deemed so important that the Giants are willing to overlook yet another confounding, disappointing, discouraging, and just absolutely insane base running mistake.
I mean, especially when you lay the foundation for this team as a team that's going to win with pitching and defense. And we will break down Justin Verlander's performance yesterday. Another really good outing for Verlander by his standards, giving the Giants a chance to win. But defensively, when you have Elliot Ramos making those blunders out in left field, when you have those base running mistakes, which is outside of the defensive landscape, but sticking to the defense at eighth inning. Rafael Devers, not sure whether or not he should go after a ball with Casey Schmidt. Casey Schmidt not really sure where to go with the ball. Throws at the first base. Tyler Rogers is covering first, staring down second. Like, they're lucky that that ball ran into that Pittsburgh Pirates player, but they're literally throwing the ball away. They're playing bad defense. They're not doing anything intelligent on the base pass. At some point, like, there has to be some credibility to why these things are going wrong and how this all happened compared to the way they were winning games in the first half of the season.
The fact that we can walk into this studio this morning and spend 9 minutes on all the failures of the San Francisco Giants and not mention the fact they got 2 hits against the Pittsburgh Pirates for the first 9 minutes of this show tells you everything that's going wrong with this team. On 98% of mornings following a loss, you talk about the fact that the offense didn't show up. 2 hits against the Pirates, that's unexpected. That's a failure. That's on the hitting coaches and the position players. But the fact that we have so much material to look at speaks to exactly how far this team has fallen. It is stunning. It is shocking. There are almost no words, Marcus, but we're going to conjure them up for 3 hours and 51 minutes because this team, I hate to say it, but it might be cooked.
You see, that's the thing, Karen. We've got 3 hours and 45 minutes to do it, so I'm going to need some Tom Petty free falling. I'm going to need some Living Legends never falling down. Any fall rejoin you can think of, because the Giants are currently heading in the wrong direction as we're getting closer and closer to the trade deadline. We've been asking the question all week, should the Giants be buyers or should they be sellers? It's trending more and more likely that they could be sellers. We'll get your reaction. 808 KNBR is the number. What's going on with this team? Do they need a team meeting? Do they need maybe a new manager? We'll talk about Bob Melvin and his future. And what's going on with this Giants team as they continue to spiral in the wrong direction as they are back to being a 500 ball club. But we did mention some NFL news, the Hall of Fame game kicking off the NFL preseason tomorrow. We do have some 49er updates down from Levi standing in training camp, so we could talk a little 49er football today also. But it's a big, big day for Giants baseball, for Buster Posey, and for Bob Melvin to figure out what the hell they're doing one day ahead of the trade deadline. We'll talk to Young Tony next on the other side and get the guest list on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Is it a good morning? We're giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento, and we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. We got a little Rob Zombie for you. Let it all bleed out. Kind of like the Giants are doing. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer. And you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
It sound right, boy.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Swing, and there's a high pop-up right out in the middle of the infield. The infield fly rule is called. The ball drops, but he was already out. Now the throw to second, and Ramos must have forgotten about the infield fly rule. He was off the bag. They picked it up. They threw to second, and he was easily out. Man, that is horrible base running. Here is Brian Hayes, and a ground ball to the right side. Far to his left goes Schmidt. Now there's nobody at first base. He throws the ball and hits the runner. Oh, my God. Rafael Devers went far to his right for that ball, and that left it to Tyler Rogers to get over there. He was not there yet.
What the hell? What the helly? What the Elliot Ramos? What the hell are the San Francisco Giants doing? 7 straight losses at home, 13-23 since the Rafael Devers trade, which gives the Giants the worst record in baseball since making the biggest trade of the season, just a day ahead of the trade deadline. Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Wednesday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph once again, and sadly, we are talking about what the hell the Giants are doing. Now, let me start with the rejoin. This is What the Helly by 49er Rob 49.
Rob
Tony
49, yeah, of course. Kerry Crowley, you know it, right?
Yeah, of course. This is on my most played list. Spotify Wrapped every year.
So I had to put Murph on game, as we usually do with our unk of the show, OG Murph. And there was a trend on TikTok where everybody's going, what the hell, what the helly, what the Tyrese Halliburton when he was hitting big shots. And so early on this season, there were a couple plays where Elliot Ramos was just making bonehead plays out in the outfield. Not like it's slowed down anytime soon.
I was gonna say early on,
he's
okay.
still making boneheaded plays. But now he's not just doing it in the outfield. He's doing it on the base pass, too. I mean, we literally just saw him run into an out this past weekend on a dribbler up the line when Willie Adames kind of fisted one down the third base line and Elliot Ramos ran into an out. So I started the bit, what the hell? What the helly? What the Elliot Ramos? Young Tony. Yeah, what the Elliot Ramos? Because really, like, I don't have an excuse. I don't have an argument. I don't have any logic or reason of why the hell a Major League Baseball player does not know the infield fly rule.
There is no rationale for any player in that situation to do what Ramos did on Tuesday night against the Pittsburgh Pirates. But it is entirely predictable given what we've seen from Ramos this season. You brought this point up earlier in the first segment that every player is responsible for knowing that rule. That's not on Bob Melvin. That's not on the coaching staff. I would actually argue that point. I would say 25 players on the Giants roster don't need to be told about the infield fly rule, don't need to be told about what to do in those type of specific situations. But if you're Bob Melvin, if you're Matt Williams, if you're the Giants coaching staff and you've consistently watched Elliot Ramos on the bases, I feel like you need a daily refresher. I feel like you need to run through situational awareness, and I feel like you need to be prepared for this specific moment. I think runner on first and second, one out, as there was at the time with Matt Chapman at the plate. If you're Matt Williams, if you're Bob Melvin, you are signaling to Ramos that this is a possibility that could happen. You say infield fly, stay on the bag. That is your responsibility as a coach. It's Ramos' responsibility to know the rule. He should be held to the exact same standard as 25 other players on the San Francisco Giants roster. And yes, I'm including even the relief pitchers who should know this kind of a rule. But this is also on the coaching staff because the body of work suggests that Ramos is the type of player who would make this mistake. If Willie Adames is standing out there, Matt Chapman standing out there, you don't have to worry if you're Bob Melvin about a player understanding the infield fly rule. But what Elliot Ramos did on Sunday, running into an out against the New York Mets in that critical situation early in the game with Willie Adames, as you said, hitting a little tapper down the line, every day from that point forward for a week should be a refresher. Every day from that point forward should be the opportunity to learn the game. And maybe the Giants are using their pregame time with Ramos differently. Maybe they're teaching him the basics of the outfield because for 2 weeks, we've seen mistakes out there too. So he's compounding those mistakes in the field with mistakes on the base pass. And this is a player whose bat has been valuable to the Giants. But he's going to finish with, 0 to 1 wins above replacement this season? I know that WAR isn't a stat that everyone loves, especially you old heads out there. I get it. It doesn't tell you all that much. But I can tell you right now, in watching Elliot Ramos, he's giving away as much in the field and at the plate as he's providing the San Francisco Giants with his bat. That when you see that mistake, if you're Bob Melvin, you're the Giants coaching staff, how do you not try and pull him out of the game? How do you not try and figure out a way to send a message? I think it sends the wrong message to keep him in the game after mistake after mistake. What are you teaching the young players behind him? What are you telling Luis Matos, who, yes, was already in the starting lineup last night? Are you saying that these mistakes are acceptable? Are you saying that this is the standard of San Francisco Giants baseball? Wasn't the whole point of this season, Marcus, to clean up the defensive and base running miscues, to play good fundamental baseball and to let pitching and defense lead the Giants all the way? We just haven't seen that for 3 months now. It has been consistent. It is confounding. And this is on Elliot Ramos, but it is also on Bob Melvin and the coaching staff.
And I've heard this take also. I saw it last night of people saying, why is Matt Williams not screaming at him to get back on second base? And yeah, sure. Matt Williams can be screaming. He can be waving his arms. He can be doing whatever the hell he wants. But we also saw a couple weeks ago Elliot Ramos run through a Matt Williams stop sign. Now there actually was some accountability there that at least talked him in the dugout. But this is Elliot Ramos coming off an all-star year. This is not a guy in his rookie season making his MLB debut. Like, the Giants do not need to hold his hand and explain every single rule to him, Kerry. You played ball. You knew about the infield fly rule when you were a little leaguer.
I was getting blown up as a youth league umpire for not calling it on second or third graders. I'm like, yeah, these guys aren't catching the ball.
That's what I'm saying. Like, Murph as a little league coach knows about this. Like, these are Major League Baseball players, but you bring up a point that a lot of people were talking about last night is the accountability factor. And in that moment, when you've seen Elliot Ramos mess up this many times, Bob Melvin has refused to place him on the bench. Now, we've talked about this topic a few times because, as I just mentioned, Elliot Ramos has had a few blunders this year. And I would actually side more with the argument of Bob Melvin as I duck for tomatoes as the text line is coming to me. I'm like, look, this offense is so bad, you can't afford to take Elliot Ramos out of the lineup. But maybe it's now spiraled out of control where if you would have benched Elliot Ramos a couple weeks ago, maybe get that mental reset, maybe teach him a lesson and tell him to stand in the corner and stare at the wall because you're on timeout right now. Maybe that does affect whether or not he's more locked in focus and engaged in an actual game. But there's no evidence to say that that would have solved everything, that a day off would have magically taught him the infield fly rule.
No, there's not. But the Giants haven't given him that opportunity to take a reset. And I think that is really an indictment on this roster makeup right now, and really an indictment on where this team stands, that they feel as if Ramos's bat is so important to this lineup that they can put up with the base running mistakes, that they can put up with the defensive miscues. They can allow this to happen on a routine and a regular basis, and nothing needs to be done. They can talk to him in the dugout. They can work with him pregame. But if he continues to make these mistakes, really, on 25 out of 30 teams in Major League Baseball, you'd be coming out of the lineup. You would be coming off the field in that specific situation. Lessons are taught in the minor leagues all the time. Lessons are also learned in the major leagues. Ramos is still a young ball player. It's not to make an excuse for him. He needs to know these things, but he's also not being told specifically by having to watch a game from the dugout, by having to watch a game. And I know the Giants are short on right-handed outfielders. They're short on guys they trust, and Bailey Falter's a lefty. Giants can't beat lefties. Giants can't win when Justin Verlander pitches. The list grows, and the list grows to the point where this team that once started so promising, that once had an inside track to a playoff berth, that once traded for Rafael Devers and put its foot on the gas pedal, Marcus, is now looking, the trade deadline 36 hours from now and saying, we're just not good enough.
Yeah. And that's the issue. And now you have to kind of decide which way you're going to go. And you have to decide what you're going to do with a guy like Elliot Ramos. Maybe it's time for Elliot Ramos to take a seat on his couch and watch the game. Because I've got some breaking news for the audience this morning. And I got to bring young Tony on the air for this. Because, Carrie, I'm a man who enjoys going out to a baseball game. Last year, since moving to San Francisco, I went to 72 of the 81 home games last year.
It's remarkable.
And I also spent way too much money on beer. So that's another story. But so far this year, the San Francisco Giants have played 53 home games. And before last night, I had only missed 3 games on the entire year.
50 of 53.
How about that? Well, last night would have been my 50th. I'm bad at math, so don't double check me on this one. So now I've missed 4 games on the year because last night I made the decision not to go to the ballpark, but instead sit on my couch and watch the game just as a casual fan because I did not want to go down to the ballpark last night. I didn't want to rush my schedule. I didn't want to change my routine to go out there and watch that product of Giants baseball, young Tony.
Wow. That is huge news because he is a baseball head. He is a Giants guy through and through. He doesn't miss games for anything. When he's out of town, he's got family gatherings, whatever, maybe a concert from Morgan Wallen. You got to miss a game, whatever, but he is always at Giants games. Last night to not go to the game, is the Giants season over? I mean, if Marcus is out on the Giants.
If you've lost the water boy, you've lost the fan base. And now this is an issue that we're going to have to address later on today with our guests coming on, Tony.
There we go.
What do we got today? Who's showing up to the show, unlike me not showing up to the ballpark
That's crazy.
Night?
You are going to go to today's game, though, I do believe.
Yeah. The protest lasted one day. I want my 50th to be a day game with my boys drinking beer so I can forget about this product of Giants baseball.
You needed a day, just like maybe Elliot Ramos.
Exactly.
That's it.
I had to take a day to reset everything, but I'll be back at the ballpark today with Logan Webb on the bump.
Logan Webb on the bump. They need a win. They need a win badly.
Dude, they've needed a win for 13 consecutive days.
Yeah, they needed a win last time Logan pitched.
I know. It's tough. It's always on Webby. I swear. Every time he's on the mound, they got to.
It's always on Webb. It's always on Ray. It's always on Roop.
I know. All right, well, coming up today, what did young Tony ask today at 7:15? Maybe I'm going to ask about that. Stay tuned. 7:15. Mike Krukow at 7:30. Talk about what happened last night. He was not happy in the postgame wrap. The big hit at 7:50, cooler content at 8:30, and then we will talk to Alex Pavlovich at 9:15. Recap everything that's going on with the Giants. 2-9 since the All-Star break.
2-9 since the All-Star break. 13-23 since trading for Rafael Devers, and 9-14 since the Bob Melvin extension. Line them up 808. KNBR is the number if you want to call in, if you want to shoot us a text on what you think is the problem with the San Francisco Giants as it's decision time ahead of the trade deadline tomorrow. More Giants baseball next on the Sports Leader.
back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Giants are down to their final strike. The 2-2 pitch. And did he swing? And the ruling is made by the plate umpire, Baloo himself, on a slider. The Pirates bullpen retires 12 in a row. The Giants never got anybody on base against the Pirates bullpen. And the Giants never got another base runner against anybody after a 2-out double by Schmidt in the 4th inning. The last 16 Giants in succession were retired by Pirates pitching in this game.
Do you feel the need to address the team after a loss like tonight?
We've had meetings, we've had team meetings, we've had all kinds of meetings. It's going about there and fighting a little harder and winning a game and having a little bit more resolve, which we've shown this year. We just have not done it here recently.
Free falling. I apologize to the YouTube crowd that does not have the music bed of Tom Petty bringing us back from break. It is the Murph and Marcus show with Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph, talking about the free falling San Francisco Giants, I should say, who lost again last night. Their 7th straight home loss. They've lost 11 out of the last 13 games. They've gone 13-23 since making the trade for Rafael Devers. And for the first time since Game 2 of the regular season, the Giants are free falling back towards a 500 record. And it sounds like it doesn't matter if there's team meetings, if there's players meetings. It just seems like this is a lifeless ball club right now. And those were words from the skipper, Bob Melvin, Kerry Crowley.
This is a situation that I'm not sure any meeting could fix. I think that right now the Giants have created a clubhouse where they felt confident in their leadership group. They felt confident in their manager, so much so that they exercised his option less than a month ago for the 2026 season. They felt confident in every single thing that they were doing. And yet here they are on July 30th, poised to potentially sell at the trade deadline. As we open the show with Marcus, this was an easy choice for Buster Posey headed into the All-Star break. It was buy, it was upgrade the margin of this roster, and it was watch this team take off and compete with the likes of the Padres and the Mets in the wild card race for the second half of the season. Right now, the better question to ask is, are we about to get a fill of Grant McCray in right field, of Marco Luciano at second base, or in left field if the Giants want to sit down Elliot Ramos for some games during the second half of the season? Are we about to get a fill of Carson Wizenhunt for 10 starts during the second half of the season? Are we about to get Kaiwei Tang back to the major league level, taking down starts for this team because the Giants don't feel it's necessary to go out and add a 5th starter at this trade deadline? Those are the questions that I'm asking myself this morning. It's not about can this team compete with the likes of the best teams in the National League, because right now they're not competing with the worst teams in the National League. They were swept by the Marlins a month ago. We thought that might be rock bottom. They lost 2 or 3 to the White Sox, the worst team in the American League, a month ago. We thought that might be rock bottom. A month later, they've lost 2 consecutive games to the Pittsburgh Pirates and have looked terrible in doing so.
They're losing games to teams that are making it clear that they're sellers at this year's trade deadline. We even brought up the Arizona Diamondbacks, who are already shipping guys off across the country, where their record is, and the difference between them and the San Francisco Giants right now. The Giants are 54-54. D-backs are now 51-57. So a little different, but still, you're essentially at the same place you were last year when the Giants were 2 games under 500 at the trade deadline. But to me, the biggest difference is the roster. This is a much better roster. And so as we sit here this morning and kind of sift through who's to blame, is it Buster Posey? Is it Bob Melvin? Is it the actual players who only had 2 hits last night against another soft toss and lefty? When Joey Bart's out there matching your hit total for the night, that's an issue. That's an in-house issue. But it's also an in-clubhouse, in-locker room issue.
Yeah.
When you hear Bob Melvin say, look, I don't know, we can't have a team meeting. We can't do this. We can't do that. You know when I saw the first red flag, like someone checking out my dating profile on Tinder? It was a couple weeks ago, like the first day after the All-Star break. And it was the day before Rafael Devers made his debut at first base. And the Giants came out of the All-Star break, lost a few games, and Willie Adames had these comments about, there's no energy in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
The vibes are low. I'm like, wait. This is the vibes guy. This is a guy for the first couple months of the season. His biggest contribution to the team was being a Walmart greeter at the front of the dugout. Like, that's the vibe guy. That's why they brought you here. And now Willie Adames is saying, yeah, the vibes are gone. The energy's not there. We just don't have it. Like, what do you mean you don't have it? You just came off a week-long All-Star break. How could you come out being that flat, being unmotivated? And that, of course, led me to look at Bob Melvin and his coaching staff, because one of your biggest goals and responsibility as the skipper of this team, as a coach in that dugout, is to motivate your players, is to give them a reason to go out there and want to win, to put that number on your back. Bob Melvin, it was great when you came to town and said, oh, you see this San Francisco on the front of the jersey? That means something. Well, then prove it. Go out there and play like a hum baby. Because right now, this is bad baseball. This is unacceptable baseball, especially for the expectations that Bob, Buster, and this entire organization set when they shifted towards pitching, defense, and timely hitting. And now all of a sudden, all three of those things have disappeared.
Every day on our text line and on our phone line, we hear from folks who say, I told you so. Folks who back in spring training didn't believe that the Giants had the potential to be good. Folks who back during the first month of the regular season are ready to come out and say, I always thought the Giants were a fourth-place team. I followed the experts. I followed the analysts. That is fine if that is how you felt at the beginning of the season. That's fine if you personally didn't have a belief in the San Francisco Giants. But I hold this organization to a much higher standard, Marcus, and it's the standard that Buster Posey himself set for the organization, saying this is a team that should be competing for playoff berths. This is a team that should be competing with the Dodgers for National League West titles. Who cares if they don't have the top-end talent to match up with the Los Angeles Dodgers? That is Buster Posey's goal, and that, to me, is the expectation, the standard that we should measure this franchise by. And so when we sit here on July 30th, and this team is 54-54, the gravitational pull of 500 has come back into our lives, we need to look for accountability. Buster has said it starts at the top, but at the same time, when you see flat performance after flat performance, when you see mental mistake after mental mistake, it leads to questions about the person at the top step of the dugout. It leads to questions about the job security of someone who had his option exercised for 2026. It leads to widespread questions about what Bob Melvin is doing to put an end to this run for himself. How hard is he on these Giants players after these losses? How much accountability is felt in the clubhouse? How much does Elliot Ramos have to worry about making a start the next day after he makes confounding error after confounding error? Melvin last night said in his postgame presser, Ramos is playing the next day. Ramos will be in the lineup today. I don't know how that can be the standard for the San Francisco Giants. When you expect to be a playoff team, when you expect to contend to top the division and top the National League wildcard race, for you to continue to put out players who continue to make the same mistakes, to me, that speaks to something that doesn't add up inside the organization, because the vision was set, but right now there's very few people executing that vision at all.
Yeah, it's not a message of accountability that is being sent to this team right now. It's almost a message of acceptance. Like, we're all right with you doing this, Elliot, because you were an all-star last year, because you are one of the young building pieces moving forward. And look, I'm not saying Elliot Ramos is a bust. You need to trade him. You need to cut him. You need to DFA him. Not like that. Those are crazy, stupid takes that I don't even want to dive into. But you have to teach this kid a lesson. He's got to be able to groan for this. Because as a kid that got into plenty of trouble all the time, it took me getting suspended to realize, man, I really effed up here. I probably shouldn't be doing that. I probably shouldn't be talking back and cussing at my teachers or whatever the hell I was doing as a young kid. Like, there's got to be some accountability here. And it just feels like right now there is no accountability.
No. And I think that's the fans' biggest issue with this team. They see a team that in April and May, they felt really good about. For the first time in, let's say, 5, 6, 7 years, Giants fans were proud to show up to Oracle Park, and that's been reflected in the attendance numbers. Giants fans called for years for Farhan Zaidi and Gabe Kapler, and then in the first year, Bob Melvin, to have a consistent lineup, a consistent rotation, to get rid of openers. They would rather lose with players who they knew and could love at the end of the day than a rotating cast of players who would be in San Francisco, out of San Francisco, up to Sacramento, back to Sacramento. It was just a different feel. And so when they got that in April and May, and when Giants players were delivering on wins and delivering on the vision that Buster Posey laid out for this organization, fans felt a real connection to this team. Gone was the apathy that marked 3 to 4 years of Giants baseball, and back was the feeling that fans associated with the championship era. But over the last 2 months, and specifically over the last 13 games in which the Giants have lost 11 heading into this trade deadline, Giants fans are angry. Giants fans are frustrated. Giants fans are feeling something, and it's different from the apathy that they felt at the 22, 23, and 24 trade deadlines, where it was, you might add, you might sell. Giants fans want action this year because they feel as if this franchise deserves better. They feel that connection to this franchise once again because Buster Posey's in a leadership position, because you see the same guys out there every day, and you know that the standard should be higher. You've seen the standard be higher just 2 months ago. And so fans feel a real strong feeling about this trade deadline. Whether it's buy, whether it's sell, whether it's go into a full-scale rebuild, you want action because you understand that the potential under Buster Posey is higher than it was for you to care about this team, for you to have a capacity to love this team than it was under Farhan Zaidi. And that, to me, is what makes the last 2 weeks so incredibly disappointing, because Giants fans had something that they cared deeply about, and they've seen it ripped from them with a team's lifeless play.
And there's been an expectation, especially since the Rafael Devers trade, because if you want to go back to that Sunday night game down in L.A., they were one game back, not of the wild card, but in the NL West, one game back from the Dodgers. You now look at the NL West standings if you want. Giants have the third best record, or 9 games back, earn back to a 500 record for the first time all season. Definitely headed in the wrong direction. So where the hell do they go from here? What do they do at the trade deadline? Do they start selling off pieces? There have been reports about teams calling on Camilo Duvall, Tyler Rogers. We'll see if they pick up the phone call on guys like Robbie Ray, or who else could be traded at tomorrow's trade deadline. We'll have some trade deadline sound on the other side, and also get you some post-game sound from Elliot Ramos, trying to explain what the hell Elliot Ramos was he doing out there on the bases, and also Bob Melvin talking about the future of the Giants in the 2025 season. More Giants baseball next on The Sports Leader.
With the Halle Berry, with the Halle Burton, with the Halle Brian James. Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swing, and there's a high pop-up right out in the middle of the infield. The infield fly rule is called. The ball dropped. But he was already out. Now the throw to second, and Ramos must have forgotten about the infield fly rule. He was off the bag. They picked it up. They threw to second, and he was easily out. Man, that is horrible base running.
Just a mental error. Just trying to do too much, overthinking it. I messed up. There's nothing I can say about it. It's been happening a lot, so I'm just trying to get better. I'm just trying to do it better every day, every time. Just trying to work on it, even on my defense. I know it hasn't been the best, but I don't want to mess it up. I don't know what to do. I mean, all I'm doing is working every day, trying to fix everything, you know?
The sounds of sadness in Giants baseball and Elliot Ramos losing another game last night to the Pittsburgh Pirates 3-1, returning to a familiar sight and a familiar sound. The sound of 500 baseball. Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Wednesday morning. Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph. And, of course, when Murph is gone, that means I got to do his homework, which is weird because usually I'm copying nerds like his homework. But I'll copy John Joe Curley here because this nerd loves data, and this nerd wants me to tell you that the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
This nerd loves data.
Yeah, we'll have John Joe Curley crunch some numbers on what the hell Elliot Ramos was thinking. Because I don't know what kind of analytics would tell you that you should run when there's an infield fly. As I said earlier this morning, Kerry, I really don't have an explanation, but people are checking in on the text line this morning early. That would be, of course, the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. That really, Marcus, there's only one explanation. Maybe Elliot Ramos has been hanging out with Emmanuel Clase and Luis Ortiz. Maybe he's involved in some of this sports gambling. Maybe the entire Giants organization is. And obviously I'm riffing, but that might be the best explanation of why they're playing so badly. Are the Giants throwing games 808 KNBR? I'm riffing, obviously, but Kerry, your reaction to the sound of 500 baseball with the San Francisco Giants.
I think it's just so genuinely shocking from where this team was a month and a half ago, where everyone felt this renewed sense of optimism and hope that hadn't existed around the franchise since 2021 and really hadn't existed for a sustained period of time since about 2010 to 2016. I think everyone felt that with Buster Posey in charge, the Giants would be headed into a new, bold era. And with the Rafael Devers trade in hand, they felt confident that the right executive was at the helm, making the right choices for this team. But to watch the way that this has played out, 13-23, I said this at the top of the show, and I will say it all morning, Marcus, this is not a collapse ahead of the trade deadline that we'll be talking about for the next few weeks or the next few months. This is a pre-trade deadline collapse that we will be talking about for a very long time because the Giants were poised to do something special in Buster's first season. They made the trade this organization has so long sought to turn this lineup into a bona fide contender. And yet, this team has done nothing but go backward. This team has fallen out of the playoff race. It has collapsed. And now With 36 hours to go until the trade deadline, even less than that, Buster's got to field calls. He's got to take every legitimate suitor who's interested in Tyler Rogers, Camilo Doval, Robbie Ray, anyone on this Giants roster seriously. And he has to weigh the long-term needs of this franchise far more seriously than the short-term value of gunning for a playoff berth. And that is not in any way, shape, or form the expectation that we had just a few weeks ago. It is a catastrophic collapse ahead of the deadline.
54-54 with 54 games to go. But you mentioned it. The trade deadline is right around the corner. And I guess I've got some good news for Giants fans. The Giants will be better than they were last year at the trade deadline because they were 2 games under 500, and there's only one more game left before the trade deadline. So at worst, they could be 1 game under 500. But it definitely changes the trajectory and the overall kind of, I don't want to say strategy at the trade deadline, but even like the strategy and the trajectory.
It does. How does
season.
it not change the trajectory and the strategy at the trade deadline? Because this is a team that was set to add a starter. That Ken Rosenthal, Jeff Passan, everyone was reporting within the last 3 to 4 days the Giants were in on a right-handed bat. We had Jim Bowden on our show yesterday, and he said the Giants want another right-handed power bat. But after you lose 2 consecutive games to the Pittsburgh Pirates, there is no way, shape, or form that the Giants can realistically think about trading any prospect capital from a farm system that has refused to yield good Major League caliber players over the last decade to support this Major League roster. It just completely changes the calculation.
Yeah, there's no reason why the Giants should be going out and trading for rentals right now and mortgaging any part of the future, which, of course, leads to questions about maybe bringing in prospects. And we talk so much about prospects, but at the end of the day, you have to be able to perform at the Major League level.
Yeah.
And right now, this team is not performing, even with prospects, with young guys, and with veterans, which circles us back to the conversation about Bob Melvin and his future and his trajectory with the Giants. Now, most people would say, what are you guys talking about? Bob Melvin got a contract extension over the summer. Well, since signing that contract extension, the Giants have been one of the worst teams in baseball. They're 9-14 since they put pen to paper, giving Bob Melvin an extra year. So from your standpoint, from your perspective, is Bob Melvin guaranteed to be the manager of the Giants next year, regardless of what happens over these next 54 games?
I will say what I said on July 1st when Bob Melvin got this contract extension. In no way, shape, or form does this mean that he's the San Francisco Giants manager in 2026. Every manager and every coach in sports who gets fired is fired almost regularly with at least 1 year left on their contract, if not more. That will not change the Giants' calculation. This is an organization that's spending, $200+ million on payroll this season? You think maybe $1 million plus for Bob Melvin in 2026 is going to sway this organization into him being the guy? I know that Melvin played for the San Francisco Giants. I know that he loved the San Francisco Giants, but nothing that's transpired over the last 30 days suggests that he is the right person to lead the San Francisco Giants. That's not to say that he won't be or he can't be. But recency bias is recency bias. This track record heading into the trade deadline is a track record that we must evaluate. We must evaluate fairly. He has not done enough as the manager. He has not held these players accountable enough. There's a lot of players in the clubhouse who also deserve blame. There's a lot of coaches who deserve blame. But if the Giants miss out on the playoffs, which is more likely than not at this point, they'd have to go, 32-18 over their final 54 at this point? I guess 32-18 would put you at 50 games. So you're probably talking about 33 and 9. I don't know. You and I are both not math guys. But let's say this. Let's say the Giants go on a little bit of a run. Are you still going to be convinced that Bob Melvin could be that guy if they finish above 500? Or do you need to see a playoff team? To me, headed into this season, I felt as if I needed to see a playoff team. I said this last year. I don't care that Farhan Zaidi's got another year left on his contract. If the Giants miss the playoffs again, he will be judged on his record. And he was judged on his record. That is what happens in the realm of professional sports.
I mean, even when you upgrade the expectations, because I know I changed my expectations. Coming into the season, I was like, yeah, the Giants have a chance to compete for a wild card team. I still think they needed a bigger bat. And then guess what? They went out and traded for Rafael Devers. And I changed my perspective on this season. I said, look, now you got to make the playoffs. When you go out and get a guy like Rafael Devers, when you pay the money to Willie Adames, when you give the contract extension to Matt Chapman, that to me tells me that you will be buyers at the trade deadline. But you're right. Everything has changed now, and I think that it does change the perspective, not only within the fan base, but within the organization to really go through an evaluation process for these next 54 games with the guys on the roster, but also with the entire coaching staff and Bob Melvin, because it was just a couple weeks ago where Zach Manassian was on this show, Young Tony, telling us the explanation of why the Giants decided to give Bob Melvin this contract extension at this part of the season.
I think as the noise continued to get louder and louder, I think Buster did want to show, hey, that we believe in Bomel, we believe in this coaching staff, and we're in this thing together. And I've known Bomel for a very long time, worked with him closely the past couple of years, and for me personally, I'm really excited because he's just such an easy person to work with, and he's competitive. And this franchise, this isn't just another manager's job for him. This is, I think, what he considers the crown jewel, and that means a lot to me.
Yeah, and I think it does mean something to Giants fans. Like, that's one thing I do like to reset and remind people, that it does feel like you have a president of baseball of operations in Buster Posey, a front office with Zach Manassi and Randy Wynn and Michael Harris, and the list goes on and on. Even with Bob Melvin, like, understanding what it means to be at San Francisco, like, these guys want to win. Like, especially when we went into the season with the story about how the Giants are rolling back payroll. And when we're like, what the hell, dude? You're in the same division as the Dodgers. And then Buster's like, no, I'm a part of this ownership group. I want to spend money. I want to invest in this team. I want to come back and win ball games. And I know how badly Bob Melvin wants this franchise to win ball games. Hell, he wants to win just so we're not here talking about his job status going into next season. But it's a result-based business. And right now, the results have been terrible. They're literally the worst team in baseball since trading for Rafael Devers. So, yeah, you do have to evaluate everybody starting from the top down, Kerry.
And it includes his coaching staff as well. Because when you see routine mistakes, like the ones that Elliot Ramos has made over the course of the last month, like the one that you see last night with Tyler Rogers covering first base, a veteran player covering first base, and not knowing where that ball will be coming from, we've seen mistake after mistake in the field, on the base pass, at the plate. There's going to be a harsh evaluation of this coaching staff over the next 2 months as well. And let's say Bob Melvin is given the opportunity to return in 2026, which, again, I don't think is a foregone conclusion. In no way, shape, or form do I think all of his coaching staff is safe as well. I think that Buster is going to judge everyone on an individual basis. I think that everyone as a part of the management group will judge everyone on an individual basis, and that you will be evaluated based on a 162-game track record. I don't think that the Giants would make a move on Bob Melvin in August or September, no matter how loud the fan outcry gets, no matter how much noise surrounds this organization. I think Buster understands that a 162-game season is a long year. Different things can happen. You can get hot. The Giants can play some really cold teams down the stretch in September against Colorado, against Arizona, against St. Louis, teams that could be selling over the next 36 hours headed into the trade deadline. That could change their perspective of what this team can accomplish, what this team is capable of. But right now, we're judging this team off of the last month plus of games. We're judging this team off of a home series sweep against the Miami Marlins. We're watching this team fail to give you any sort of an offensive output against the Chicago White Sox. We're watching this team come home to Oracle Park, lose 3 games against the Mets, a team that they should be competing for in the wildcard standings, and then lose 2 in hapless fashion against the Pittsburgh Pirates. No one will feel safe when that happens. Again, this is a catastrophic collapse that won't just be remembered for weeks or months. This is one that will be looked back on 5-6 years from now, and you'll say, what could have been in the 2025 season? What could have been after the Giants acquired Rafael Devers? And unless this team alone dramatically changes its play with the guys who are in-house, because they're no longer going to go out and add on the periphery, add on the margins, and bring in players who are rentals who can help. They have to prioritize the long haul. So unless the guys who are in-house create some sort of change for themselves, I think there's going to be a very harsh evaluation period over the next 2 months.
And that's the key to me. In-house, because even a week ago, before this collapse, I mean, hell, they've been flirting with this collapse for a while now since the Rafael Devers trade, but like, we throw out this question to the text line, to our audience, everybody listening, like, oh, what's the one piece that the Giants could add to make them a contender? They already got that piece. It's Rafael Devers. Like, if we were all sitting here with a 54-54 record and the Giants didn't have Rafael Devers and Buster Posey pulled off this trade tonight, we'd come in tomorrow and be like, oh, wow, the Giants have a chance. They have Rafael Devers in their lineup now. But even Rafael Devers has not been able to provide that spark in this lineup. Willie Adames is swinging it better than he has the entire year. He's looking the best he has in a Giants uniform. That hasn't sparked the lineup. Matt Chapman's swinging it pretty well. Jung-Woo Lee's hitting decent this month. That hasn't sparked the lineup. So what will spark this team? Because obviously Bob Melvin is not ripping Elliot Ramos. Can I get Pat the Bat to start snapping bats? Can I get the red-ass Matt Williams to chew out Elliot Ramos for these constant mistakes? But no, we're not seeing that accountability. And if nobody is trying to fire these guys up, who the hell is?
I think there's one way we see this team change over the next 2 months, and it is not in any way, shape, or form what I expected to say just a week ago. Heck, even 24, 48 hours ago. I think it's if we see a real injection of youth and inexperience onto this roster, because it feels to me like after the Giants started to surge, the guys got complacent and that they expected that they would be able to continue their pace. And now we know that that's not the case. Now we know that this team struggled coming out of the trade deadline, coming out of the All-Star break, 2-9. This team's 11 for its last 13 in terms of losing games. Now we're looking at a team that needs some inexperience, that needs some youth, that needs some guys who are hungry to carve out roles for themselves at the major league level. So what does that mean? Does it mean giving up on Mike Yastrzemski in right field and turning things over to Grant McCray and getting a fair evaluation on him over the next 2 months? Does it mean bringing up Marco Luciano and seeing what you've gotten him at some point over the next 2 months? Does it mean watching Carson Wizenhunt make 10 starts for this team and evaluate really what he needs to work on? Does it mean trading Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval and dipping into your reserve arms at AAA Sacramento and saying, you know what, Tristan Beck, you're going to be a high leverage reliever for us. Keaton Wynn, we're going to see you in the 7th and 8th innings moving forward. Randy Rodriguez, you're going to become the closer of the San Francisco Giants instead of just pitching 7 innings. I think that is one thing that we could see turn the momentum and turn the energy of this team. Now, it is no guarantee to turn the momentum of this team because these are inexperienced players. It's far more difficult to count on them. But at some point, the Giants have to look themselves in the eye and say, is what we're seeing now in any way telling us about the future? Because right now, I don't think we've seen a team over the last 2 weeks that looks like it can win in 26 either. So you need to evaluate the guys who are inside the organization at the top levels. And maybe that means at some point, Bryce Eldridge comes up and gets his first taste of Major League action ahead of schedule, just so you can acclimate him so that he's ready to go in 26 when you are poised to make a better run, or at least you hope to make a better run, because what's transpired over the last 2 weeks is unacceptable.
Yeah, and we've seen this play out before. They did this same exact thing last year where they were 2 games below 500 at the trade deadline. And then they went on to put up a 33-32 record post All-Star break. Even before Bob Melvin came to town, with Gabe Kapler and Kai Correa finishing off the season, second half of the season, finished 30-42. The year before that, 33-38. So it seems like a team that is sputtering out down the stretch, which means something has to change. Something needs to be shaken up. And to your point, we know what Mike Yastrzemski is. He's a fan favorite. That's great. But you also have to know what you have in the farm system. And if you don't think Grant McCray could be a guy, if you don't think the 27, 28-year-old Hunter Bishop hanging around in Sacramento could be a guy, then guess what? You've got to improve your farm system. And you do that by trading guys like Camilo Doval or trading guys like Tyler Rogers. And I get it. There's connections there as a fan base to some of these guys. But you have to be realistic about where you are at this point of the season. And as we've been mentioning all morning long, they're one of the worst teams in baseball right now. So you have to try to improve for the future because it's year 1 of the Buster Posey plan. And nobody wants to hear about preaching patience on the radio. I get that as well. But there's a plan here, and this is a better roster than last year. But here we are still with the same results. So something has to change.
Major League Baseball, at its core, regardless of who's in charge, Farhan Zaidi, Buster Posey, Gabe Kapler, Bruce Bochy, is about winning. Mm-hmm. It is about results. It is a business where you are judged at the end of a 162-game season on whether you got 75, 81, 87, 95 wins, about what you do in October. And the Giants, for the, 9th time in 10 seasons, look like they are not headed to October. Mm-hmm. For what looks like the 11th consecutive year, will not win a playoff series. Something has to change, and the Giants must evaluate how they can get those changes to take place at the major league level. And if that means trading away some valuable pieces, if that means bringing in some younger players who can inject life, that's a very hard decision to make for an ownership group that very much thought just 2 weeks ago it would be winning this season. But the Giants have done everything in their power to convince Buster Posey to do the opposite. This clubhouse wanted to get a message from Buster at July 31st. This clubhouse has instead sent Buster Posey a message before July 31st. They have sent him the fact that they're not competitive right now. And when you aren't beating the Pittsburgh Pirates, when you can't handle the Miami Marlins, Chicago White Sox, how can you be expected to handle the Philadelphia Phillies, the Los Angeles Dodgers, the Chicago Cubs, the Milwaukee Brewers come October? You can't. It's not a realistic conversation to have.
No, not at all. But here we are having that conversation about how this affects the Giants moving forward and what this all means. Because as I just mentioned, I think this is a better roster than what we've seen over the last 4 years. And I do think that there are expectations to make the playoffs. But we have people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 415 says, look, they are who we thought they were. Maybe they played a little bit above expectations to start the season, and this is just them coming back to reality. But the first half of the season, they didn't have Rafael Devers.
Also, they are who we thought they were. Again, that is great, but we are going to judge them on what Buster Posey's vision for this organization is, and his vision is to contend for a postseason spot. Like, you can sit here and say, I told you so. You can sit here and say, 81-win team, like you've done for the last 4 or 5 years. No one is getting credit for being accurate about the Giants' win total. They are going to be judged based on Buster Posey and Bob Melvin's vision and their stand-up for the franchise, which at the outset of this season was much higher.
Yeah, unless you got skin on the game and you took the under total for the Giants this year, I don't want to see your victory laps this morning. But we also have 7-on-7 checking in saying, Waterboy, I'm sick and tired of hearing about the Giants' record since Rafael Devers. Well, we got to put it on the table because they have the worst record in baseball. They're 13-23 since trading for Rafael Devers. But I also clarified it earlier this morning, and maybe you wake up at 7 and not 6 a.m., so I'll repeat it for the 7 a.m. crowd. By no means do I think Rafael Devers is the problem. Now, has he lived up to expectations? Has he looked like the 2-time Silver Slugger Award winner that he was with the Boston Red Sox? No, he has not. But am I putting the blame on Rafael Devers for making this team worse? Am I pretending like I'm a Boston Red Sox fan and taking a victory lap saying, oh, look, Rafael Devers is the clubhouse cancer. He has taken down the Giants this season. No, I don't think that at all. But the reality is the reality. They have been a worse team since getting Rafael Devers, and I really don't have an explanation for it besides leadership and the team not taking advantage of the opportunity or maybe just not accepting the message that it is time to go, like Buster Posey told us a couple weeks ago.
And on top of all that, let's be honest about Rafael Devers. His OPS is 66 points down from where it was when he left the Boston Red Sox. It is a hard adjustment to playing in San Francisco. No one thought that this would be easy. But if there was one player in the big leagues the Giants thought could make this transition in the middle of the season, it was Rafael Devers. That's why they went out and got him. And so the fact that he has struggled, the fact that he's acclimating to first base right now and not doing a heck of a great job at it, I think, some of this is, at the end of the day, on Posey, on Manassian, on Devers. Like, this was a team that was standing there right toe-to-toe with the Dodgers, and they're 9 games back now. They're 9 games back. The Devers trade has materialized in a way to where the Willy Adames signing did during the first months of this regular season, where Adames so significantly underperformed. And look, he's come around. He's been the Giants' best player in the month of July. But at the same time, Devers sitting here 66 points below where his OPS was back when the Giants acquired him.
Yeah.
It's not what's needed.
No, not at all. And those Rafael Devers stats are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. Carrie, there's one thing that stuck out about your previous rant. It's the fact that the Giants have now gone a decade, damn near 11 years now, without winning a postseason series, which means young Tony has never seen a postseason Giants win in his entire life.
That's good.
The kid's only 10 years old.
That's good.
But coming up next, that young 10-year-old has questions for us. It's time to play What Did Young Tony Ask? Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, it's time for producer Tony Farias to ask Murph and Marcus 3 questions of the day.
I saw Murph and young Tony right before the kickoff, and that was awesome.
But I'll track him down tomorrow, and I will see if he has some dirt on young Tony.
This is What Did Young Tony Ask Today?
Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show. And you know what time it is when you hear this music. It's time for the game show that is sweeping a nation. What did young Tony ask today? Sponsored by Bigelow Tea, because the Murph and Marcus Show is always sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And Carrie Crowley, I know that you're a veteran in the game when it comes to hums and bums, but I believe this is your first journey into the world of being questions asked by young Tony.
This is my Carson Wizenhunt young Tony debut.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, this is a big day.
Here we go. And yes, young Tony, you never forget your first.
Let's stay tuned for the rules, Marcus. I got 4 questions for you guys today. After I read the question, Carrie, you're going to have 60 seconds to respond.
This is where I bless our audience of 60 seconds of pure satisfaction, Carrie Crowley.
20 minutes and a ham sandwich. Can I get an amen?
Amen.
If your time runs out, you're going to hear this bell. I got it queued up over here. That's your cue to stop talking, Carrie Crowley. Text on YouTube chat.
I'm good at that.
I know, right? It's going to be amazing. Here we go. Let's get it going. The Giants traded for Rafael Devers on June 15th, Father's Day. It was a big day. It's a huge deal for everybody. Giants, everybody that's associated with the Giants, fans, players, coaches, executives. Since then, the Giants are 13-23 with the worst record in baseball. So who deserves blame for why that's happened?
Wow, who deserves blames? Well, I think blame has to start with the man himself, Rafael Devers, who has not performed. So that would be the easy, low-hanging fruit option. I'm not blaming Buster Posey for making this trade. I'm not blaming Pat the Bat for a 2-time Silver Slugger just kind of regressing and not turning into the hitter he is. So yeah, easily I could blame Rafael Devers. But because Murph's on vacation, I'm going to blame Murph. And I really don't have a reason. I don't have an explanation. But he's the cooler. And he's the kid that grew up a Red Sox fan. And all of a sudden, Rafael Devers comes over from the Red Sox and he forgets how to be a baseball player. So I have no rhyme. I have no reason. And I'm just doing it for the bit. I'm blaming Brian Murphy. I'm blaming this collapse. I'm blaming everything on Murph. And there's my take, Carrie Crowley.
That is very difficult to top. Tony, do I jump right into my 60 seconds?
Yes, sir. You're good to go.
All right. If the Giants were 500, you could pick and choose who to blame. It would be very easy to say 1 or 2 or 3 people are to blame. But when you're in a catastrophic collapse like this, blame starts at the top. It goes from Buster Posey and management down to Bob Melvin and the coaching staff in the dugout, a coaching staff that hasn't figured out how to coach up Elliot Ramos on defense or on the base pass. It goes to players such as Elliot Ramos, who are struggling immensely right now, who are making boneheaded mistakes that are uncharacteristic of Giants baseball. This was a team that Buster Posey said was supposed to be led by pitching, defense, and fundamental baseball. Buster Posey's vision for the organization has not come to fruition over the last month and a half. So Buster said it starts with him at the top. We have to take him at his word. As hard as that is for Giants fans to hear, That's the reality. Players on the field haven't helped. Bob Melvin hasn't helped. Blame is widespread, but it always starts at the top.
Young Tony, you've heard about trickle-down economics. This is trickle-down bad baseball. What do you got next?
Can I get some praise from people?
No
Just had to
praise
get that
for
in
you,
there.
Murph. No
For
praise
Murph.
for you.
All right, so with all that being said, the trade deadline's on July 31st at 3 p.m. our time.
Oh, great. Can't wait.
So I want you to take a stance. I want you to take a stance here. Should the Giants buy or sell? They can't do both.
Take a stance. Kerry Crowley, we will alternate, so you go first.
The Giants must take calls and sell when possible. Now, that doesn't mean that you need to sell Robbie Ray with a year plus left on his deal or Elliot Ramos with 3+ controllable years left on his contract. But the Giants need to take a hard look at every rental right now, be it Tyler Rogers, be it Mike Yastrzemski, be it Wilmer Flores, and get prospects back in return. This is a farm system that has failed to produce talented Major League players for the last decade. That must change. It's why the Giants must change the calculus. It's a dramatic change in course. No one expected this to be the case just 2 weeks ago. Heck, just 2 days ago. Nevertheless, when you lose back-to-back games to the Pittsburgh Pirates, you've left Buster Posey with no choice. He must field calls. He must take offers to sell extremely seriously.
Yeah, Kerry, I'm with you. I don't know how you cannot be in sell mode right now. We talked to Jim Bowden yesterday. He said it looked like the Giants are looking to buy a right-handed bat. To do what? To add a third hit to your box score last night? Because it seems like any righty they bring in can't hit these soft tossing lefties. So at this point, why not just call up a guy like Marco Luciano, who has 19 bombs on the year, maybe can swing it a little bit better against a left-handed option, see what you have in the farm system, but also improve the farm system. Now, I would take calls on Camilo Duvall and Tyler Rogers. I think especially with the Emmanuel Class A news, those guys' values just went up. I saw a report yesterday that the Pittsburgh Pirates are asking for like 4 or 5 top prospects for David Bednar. So I would get more than that for a guy like Camilo Duvall. Again, just crazy reports, John Curley. I'm not the one reporting it. Don't look at me like that.
The media said what?
The media said what? The media is telling you right now that you should trade those guys to replenish your farm system. I'm with you. I'm keeping Robbie Ray because he still has 1 year of control. I think he might be easier to trade next year when a team doesn't have to take on that $25 million contract. So I'm sticking with Robbie Ray because you're going to need a number 2 going into the season anyways. Get rid of Camilo Duvall and Tyler Rogers. There's the buzzer.
This take's been cut off.
Yeah. All right, so the World Series is 11 weeks away, everybody. Stay with me here.
The world what?
Yeah, I know, right? So stay with me. So Scott Boras, everybody's favorite agent, he had an interesting idea regarding the World Series and where it should be played. Friend of the program, Marcus, when you were out of town, we had David Sampson on, former Marlins GM. He brought this up on the Pablo Finds Out podcast. Take a listen.
Scott Boras wants a neutral site World Series. People can plan to be at the World Series, whether they're fans of the team or not. It becomes an event, and it's in a city where you want to travel to, whether it's Vegas or Miami or Los Angeles. And the teams, therefore, only home field advantage through the LCS, where it would remain in the home stadiums where you get the advantage. But the World Series becomes a 7-game party, and the way you switch who has home field is just who bats last.
Right.
So you can do it in the same
NFL
stadium.
Hand out the Super Bowl. They don't give it to the team that quote-unquote earns it.
And this is what it would be. It's making Major League Baseball closer to what the NFL does. The broadcasters would be happier.
Wow, what a take right there. So I want to just ask you guys, should Rob Manfred listen to Scott Boras and entertain the idea of a neutral site World Series?
No, the answer is no. And I don't want to hear from Scott Boras or Rob Manfred, 2 of the biggest clowns in the league. Where's Bryce Harper at so I can yell at both these guys to get the blank out of my locker room right now? A neutral field for baseball? What the hell are we doing? You're taking away the best moments of October. And I mean, if we're being honest with you, most World Series sites are a neutral field because Dodger fans are already taking over Yankee Stadium. But no, this is a dumb idea, another dub Rob Manfred idea, and it makes sense. It's coming from the, who is it, president, friend of the program? Wasn't on with me.
David Sampson brought it up. It was Scott Boras' idea.
Yeah, David Sampson, the same guy who runs the Miami Marlins franchise that Ichiro didn't even know existed when he signed to that team. So yeah, no, I'm not taking ideas from the Marlins man himself sitting behind home plate, David Sampson. No, I don't want any part of a neutral field World Series.
Marcus says, much as I'd love to disagree with you, this would be a historic step backward for the sport. Most of what makes baseball great is late inning drama. And how do you conjure up late inning drama? But you get it in front of 40,000 plus screaming fans, and you get it in fall weather. Part of what makes baseball such an incredible sport is seeing the seasons change. You start with the ivy walls barren at Wrigley Field, and by the time October rolls around, you've got players wearing the balaclavas around their heads trying to stay warm. This is part of why we romanticize the sport. And folks may say the baseball needs to move into a new era. I'm fine with the ghost runner and extra innings. I'm fine with some of the changes that Rob Manfred has made. This would be the biggest step back of the Manfred era if it were ever to be considered.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of this idea at all, young
It's a clown question, bro.
That's a clown question, bro.
All right, so finally, last question here. Happy Gilmore 2 came out over the weekend. I don't know if Carrie saw it. I know Marcus saw it.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. Okay, so
I haven't watched TV in years.
Marcus, I want your take on the movie.
Okay.
And then, Carrie, if you haven't seen it, obviously, how do you feel about them just remaking an iconic movie?
Yeah, Carrie, give me your take without watching the movie.
Here we go.
I guess that means I'm going first.
Yeah.
I actually enjoyed it. I know the movie critics are like, oh, the plot line was bad, blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, I'm not here for the plot. I'm here for a 90s Adam Sandler's humor. And if you're a fan of Adam Sandler movies, like I am, my nickname is the Water Boy. For those of you who don't know, that's because Bobby Boucher was a character played by Adam Sandler, and they're talking about maybe making a Waterboy too. But I grew up on Happy Gilmore, Billy Madison, all these Adam Sandler classics. And so I thought it was a great trip down nostalgia lane to see all the familiar faces, familiar jokes. Yeah, there's probably 6 or 7 too many cameos by pro golfers and stuff like that, but I thought it was entertaining. I thought it was vintage Adam Sandler, and I actually enjoyed it. I'm not one of these people who are complaining like Carrie Crowley, who refuses to even watch the movie.
Yeah, what happened to original ideas in this country?
They don't exist
All we do
anymore.
is make sequels. All we do is try to tap into nostalgia. No one's coming up with anything creative. No one's coming up with anything different. You're just conforming to societal norms by following this movie, by watching this movie. I love Happy Gilmore, one of my great films as a kid. Grew up on that movie, probably watched it a dozen times. But Happy Gilmore 2, not for me. All these sequels, all these third films, not for me. I'd like to see some creativity back in Hollywood. I'd like to see some folks coming up with different movies. There's some great stuff out there. You watch the Drive to Survive. You watch Full Swing on Netflix. I want to see more original programming. I want to see more great ideas coming out of an area of the country in Hollywood that has given us so much and has given us so little, in my opinion, that's new over the last 10, 20 years now?
No, all you're going to get is 10 different editions of the Fast and Furious and about 20 different Marvel movies. That's all there is these days is superhero movies.
With Marcus's attention, we're going to get Happy Gilmore 3 announcement in the next few days.
Dude, stay tuned. There might be news around the corner. But I got to say, it was enjoyable. And if you do enjoy Happy Gilmore 1, by no means is it better than Happy Gilmore 1. But because of the flashbacks, because of the jokes, because of the tributes that they paid to actors who are no longer with them, I thought it was a cool viewing experience. Not saying it's going to win any awards or anything like that, but I'm fine with just sitting back, turning the brain off, and watching a little Happy Gilmore 2.
Yeah, I'll watch Happy Gilmore 1.
Yeah, Carrie Crowley, we will get you to watch Happy Gilmore 2 by the end of the week.
Great work, Carrie. You're
but
first,
we
dude.
also have to wrap up. What did young Tony ask today? Nicely
you
done,
never
young
forget
Tony.
your first,
You
Marcus.
never forget it. You never forget your first takes on Happy Gilmore 2. We'll talk to Mike Krukow about the Giants, the trade deadline, and what is going on with the San Francisco Giants next on The Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, you know the routine. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 7:30, it's time for our weekly check-ins with Mike Krukow on the Murph and Marcus Show, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Mike, another tough loss for the Giants last night. 3-1 loss to the hands of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And for the first time since the second game of the season, the Giants are back to having a .500 record. 54-54 with 54 games to go. Once again, Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy this morning. Mike, good morning. How are we doing today?
Well, it's rough. It's rough times at Ridgemont High right now. And it's, it's painful to watch a team that you like, the personalities on the team that you like, go through a spell like this because they're pressing very hard and finding new ways to lose. And last night it was kind of that situation, and it's hard. It's hard. You bust your tail all summer long, all spring long to get to this point where you're down with inside your last 2 months, and it's go time. I mean, you're a day away from the trade deadline, and you had anticipated that there was going to be some help coming, and all these things that are positives, and all of a sudden they're just crumbling right in your hands. And what is even tougher to take for a team is when you walk away from a ballpark after a loss thinking you beat yourself. And that is catastrophic because this is the dog days. This is when you have to create your own momentum. You have to go out there and you have to win. You have to do things on a nightly basis that are above and beyond the usual effort to give yourself a chance to win. And you come through, and then all of a sudden you're completely energized as a group. When you go the other way and you're finding ways to lose, it's catastrophic. It just saps your team's strength, and that's really what it feels like right now.
Yeah, Mike, it feels like we saw another example of that last night with Elliot Ramos, who had another base-running blunder, not really knowing what to do on that infield fly rule. But what stood out to me more about that was his post-game press conference where he talked about just the mentality of trying not to make a mistake instead of trying to do the right thing. Like, that doesn't sound like it's the right mentality to have right now. Maybe that's leading to some of these issues we're seeing defensively and on the base path with Elliot Ramos.
Well, it all starts with knowing the rules. And, your first inning, there's 2 walks. And you have 1 out, runners first and second. This is a rally. Here comes the heart of your lineup and your RBI guys. And then there's an infield fly, and it gets dropped. Now, there are 2 things you can do. The out is made. There's an out. And then it says, as a base runner in the rule book, advance at your own risk. Well, so you either stay on the bag, or when you decide to go, you take off like a scalded-ass bird and you get to that next base. What you don't do is get halfway between the both bases in limbo land and look openly like you don't know what the hell's going on. And that's exactly what it appeared to be. And the problem with that is that's a mental mistake. And that, nobody really will challenge a physical mistake. You make an error. Errors are part of the game. But a mental mistake, especially one that's pretty basic, like knowing the rules on an infield fly, it just absolutely stomach punches everybody. And this is the first inning. And they never really had. I mean, they had another scoring opportunity when there was 2 more walks, an inning or 2 later, and they didn't do anything with that either. There were 4 walks right there, and none of them scored. But that first inning, that sets the tone. That fractures your team's concentration. Because you're sitting on the bench going, what the hell are we doing? I mean, this can't happen, not at the big league level. That's a mistake you make down in rookie league, somewhere down in your first year or 2, that you never forget. I mean, that's one of those rules that you have to kind of go through it, and the pain of seeing it, or happen to see it, or see it happen to somebody else, and that's how you learn it. Because I don't know too many guys that literally read the rule book when they sign a professional contract. You kind of play your way through the rule book. When things happen, that's how you learn. But you should never forget. And so that mistake on the base pass from Ramos last night was unforgivable.
Mike, when mental mistakes like this happen, and they happen with regularity, is it better for a manager and coaching staff to address it in the moment? Is it better for veteran leaders in the clubhouse to step up and say something during a game away from cameras in the dugout? How do you respond if you're a veteran leader or if you're Bob Melvin when these things continue to add up for a player like Elliot Ramos?
Well, it gets addressed immediately. I mean, you watched Matt Williams walked right out to him right there on the field, and he told him what the deal was, right there. I mean, it doesn't get you don't sit on it or sleep on it. That gets addressed because you don't want to see it happen again. I mean, you're number one as a coach, you're appalled that it even happened at all. But now you got to do something about it. That guy needs to know, and so that's never changed. And then but I mean. Come on, as a coaching staff, by the time you get players at the big league level, there are certain things you take for granted, and maybe assumption is the mother of all screw-ups. But I just you see a play like that last night, and you the coaching staff go, wow, where do we start here? What do we do? Because they know how catastrophic that is. They know how big a mental mistake is that takes you out of a rally that could possibly be the difference of a game, and it's debilitating.
Yeah, Mike, and after all that, the Giants were still in this game late, 1-1 tied ball game in the 8th inning, but it felt like the top of the 8th was a death by 1,000 paper cuts, the amount of infield singles, and then, of course, the play between Rafael Devers and Casey Schmidt, two guys who are learning the position, I say, on the job. They throw a ball that hits Brian Hayes in the chest. Just your whole breakdown of the 8th inning and how things fell apart there.
Well, I mean, yeah, the paper cuts because there weren't any balls that were hit hard. It's kind of it happens every once in a while with Tyler Rogers. Happens more to him than anybody in baseball. I mean, the contact velocity off of Tyler Rogers is lower than anybody else in the game. So you kind of just sort of come to expect there's going to be a few weird ground balls. Well, with runners at first and second, there was a ground ball that was not hit that sharply to the right side of the infield, and Devers. He comes to his right and takes himself out of the play. So immediately, Tyler Rogers, his responsibility is to cover first base. He's anticipating there's going to be a double play. Casey Schmidt gets the ball, and then he squares up to second, seeing that there's not an opportunity there. So he turns to first base to throw the ball. And I think along the way, Devers blocks out the line of sight for Tyler Rogers, and he can't see what Casey Schmidt is doing, but he's going to anticipate that the ball, once he sees him initially turn towards the second baseman, or to the shortstop at second base, he's thinking that I have to get over and cover the back end of a double play. Well, he doesn't see that there's a no throw from Schmidt. That was blocked out. Schmidt, in turn, makes the throw over to first base because he sees Rogers going over there. And, I mean, it's a good throw. And if it wasn't for the fact that it hits Brian Hayes, I mean, that could have been one, maybe even two-run score there. So the Giants gets an enormous break. I mean, really, number one, Tyler Rogers didn't get killed by the throw, and number two, the ball didn't get past Brian Hayes, and so here's a bases loaded situation. I've never seen that play. Nobody in that ballpark has ever seen that play. And, to count yourself lucky when you could have gotten 2 outs and you get no outs is kind of there's irony to that. But anyway, then they get to a 1-2 count to Joey Bart. He gets a base hit, and they take the lead. They never recover. But like I say, you find ways to lose. But that was just a fluke play. I don't think anybody did anything wrong there.
Mike, we're now about 31 hours out from the Major League Baseball trade deadline. And 2 weeks ago, I think everyone thought that the Giants would buy. They would add to this roster. Now there are questions as to what they'll do, regardless of any team situation at this point in the year. What is the feeling for a Major League Baseball player who, let's say, is entering the final year of a contract or whose name has been floated in trade rumors? What is the feeling headed into a deadline for a player in this situation?
Well, there's turmoil in the mind of the player, obviously, and because of that, there's turmoil in the clubhouse, and it doesn't get talked about. If it does, it's behind closed doors, or it's late at night when you're just sitting there having a conversation with a teammate. It's just the black cloud that hangs around all of baseball because trades this deep in the season can be disruptive, and it clearly defines which way your organization thinks you're going. Are you good enough to get to give up some prospects or assume some money in a contract to take on a player that's going to enable you to, win 2 or 3 or maybe 4 games that could be the difference if you get into the playoffs or going deep into a playoffs? Or does it go the other way? Does it go the way where, you watch some of your players go, clearly declaring that, your team isn't going to be in it this year? So there's a lot of disruption, I think, around the trade deadline. It's interesting. I mean, we as fans, we all love it, but it plays hell in the mindset of a team.
Yeah, one more game to go today with Logan Webb on the bump before the trade deadline. Giants are 54-54 with 54 games to play. And Mike, real quick, let's check in on that rotation. Justin Verlander gave the Giants another great outing yesterday, back-to-back good performances. But I did want to ask you about the Major League debut of Carson Wizenhunt and if you think he's going to stick around in the rotation moving forward.
Well, I think he is. I mean, look, there's a lot of distraction when you're doing your Major League debut. It's enormous, and the adrenaline is something it's very hard to even describe. And he went out there, and after 2 innings, he was down 4-1 of the game. The underlying story that was wrapped around his debut was that he had to absorb some innings. The day before, the team had a bullpen game, and they were banged up a little bit. So because of that, Wizenhunt had to go at least 4. That's what Bob Melvin was saying. We said we didn't need at least 4 out of this guy. Anything more than that is gravy. And then we asked, what's the pitch count on it? Said, well, he's somewhere between 80 and 90. So, I mean, that's not uncommon either, a guy coming out of the minor leagues, because they protect those arms down there with pitch count. Anyway, he gets into the game, he's down 4-1, and I can't tell you how hard it is, especially on a debut, for a guy to leave the 4-1 deficit, because already your night's ruined. You've given up 4 runs. In your mind, that's a bad start. Now, this is your debut, right? Well, to say this guy is going to be able to put that aside and then concentrate on the matter of hand and then give the Giants 3 zeros after that, that's what made the night. And think about it. I mean, he was down 4-1. They scored 2 runs, made it a 4-3 ball game. He goes out and puts down a shutdown inning. That was huge. So I really like what I saw from this kid in regards to composure and talent to be able to put up 3 zeros after the disastrous start, at least in his mind. So I look forward to his next start because of how he pitched those last 3 innings. I think his next outing, he'll go out there, and the adrenaline will be much more in check, and he will have already accomplished the distraction of pitching your debut. So I look forward to him making a contribution.
Mike, a non-Giants question from me here, but yesterday the baseball world and our world lost a tremendous human being and someone I'm sure you knew quite well, and Ryne Sandberg, and what he meant to the city of Chicago, a city that I know you hold dear to your heart. I just wanted to hear your perspective and your memories of a real baseball legend.
Well, I was his first big league hit, and he got it when he was in a Phillies uniform. I think it may have been his only hit he ever got as a Philly. And but when he came to Chicago, I mean, the fit was so perfect. It was so magical, and the way they embraced him, he became the darling of that town. And my experience with him, he was a tough out for me the whole time that I faced him. I'll tell you one start we had. It was a Candlestick, and the Cubs had a good team. They were pushing hard, and this was not a great year for the Giants. Anyway, I hooked up with Rick Sutcliffe, and it was first inning, to the top of the first, and there's 1 out, and then here comes Sandberg. And, he's a guy that never, ever swung at a first pitch, especially middle in, with nobody on base. I mean, that he would look for that, and he'd kill it if there was men on base. But, with nobody on early in the game, he'd see a couple pitches or whatever, kind of get into the game. And on this particular night, I go into the inside corner with a fastball thinking I could steal strike 1. Whap. Home run. Final score, Cubs 1, Giants 0. And it ticked me off. And years later, I asked about it. You never swung at a first pitch in the first time at bat with nobody on base. He goes, I don't know why I did it. But that's the only home run he ever hit on me. But he hit like 390 against me. I mean, he raked me. But I just had nothing but respect for the guy. The way he played it, the class with which he would take the field and how he represented that city, and he wasn't a real gregarious guy. I mean, it was hard for him to be in front of a microphone. He was very quiet. He was shy. And but yet, he took on the responsibility to be the image in that city. And he was great. And at 65 years old, it's just a tragedy. And we'll all miss him. He was a gift.
Oh, that's a phenomenal story, Mike. And yes, we did double check. He had 13 games played for the Phillies back in 1981, 6 at-bats, and 1 hit off of Mike Krukow.
Yeah, he made me sign the ball, too. Sure.
Love it, Mike. Always love checking in with you, even during the Giants' recent struggles. Looking forward to Logan Webb being on the bum today and trying to get a win before the trade deadline. Have a great call today, and we'll talk to you on Friday.
In a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow, every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday right here on the Murph and Marcus Show. But you know what happens at 8 o'clock? It's time for the big hit. And today's topic is Bob Melvin's Giants. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to hop on a call with me and Kerry Crowley, or if you want to shoot us a text. That's always an option as well.
Yeah, shoot me a text.
And let us know who needs to be held accountable for this slide back to a 500 record. Hey, come to Oracle Park and catch a vibe? No, you're going on a slide down the wrong way with the Giants right now. 54-54 with 54 games left to go. Your thoughts on the Giants next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Got a little Rob Zombie for you. Let it all bleed out just like the Giants. We are giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento, and Rob Zombie's going to be there, so stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR, and if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer. This is some heavy metal. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swinging. There's a high pop-up right out in the middle of the infield. The infield fly rule is called. The ball drops, but he was already out. Now the throw to second, and Ramos must have forgotten about the infield fly rule. He was off the bag. They picked it up. They threw to second, and he was easily out. Man, that is horrible base running. Here is Brian Hayes, and a ground ball to the right side. Far to his left goes Schmidt. Now there's nobody at first base. He throws the ball and hits the runner. Oh, my God. Rafael Devers went far to his right for that ball, and that left it to Tyler Rogers to get over there. He was not there yet.
Bob, this is the first time this team's been 500 since the second game of the season. What is your message to this team amidst this slide?
Win a game tomorrow. That's all we can do. We can't get it all back at once. We can't win 5 games in one day. Got to win 1.
Damn, it would be nice if you could win 5 games in one day. And then maybe we would be talking about the Giants being buyers instead of sellers at tomorrow's trade deadline. But 808 KNBR is the number if you want to check in on the free-falling San Francisco Giants, who, after losing to Joey Bart and the Pittsburgh Pirates last night, sit with a 54-54 record with 54 games left to go. And yes, it seems right that we did pull out the Tom Petty free-falling narrative for a team that has been free-falling for essentially the last 2 months. I mean, I love the fact that we do the big hit every day, but someone needs to tell the Giants to download the KNBR because they have not been able to find a big hit in months, Kerry Crowley, months.
Where you see?
Which, again, last night, 2 hits in the box score. We can get into the offense. We can get into Elliot Ramos and the bad base running. We can get into Bob Melvin, Buster Posey in the front office and the direction of this team as they continue the free fall down to being back to a 500 ball club.
Marcus, when we talk about collapses in Major League Baseball, it's almost always within the context of September baseball, a team gearing up for the playoffs, a team getting ready to win a division or a wild card race, and all of a sudden they lose 10 of 12 and they slip out. All of a sudden, their postseason dreams are ripped away from them. The San Francisco Giants have suffered a different type of collapse, a post-Rafael Devers meltdown that has completely changed the trajectory of this team and Buster Posey's strategy headed into the trade deadline. Just 4 or 5 days ago, we were reading reports from Ken Rosenthal of The Athletic, from Jeff Passan of ESPN, that the San Francisco Giants would be acquiring a starting pitcher, would be pursuing a right-handed bat, would be looking at a second baseman. And now, this morning, we're looking at a team that's lost 11 of 13 games. We're looking at a team that has failed to beat the lowly Pittsburgh Pirates. And we're looking at a team that must seriously consider selling any rental player they can, prioritizing the long-term future ahead of the near-term desire for success that Buster Posey came into this job craving, came into this job believing that he would have, and ultimately through the first 2 months of the season did have. Just a month and a half ago, the Giants were sitting here down at Dodger Stadium, ready to gear up for a run in the National League West. And what has transpired is nothing short of a catastrophic meltdown.
No, the vibes have changed completely. We're a long ways away from talking about the Giants having the best record in spring training, and that instantly translating to the regular season where they've started off the season. What was it, 12-3 or 12-4? They got off to a fantastic start. And I don't even want to look at the record after those first 16 games of the season because we know what the record has been over the last 2 months. We know what the record has been since the Rafael Devers trade. We've been talking about it all morning long. 13-23 since that record. That's the worst record in baseball. And going back to the decision to give Bob Melvin the contract extension, they're 9-14 in those games. So, yeah, the vibes are completely different. And I'm curious because we've been talking about the change of approach to this year's trade deadline, and I'm on the same page as you. Guys like Tyler Rogers, who was around 34 years old, coming off a season where his numbers were good enough to be an all-star this year. He's going to be a free agent next year. So get some value for him because there is a need in the market for relievers. Camilo Duvall, I know he still has arbitration years left on his contract. Maybe that makes him more valuable in a trade package also. But when you have Randy Rodriguez, when you have some other options where it wouldn't stunt the future of this franchise, I don't have a problem making those moves. But I also want to get into the mind and inside the brain of Buster Posey, who was cool as a cucumber behind home plate. We're talking about a guy that is stoic as any baseball player that I know. And we've been talking all year long about how Buster Posey is not going to react to one stretch of bad baseball versus one stretch of good baseball. He's gone into this year with a clear and committed plan to win and to make the postseason. But now he's dealing with the worst stretch of Giants baseball that he has had under his watch as president of baseball operations. So how is he going to react tomorrow when we were thinking that they were going to be buyers and competing for a playoff spot? Now they're one of the worst teams in baseball over the last couple of months, and that has to change the approach even for a guy like Buster Posey.
Yeah, this is going to stress Buster Posey in a way that I don't think he anticipated his first season would. He came into this job expecting that the Giants would clean up their fundamentals. It hasn't happened. Expecting that pitching and defense would be able to carry this team. Well, the offense has been so bad, as evidenced by last night's 2-hit performance against the Pittsburgh Pirates, that they've lost way too many close ball games. All those one-run games the Giants won in April, May, and even early June, all of that one-run luck has disappeared over the last few days. Look at what happened this weekend against the New York Mets, a 2-1 loss on Saturday night. Look what's happened these first two games against the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is a team that is failing to win close games. And when you do that, you are failing to do the little things right. So the little things that Buster Posey could have done, add a starting pitcher, add a second baseman, look at a right-handed power bat. Now we're turning into big things, like potentially trading Camilo Doval, like looking at the future of the organization, wondering, do we need Robbie Ray for next season? Or is it better to trade him now when his value is higher than it may ever be?
Earlier this season, they were finding ways to win games. It feels like lately they're finding ways to lose games. And I should remind you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and that the Murph and Marcus Show is always sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA. And Carrie, we have been discussing this all morning long. Who's to blame? Is it the chef? Is it the ingredients? Is it the restaurant? The players, the coaches, the front office? Let's hear your takes. 808 KNBR. And let's start with Brian in San Mateo, who has a thought about who to blame for the Giants' stretch of bad baseball. Brian, you're on the Murph and Marcus Show. What's up, man? How you doing this morning?
Good morning, guys. You got me?
Yeah, we got you, Brian. What do you got for us?
You know, I think it's going to be 90% of the players. You know, I mean, these guys have been playing ball for a long time. They should know the rules. They should know their jobs. They should know what to do. They should not need that much coaching. You know, infield fly rule. I mean, are you kidding me? How do you not know that?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Brian. And we went into discussion earlier today. We had a few people texting and saying, Matt Williams needs to be yelling at Elliot Ramos to get back to second base. How about Elliot Ramos knows the damn rules? This is not something that they teach you in minor league baseball. You know this going back to your days of Little League, Brian.
Yes, and Buster sees the films, and he knows what these guys have done in the past, and he's putting forward the best team that he thinks he can put forward. And then once these guys get on the field, it's on them to perform or not. You know, and Beaumont, if he needs to be more, be more on top of these guys, then he should. But I think these guys know what they're doing. And if they can't play up to their potential, then that's their problem. And something needs to happen with them.
Brian, I appreciate the call. Thanks for checking in. I've used this example a few times earlier this year when people were talking about the Giants' struggling offense. And everybody's like, oh, it's got to be Pat the Bad. It's got to be Pat Burrell's fault. I'm like, nobody blames a wide receiver coach in the NFL when someone drops a ball. Pat can go up there and say, look, you need to change your shoulder level a little bit, and sit back a little bit, maybe sit down, spread out, choke up a little bit. He can help out with things approach. But at the end of the day, these are the batters who are stepping in the box. It wasn't Bob Melvin and Pat the Bat who had 2 hits last night for the San Francisco Giants.
It's routine mistakes, and it's routine miscues that we see compounded every single day that we've seen throughout this stretch of 11 losses in 13 games. I agree that this is on the players, but it is a widespread blame game here. When you lose 11 of 13, it's everyone. It starts at the top on Buster Posey, roster makeup that limits Bob Melvin and his coaching staff in their decisions. It's Bob Melvin and their coaching staff not having their players prepared on a daily basis. It's looking at their strategy against Bailey Falter last night and seeing a team that wasn't prepared for yet another left-hander. How the Giants have struggled against left-handers so drastically this season is beyond me. And at the end of the day, like our last caller just said, it is on the players. You expect them to be better. You pay them to be significantly better than they've been. So yes, at the end of the day, it is on players as well.
Yeah, players, coaches, front office, everybody can get it. These blames and accountabilities are rated E for everybody. Let's go ahead and check in with Mo in the city. Mo in San Francisco, what's your breakdown on the Giants getting back to being a 500 ball club?
Well, I agree with what Terry said about the front office. This is Buster's rookie season, and this has also been a pattern with the Giants in terms of the All-Star break, and even when Bochy was the manager. After the All-Star break, they collapsed. And this is still basically Farhan's team. And what was their record? 80 wins last year? Even when they were going great, and getting these one-run games and hitting, walk-off runs and so on, I was holding my breath because is this who they really are? The pitching was holding them together, but the offense, they needed players in the very beginning. They needed a first baseman. They needed a backup catcher. They needed a second baseman. They penciled in Tyler Fitzgerald right at the beginning. They go with Lamont Wade forever. They don't play Matos to see what he can do. So it's management. I don't think it's so much the coaching. It's management decisions, and it's the team who they had last year, basically, except for Adames, who started late, and Devers, who hasn't performed that well, and what's his name, Verlander at the very end.
Yeah,
that's the only difference that they made in the team.
Yeah, Mo, I appreciate you calling and checking in. And, that's the thing. The offensive struggles have been there all season long. And even going back to last year with a lot of these similar pieces that Mo was talking about. But it felt like there was a change to maybe change the trajectory of these second-half struggles that Mo was talking about. Because I have the numbers just over the last 3-4 years. Going back to 2022, post-All-Star break, they went 33-38. 2023, 30-42. 2024, under Bob Melvin, they went 33-32 last year, and now they're off to a 2-8 start to start the second half of the season post-All-Star break this year. But you thought things would be different, especially with the offense, because you went out and got the biggest bat available, Rafael Devers. But since trading for Rafael Devers, you have a 13-23 record, which is the worst record in baseball, Gary.
Perhaps the most confounding part of all of this is that the Giants roster is veteran-laden. And in July, August, and September, that is the time when veterans step up. That is the time when you expect the 30, 31, 32-year-old guys who have been through the 162-game grind to pick up the slack and lead your team to victories. And yet coming out of the All-Star break, Marcus, this team has looked flat. The energy has been terrible. They've been unable to pick up their pitching staff on days when that's let them down. The lineup has been subpar at best. The pitching staff has had woes due to injuries and inconsistencies. Every part of this team has fallen off, has fallen apart. There's a bad energy, and it's a team that has sent Buster Posey a clear message. Buster was waiting for the Giants to show them exactly what they needed, and instead of showing them, hey, we need a starting pitcher, hey, we need another bat, they've showed him, hey, we need to consider trading pieces away from this team.
Yeah, that's the problem to me, is that this feels like a team with a lack of passion, a lack of energy. Now, I'm not in the clubhouse. I can't speak for these players. I don't know if Rafael Devers is a clubhouse cancer and that's the reason why the Giants suck. No, I think that's a bad take. That's a take you're hearing a lot right now in Boston as they try to justify that trade. As I said earlier on this season, I do think that Rafael Devers is going to be the hitter that the Giants buy over the course of the next 8 seasons. But the bottom line is he's not producing right now. But even when you do have production from some of those vets, like Willie Adames, he's swinging the bat great. Left the ballpark again yesterday. It's not enough to carry this offense. You look at Matt Chapman, who's been hitting up a little bit also since the All-Star break. Still, we're talking about these offensive struggles and the fact that they've lost 7 straight games at home now and have scored a total of 14 runs during that stretch. By my quick math, that's 2 runs per game, Kerry. That's not going to cut it, especially when you have been having these pitching struggles. But let's go out to Tom in Lafayette, who also wants to check in on the offense. Tom, good morning. You're on the Murph and Marcus Show. What's going on, my man?
The past 2.5 years, including this year, the Giants have been the bottom of every offensive category: OPS, slugging, average, home runs, RBIs. And that has not changed. That hasn't changed. You would think it would change when they made the trade for Devers or they got Adames, but Adames was hitting below the Mendoza line for the first 2 or 3 months of the year, and yet they were still winning because of the bullpen. That's the only reason they had 500 better record, because of the bullpen. And now the bullpen is starting to wear down, the offense kind of is supposed to carry them. But they can't. They're not good enough. They're not good enough. You can scream and yell all I want, we need to do this and to do that. No, they're not good enough. So you need to get better players, either through trades or you rebuild the farm system. If Giants fans are supposed to be so smart, they can understand, hey, maybe we need to rebuild for a couple of years while we rebuild the farm system. Park sell itself. Maybe you won't get 40,000, but you'll still get 30,000.
You won't.
You own the ballpark.
You won't get 30,000. They got 30,000 last year. You just won't get 30,000 fans in a rebuild. Look, I understand where you're coming from here. The smart move may have been to rebuild. The smart move may have been to rebuild in 2019. But this is a franchise that's not going to rebuild. And it's not going to rebuild when you've got Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, and Rafael Devers' contract. You simply can't rebuild. You can make trades to sell. That you can do. You can make trades that can bolster your farm system, but going through a full-scale rebuild, that's simply not an option that's available to them right now. And furthermore, Giants fans show that they won't show up when this team loses games. So no, you're not going to get 30,000. You'll get 15 to 20, and that's not going to pay for the contracts that you've got already on the books. So that's what has put the Giants in this difficult position. You need prospects. You need to draft better. You need to develop better. You need to do all these things, but the Giants have put themselves in a position where rebuild just simply isn't on the table.
All right, Tom.
They cannot keep going this way. They then make the trades, and they got to trade pitching.
There you go.
And then they need to get rid of Yastrzemski and it's time to cut him and then bring up the prospect.
Man, we hear you, Tom. Appreciate you calling in. I'm on the same page as you. Like, yeah, if there's a trade package for Mike Yastrzemski, I would ship him out too. But, like, what are you realistically getting in return? Which leads to questions about maybe they need to trade some bigger pieces. We've mentioned Tyler Rogers. We've mentioned Camilo Doval. Some people are still entertaining maybe Robbie Ray being on the trade block also. We'll continue this conversation next with Chris, Mark, and Peter. I see you guys hanging out on hold. Don't worry. We'll get to you coming up next. More Giants baseball. Your reaction, the big hit part 2 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win, your chance to go see Rob Zombie, what you're hearing right now. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
All right, we are live on the Murph and Marcus Show on a Wednesday morning with our good friend Steve Moskowitz on the line. Steve, tell us what to do if you didn't get your ERC checked.
Call us. If you've been waiting for your check, there's 3 different ways we can hurry the government up. But we have to do things now while these laws still exist. And don't forget, a lot of people forget about the interest. I realize people's facts, circumstances, results are different, but just yesterday, we had a client get his checks, and he got over $100,000 just in interest. That wasn't the principal. That was just interest. Obviously, say he was a happy camper. Or if you got a letter saying you don't qualify, the IRS has been accused of disallowing all kinds of people, not even knowing if you qualify or not. We have to appeal that. Or if you're being audited, we want to defend you. The bottom line is that's the big 3. 1, you've just been waiting, haven't heard anything. Where's my check? 2, your claim was denied. Or 3, you're being audited. We have a free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, I want my ERC money now.
That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney, and he should be your tax attorney, too. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, or you can go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Do you feel the need to address the team after a loss like tonight?
We've had meetings, we've had team meetings, we've had all kinds of meetings. It's going about there and fighting a little harder and winning a game and having a little bit more resolve, which we've shown this year. We just have not done it here recently.
Hell, team meetings, players meetings. I don't even know if a post-show meeting with John Joe Curley will fix this ball club. And that's, of course, because Murph's on vacation, so how does he know we even still have post-show meetings? We'll find out today after the show as Kerry Crowley is wrapping up his 3-day stint on the Murph and Marcus show. FP Santangelo would join us tomorrow for trade deadline day, and then we'll get all the trade deadline reaction with Larry Krueger Friday morning live from Levi's Stadium. But you hear the rejoin, living legends never falling down. Well, probably shouldn't be playing this for the Giants now that I think about it, because they are falling down, falling back towards a 500 record, 54-54 with 54 games to go, Kerry Crowley.
It's not good. And we've spent the entire morning dissecting every issue with this team, where the accountability lies, how troubling this trend has been for this ball club. 11 of 13 showing Buster Posey that they don't deserve additions for the trade deadline. And instead, the best possible move for the long-term health of this franchise is probably selling players at the trade deadline. To think back just where this team was 2-3 weeks ago, it's a catastrophic collapse. It's a meltdown. There's no other way to put it. And it starts at the top. And so now Buster Posey faces his most challenging, complex decisions. How much do you give up? What do you get in return? And have you sent your scouts out there to evaluate minor league systems? Because just 2 weeks ago, the Giants were in a position to buy. So were they scouting minor league systems to understand the caliber of prospect they're getting in return? That's a legitimate question right now as well.
It definitely is. And my number one question might be whether or not I'll see Buster Posey on my commute home or maybe my commute down to the ballpark kind of hanging up yard sale signs outside of Oracle. Come on down. Here's the yard sale. 3 houses down. It's the first house on the right. But the first name we have up on the call screener is my guy Chris down in San Jose, and he's got a take on whether or not the Giants should be buyers or sellers at tomorrow's trade deadline. Chris, 408, you know. What's up, brother? How we doing?
Waterboy. Fremont, you know.
You know, Chris. You know, Chris. What do you know about these Giants right now, getting back to being a 500 team?
Hey, the implosion is definitely on the coaching staff and Bob Melvin. The fundamentals, the base running is abysmal, so we all know that. It's been that way for actually quite a bit. Helio Ramos, you know, I think you got to get some voices in there that are easier to listen to. You know, you look at a guy like Tim Flannery, and you know, bringing him in and maybe, you know, having him collaborate with Matt Williams, or maybe letting Matt Williams walk. And it's time for some new voices in terms of the coaching staff to maybe get through to the players. A lot of it is on the players and the fundamentals of the game, but you know, the base running is really abysmal, and it's really glaring. It's difficult to watch. I do like what Willie Adames is doing, and I really like the right-handed approach to hitting in that ballpark. His approach is working. I didn't know that he had that kind of power, and I think other right-handed hitters who they need to start taking a look at pulling the baseball over there in that ballpark and taking a page out of Willie Adames' book. I also like what I saw from Carson Wizenhunt. And, for my enjoyment factor, and I think for a lot of the fans, it is time to start, bringing up a lot of these prospects. And I want to see Bryce Eldridge, obviously Wizenhunt, want to see some more of these pitchers. You guys had a GM, former GM on yesterday who talked about, trading relievers to the cows come home, and he'll trade a reliever for a right-handed power bat any day of the week. I think they need to really take a look at that. I like that philosophy. I think the pitching and defense and timely hitting, it won them 3 titles in 5 years. But I think that needs to be tweaked a little bit. I think they need to go out and continue to find right-handed power bats. I think the leadership of this team, Matt Chapman and Willie Adames, I think they need to really, kind of put the hammer down on a lot of the mental mistakes. I think they need to have some closed team meetings. But this team is not a playoff team. It's not a wild card team. It's a team that that needs to add some pieces. They need to trade some of these relievers. I think the rest of the bullpen, particularly some of these new adds to the bullpen, are holding the fort. I think you trade Tyler Rogers. I think you trade. What's his name?
Camilo Duvall.
Camilo Duvall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you trade Camilo Duvall. I think you continue to acquire some right-handed power, and start developing for the next couple of years, and start bringing up these kids.
Chris, great takes as always. Always appreciate you checking in, dropping a little 408 love, and a lot of jumping off points there. I'm with Chris. It's extremely frustrating to see these repeatable mistakes on the base paths and also defensively when you do want to be a team that's built around pitching, defense, and timely hitting. Well, if there's more timing when it comes to these defensive miscues and base running mistakes, you're going to lose ball games. As simple as that. And he's right. You need a guy like Matt Chapman or Willie Adames, who are supposed to be the leaders in this clubhouse, to sit down a young kid like Elliot Ramos and say, look, this is unacceptable. We can't keep playing like this, because if these things continue to be allowed, then it does send a bad message to some of these younger prospects. What, are we going to allow Bryce Eldridge a pass if he doesn't know the infield fly rules? No, someone needs to make sure Bryce Eldridge knows the damn rules, just like Elliot Ramos, who's coming off an all-star season, should know what the hell to do on an infield fly.
One of the questions that Chris asked, I think, is going to become the main question for the San Francisco Giants over the next 2 months, which is, when does Bryce Eldridge get that call? Mm-hmm. And here's the thing, Marcus. The organization has to thread the needle in a very careful way, because look at the last 10 years of prospect development for the San Francisco Giants, and look at the players that they've rushed to the big leagues. They brought Elliot Ramos up too soon. They brought Marco Luciano up too soon. They brought Luis Matos up too soon. Even Carson Wizenhunt, maybe at the big league level, ahead of schedule. A lot of these guys were promoted out of need and not out of earning their promotion. I think Bryce Eldridge is the type of prospect who you have to be extraordinarily careful and cautious with. You want him to hit the big league level and have the type of success that, say, Nick Kurtz has had out of Wake Forest, draft pick last year for the Oakland A's, already at 23 home runs this year. You don't want him to be in this limbo where he's going back to AAA Sacramento to go work on things after he comes up to make his major league debut. So Giants fans may actually have to be patient here. We may not see Eldridge until May, June, July of next year, which could be really challenging for a team that must also take a peek at what it has in its farm system. Eldridge is the one prospect you cannot mess up, because the Giants have a track record of the last 10 years of messing up just about everyone else.
Yeah, one name you did not add to that list is, the guy who had the go-ahead RBI last night, Joey Bart, who had as many hits total as the entire Giants team last night. But let's go ahead and check in with Mark out in Hawaii. Aloha, brother. How we doing today? What are your feelings about the Giants?
Pathetic. I question the size of the things that are dangling between these guys' legs. Who's going to light the fire in this clubhouse? Honestly, who's it going to be? There's obviously no fire. Is it going to be Bob Melvin? Is he going to give some Augie speech? Remember that guy? Remember that speech? I know you guys saw that speech.
Mm-hmm. I know what you're talking about, Mark.
Texas college baseball.
Yeah.
They got on to go win 10 in a row after that speech. Who's lighting the fire? There's obviously no fire in the dugout. And before we went to break, you said that there's no chance that if we became a sell team and a rebuild team, that the Giants would average 30,000 fans. This is the best ballpark in baseball. And they're going to get 30,000 fans.
Look, I covered the team. I was at the ballpark every single day from 2018 to 2021. They didn't have fans in 2018, 2019. They said they sold 27,000 tickets. There were 17,000 in the ballpark.
Well, luckily these numbers are Googleable, very simple, and you can look them up. But you're right. People don't show up. They buy tickets and they don't show up. But another bigger point that I want to touch on, Farhan Zaidi coming from the Dodgers, going to the Giants, coming back to the Dodgers. Are we not talking about that this was a sabotage from the Dodgers?
You know,
I'm serious.
I'd like to go down that road, Mark, but it's like the Giants have a better roster this year. Hell, I'd say they have a better roster than what Farhan Zaidi has had for the last couple of years. So it'd be easy to sit here and point fingers at Farhan Zaidi for being an informant and taking him down from the inside. But realistically, you can't go that far, can you, Mark?
What did Farhan Zaidi do for us? He made sure that we didn't get Ohtani, and then he went back to the Dodgers.
Hopefully he's leaving us with a good parting gift with Bryce Eldridge, but also...
Who can set the fire? Who is going to set the fire on this team?
Yeah, I mean, that's the questions we've been asking, Mark. Thanks for checking in from the Big Island this morning. Was looking for some positive aloha vibes. But he's right. The team is pathetic right now. And I asked the questions about guys like Matt Chapman or Willie Adames, guys who are supposed to be clubhouse leaders, guys who are supposed to be setting the vibe, the great vibes that we heard about all year long down in spring training. When Willie Adames was struggling in the first half of the season, when he was the Walmart greeter out in front of the dugout, just making sure everybody else was happy. It doesn't make sense that the Giants are a worse baseball team getting this production out of Willie Adames. And you're telling me they were a better baseball team when they had Lamont Wade Jr. over at first base versus Rafael Devers? It doesn't make sense to me, Gary.
Here's the thing. When you get 2 hits against the Pittsburgh Pirates, there's no amount of speeches that a team can give. There's no amount of lectures that ownership, that management, that managers and coaches can give players to say, play better. Ultimately, at the end of the day, it's on players to produce. They can be given instruction. They can be given game plans and scouting reports that can inform them on how to play. These are 30-year-old men. These are not teenagers playing on Murph's Little League team. You're not going to change the course of the season with a speech. You see that in movies. You don't see that in Major League Baseball. Anyone who's waiting for a speech to change the fortune of the San Francisco Giants, you're going to be waiting for the next decade. Things that you see like Hunter Pence's speech, that's a once-in-a-generation type thing. It's ultimately on players to play better. Here's what will light a fire under the Giants. Someone going 4 for 4. Someone hitting 2 home runs in a ball game, which Rafael Devers did last week, and yet that still didn't light a fire for this team. It is consistent production week over week, month over month. That's what this team's been lacking for the last 2.5 months. It is not a singular speech that someone's going to go in and read the riot act to this team and say, all of a sudden, they're going to play better.
You're telling me that this team is not going to turn things around if Matt Williams goes into that clubhouse and say, boys, was it over when the Germans bombed Pearl Harbor? Was it? No, that's a young riff that I will know that young Tony now knows because of OG Murph. And what did young Tony learn today? That's at the end of the show. But usually around 8:30, we do the cooler of content. We're pushing back the cooler because we've got the phone lines lit up this morning. Peter, Eric, Dave, Armand, your call's next, talking Giants baseball on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Look, it's guy plays hard. He comes to play every day. You know, at times his defense hasn't been its best, and I think it kind of snowballs on you a little bit, and maybe you start overthinking some stuff, and you know, it's just there's some clarity but he comes up and he fights every at bat, and you know, the other portions of the game right now he's having a tough time with.
Bob Melvin talking about Elliot Ramos and the consistent blunders that you're seeing, not only on the base pass, but also out in left field. Ugh, it's frustrating. But you know what's not frustrating? Getting some MF Doom rejoins on the Murph and Marcus show with Kerry Crowley filling in for Brian Murphy all week long, or I guess until the end of the show today, until we get FP Santangelo on Thursday and Larry Krueger on Friday. And then we'll talk about the doomsday week for the San Francisco Giants with some of our other friends around the building. Because in times like this, you need friends, Kerry. You need someone there for you. You need to talk it out, which is why you can always call into 808 KNBR is a number. We are your therapy session today. If you want to hop on air, talk to myself, Kerry Crowley, or maybe even tune in later today and check in with Greg Silver as he finally makes his return to the airwaves. But let's return to some of those callers right now. And we were just talking about Elliot Ramos and Bob Melvin. So let's use that as a jumping off point for Armand down in Fair Oaks, who has thoughts on Elliot Ramos and also Luis Matos. Armand, what's going on, my man? How we doing this morning? What's your take on the Giants?
Yes, first of all, I love the Latin players. I love the Latin players from the past. And I don't think we even bring that up. I mean, the Alus, I mean, the Baby Bull. And what I want to speak about is Ramos and Matos. We signed Ramos in 2017. We signed Matos in 2018. He has probably gone, they're both through 100 coaches. And you're telling me that they don't know what a pop-up. We have Matos, who we don't know, he doesn't have a position. How can that happen? How can he be hitting 164 and we don't have a position for him? I'm kind of blaming this signing these kids as 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, giving them $3 million signing bonuses, and they don't know how to play baseball. And so it just, you kind of think about it. Some of these kids that are going through high school, they're going through Little League, they're going to T-ball, coaches by their father, they go to high school, they go to college, and yes, they're scared, but they're ready to play baseball. And so that's just my point. I mean, signing Ramos for $3 million back in 2017 and still all those errors. And I just think they just keep pushing these kids on, and they got to get to the major leagues. They got to get to the major leagues. Guess what? They are not five-tool players. So that's my point on that.
Okay, well, here you are, Omar. Let me jump in real quick, and I appreciate the call, and you always checking in. Like, you can't just say these guys don't know how to play baseball. Elliot Ramos is coming off an all-star year. Now, that does not excuse him for the blunder we saw yesterday and not knowing what to do on an infield fly rule. But I also don't think paying him $3 million or whatever the hell it was at 16 or 17 years old has anything to do with that. Because guess what, Armand? I knew what an infield fly rule when I was like 9 years old. You know about this stuff in Little League before you even get the pony baseball carry. So you can't just say it's because you paid him as a teenager, which every organization around Major League Baseball does.
Here's the issue that Armand brought up. He used anecdotal evidence that's the symptom of a bigger, larger scale problem that's haunted the Giants for the last decade plus. You can point to Elliot Ramos. You can point to Luis Matos. You can point to Patrick Bailey. You can point to Tyler Beatty back in 2014. You can point to any highly touted draft pick or any highly touted international free agent. Joey Bart, the number 2 overall pick, who had the game-winning RBI last night for a different ball club. And you can almost always find the flaw in the Giants' player development process. Somewhere along the line in the minor leagues or in their promotion to the major leagues, the Giants have failed these players. Somewhere along the line, they were pushed too soon. They were brought up a level too quickly. This happened to Ramos 3 years ago. This happened to Matos 2+ years ago. Luciano 2+ years ago. Patrick Bailey came up way too soon when he was promoted. This has happened time and time again, which is why I was harping on the point earlier. The Giants can't make this mistake with Bryce Eldridge. They've had talented players in their farm system. They have to ensure develop properly at the minor league level or at the appropriate level before pushing them through the farm system. They need to make sure that they get this right with Bryce Eldridge, because when you bring players up who aren't fully ready, this is true of the players the Giants have drafted. This is true of the players the Giants have signed in the international free agent market. You are failing those players, and it leaves your farm system in a compromised position. And it's why the Giants haven't been able to succeed the way that they did when they brought up a Matt Cain, a Madison Bumgarner, a Tim Lincecum, who did force the issue. Those players earned their promotions to the major league level. Those players forced their way into the picture for the San Francisco Giants, and then were given time to continue developing. The Giants, in too many cases over the last decade, have brought a player up only to send him back to AAA to continue working on their game.
Yeah, and that's why you're hoping the system can at least improve or make some changes moving forward with a guy you just mentioned, Bryce Eldridge, because all those names you just named are great examples. Look at a guy like Elliot Ramos, who last year before the season in spring training, I started talking about him on air, and the text I would blow up, oh, he's a 4A player, he's a bust, he'll never amount to nothing. Well, maybe it's because he was constantly on that Sacramento shuttle, being sent up and then sent down. Same thing happened with Luis Matos. Gets called up, he's NL Player of the Week. A week later, he gets sent down. Now, that obviously has an effect on the development of the guys. Like, even Joey Bart, as an example, when you told him he was going to be your starting catcher, next thing you know, it's Bob Perez behind a home plate in Yankee Stadium. Same thing with David Villar, who represented the Giants at the Futures game, was supposed to be the starting third baseman. Then there's Wilmer Flores over at third base because he was the veteran and he earned it. Now, I know we're going deep into the weeds with a previous and prior regime, but that's one of the points here is why you don't want to screw it up with Bryce Eldridge, because it feels like you actually have something to build around moving forward, and you don't want to stump that development right now when he's still trying to learn how to play first base defensively.
But everyone's going to point to Farhan Zaidi and say this was the issue, but this is true dating back to the Bobby Evans era. This is even true dating back to the Brian Sabean era, the end of the Brian Sabean era, when the Giants made, in my opinion, the right moves. You always push in your chips. You always get aggressive at the trade deadline when you've got an opportunity to win. So the Giants traded prospect capital. But where it left this team entering the 2015, 2016, 2017 seasons is a veteran-laden roster that didn't have prospects coming through the farm system ready to support this franchise. And so what it forced the Giants to do is bring up prospects in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 who weren't quite ready. And where it's left the franchise now is a farm system that still hasn't recovered. They haven't developed well. They haven't drafted well. They haven't found the right international free agents to make a difference. Ultimately, their player acquisition process for the better part of a decade has been flawed at every level.
Yeah, which leads me to believe that at some point you do need to replenish your farm system, which starts with maybe trading a guy like Camilo Doval or Tyler Rogers to maybe go out and get some of these prospects who could be available at the trade block. Let's go ahead and check in with Dave down in San Bruno, who thinks that the Giants should be sellers at this year's trade deadline. Dave, tell us your reason why.
Well, I think, the Giants have the worst record in baseball since the Rafael Devers trade. And if you look at Boston, this is on FanDuel, if you look at Boston, they have the third best record in baseball since the Devers trade, only trailing Milwaukee and Toronto. And the correlation is almost is mirror perfect. The Boston Red Sox are going to the playoffs. They got rid of Rafael Devers, $280 million. They got 2 first-round draft picks. The Giants are not going to the playoffs. They're the worst team in baseball. They took on $280 million in salary. And the run differential is incredible. It's a plus 50 for Boston and a negative 50 for the Giants. So with Devers here for the next 8 years, the run differential is so huge. They will never win. They will always be a 500 team. And this has to go on Buster Posey. Because, see, when the Marlins brought in Barry Bonds as a hitting coach, everyone thought it was going to be so great. It didn't work out. When we brought in Buster Posey, we thought it was going to be so great. It's not going to work out. It's an illogical statement. Just because you played baseball, you should be able to be a president of baseball operations. The ownership group made a huge mistake when they hired Buster Posey, because he was supposed to come in here and hire people. He didn't hire anybody. He just put the same people that were there and re-signed them and elevated them. So Manayasin is Farhan's main guy. and he re-signed Bob Melvin, Pat Burrell, J.P. Martinez, all the outfielder coaches, all the problems that we're having right now, and he elevated Damon Minor, who's been in the minors for 10 years, ruining our hitters. So we're not going anywhere. They have to get rid of Buster Posey. We don't need to see any more. We've seen enough. He's taken on $650 million in salary.
Yeah,
and
Dave,
he has the same record
I'm going to
as
have to cut you
Farhan
off
last year.
just real quick. And I'm not saying leave him on the line. I'll get Dave's response here. But have you seen enough? Has ownership seen enough? Because at the end of the day, it's a business. And I know you're not going to want to hear this, but the Giants have sold more tickets. They've had more sellouts since 2017. So Buster is putting on a better product right now. You can't sit here and look at this year's roster versus the rosters that we've seen over the last couple of years. Dave, are you telling me you'd rather see Lamont Wade Jr. at first base over Rafael Devers?
No, not at all. That's another mistake Buster made. Buster said he's in charge of this roster. If you have any questions, ask him. He started Lamont Wade at first base in the leadoff position. He should have signed Pete Alonso. He messed up. That was the big one. Plus, he has Yaz out there with Bailey and Lee. So they cannot hit left-handed pitching. And then you added Devers, another lefty, to your lineup who's going to be primarily the DH. You are the worst team in baseball. You can't hit left-handed pitching. It's not even good left-handed pitching. It's just mediocre left-handed pitching. And I have to tell you this, the rest of the league has caught up to the Giants. They are very, very easy to pitch against.
Now,
and
Dave,
very easy to defend
Dave,
against.
let me ask you this. Do you think that they're this bad because of Rafael Devers? Like, you keep on bringing up his record, and I agree. The facts are the facts. They are the worst team in baseball since acquiring Rafael Devers. But I'm not saying that Rafael Devers is the reason. You have a different argument. You are saying that he is the reason.
No, not at all. He is not the reason. But when you acquire him for your team, now your team is going to sink because of his liabilities, his injuries, his inability to run, his inability to field.
Yeah, but he also has the ability to hit 30 home runs. We can't sit here every single year and come on these airwaves and talk about, oh, we haven't had a 30 home run hitter since Barry Bonds. The Giants don't have pop. Hell, they came into the season with Jung-Hoo Lee hitting in the 3-hole because they didn't have any power from the left-handed side.
Well, that's okay. You want to let him hit 25 to 30 home runs. That's okay because the rest of the league says it's okay too because they're going to pitch around the guy in front of him to set up the double play. And if he hits a home run, don't worry about it because it's most likely only going to be a solo home run. That's why your run differential is so bad. You cannot score with him. It's not his fault. It's not his fault personally. He can still hit a ball 106 miles an hour to the second baseman, but you're still going to lose, just like Boston was losing with him.
Hey, I hear you, Dave. I like the back and forth. I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves with firing Buster Posey. Like, I would like to show some good faith with a guy that's an all-time Giant and a guy who 2-3 weeks ago we were talking about them being one game back from the Dodgers down in Sunday Night Baseball before going out and making this trade for Rafael Devers. Carey.
Look, guys got a ring. And here's the other thing. Any of us, if we were taking over in Buster Posey's job starting in October of last year, would have looked at this Giants roster and said, what does this team need? A shortstop. Who's the best shortstop available? Let's go get him. It was an easy move for the Giants to go out and say, let's go get Willie Adames because the Giants have struggled for years to find anyone who could take Brandon Crawford's spot. Even in 2019, they were looking at someone to take Brandon Crawford's spot. They couldn't get that done. He comes back, has a tremendous 2021 season. He's an all-time Giant, but the Giants failed for years to develop a shortstop behind Crawford. What else did this team need? A starting pitcher to fortify this rotation. You don't want to lock yourself into someone for the long haul because paying pitchers is very risky. So they go with Justin Verlander. That move has backfired, but I think a lot of us would have made the same move. Also, at the same time, what has every Giants fan called this station for the last decade demanding that this team do? Get a high-profile slugger. What have every call over 10-plus years said? It is get someone who moves the needle. Get a superstar. The best the Giants could do was Rafael Devers. They chased after Bryce Harper. They chased after Aaron Judge. They chased after Shohei Ohtani. At the end of the day, Buster Posey will be judged for his record. But to sit there and say that you wouldn't have made the exact same moves is disingenuous. We all, if presented that move on July 13th, 14th, 15th, whatever it was, would have made that exact same deal in a heartbeat.
Hell, I'd make that same exact deal today if the Giants were 54-54 without Rafael Devers on the roster. I think he's going to be fine over the next 8 years, but will they be fine under the leadership of Bob Melvin and Buster Posey? We'll keep this discussion going. Dave's got the text line popping up, but we also got Peter, Eric, Kevin, and John hanging out on hold. We'll get to your calls next, talking more Giants baseball and the return to the gravitational pull of 500 baseball on the Sports Leader.
Infield fly rule? I mean, are you kidding me? How do you not know that?
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bob, you talk about Ramos. You need him because he's one of your best bats, but could he be better served maybe with a mental blow? You gave Adames time, and then he started whacking the ball around. And even in mid-game, if he does that stuff during a game, do you ever think of taking him out?
It's hard to do for a guy that tries as hard as he does. It's not like he doesn't care, and it's not like he doesn't hustle, and it's not like he's not going out there prepared and working. It's difference for me. We're not swinging the bat very well, and he's one of our biggest bats, so there's a little catch-22 with that. But, he's going to play tomorrow, and we have an off day after that.
The SF Standards John Shea asking Bob Melvin about Elliot Ramos, the decision not to bench him after another base running blunder, which leads us to the questions that Billy Joel is asking right now on the rejoin.
Say Billy Joel?
Billy Joel, Kerry Crowley. Are you a Billy Joel guy? Because I'm a Billy Joel kind of guy. Young Tony, give it to me.
No, Billy Joel, piano man.
Billy Joel, piano man. Because somebody needs to start the fire. Because I don't know if it is going to be Bob Melvin, if it's going to be Matty Williams, if it's going to be Pat the Bat snapping some bats, or if that changes anything. If a rah-rah motivation speech is going to turn this team around, because right now they are trending in the wrong direction. 7 straight losses at home. They've lost 11 out of the last 13 games, and they're back to being a 500 club for the first time since the second game of the season. So today has essentially just been a therapy session on the Murph and Marcus show. Kerry Crowley filling in for one more day. So if you want to ask Mr. Therapist Kerry Crowley your questions, if you want to vent, 808 KNBR is the number, because people have been reacting all day long. I love the fact that the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line is blowing up about all these callers and these, I don't want to throw around the word, fake fans, but hey, that's what the text line is saying about Giants fans calling for the head of Buster Posey not even a full year into his tenure as president of baseball operations. But I understand the frustrations, especially when Bob Melvin has not taken his team to the promised land underneath Buster Posey, or even last year with Farhan Zaidi, which leads to the questions about which direction they're going to head tomorrow with the trade deadline right around the corner. So let's keep it going with the calls this morning, Kerry. We have Eric out in Brentwood who's been hanging out on hold. Who's to blame for the Giants falling back to being a 500 ball club? Eric, good morning. How we doing today?
Good, man. How are you guys doing?
Not too bad, consider the circumstances. What do you got for us on the Giants?
I hate calling for someone's head, and I know we just signed him an extension, but Bomel just seems like he's lost that team. I mean, they're almost unwatchable at this point. I mean, I've been a Giants fan my entire life, and when they were going through the World Series runs and it was the torture and all that, I mean, at least those guys looked like they were out there putting in effort. It's just with Ramos last night, I mean, I about lost my damn mind seeing that happen. Like you said, I knew that as a little leaguer, that the infield fly rule. I just don't get how you're at this point in your career and you don't even know that rule, or he brain farted or something.
Yeah, Eric, I absolutely agree. Like, we can get into the coaching and who's responsible? Is it the chef? Is it the ingredients? Is it the damn restaurant that opened up the restaurant in the first place? Like, there's so many different ways to place blame. And I understand, like, there's been some frustrating moments with Bob Melvin, not just this year, but going back to last year, some of his bullpen decisions, some of his lineups that he's rolling out there. But also, as a player, Kerry, you have to know the damn rule book. It's not like Elliot Ramos just popped up out of nowhere and doesn't know how to play baseball.
There are exceptions for one-time mistakes, just like there are exceptions for great relievers, such as Tyler Rogers, giving up a run or two in a late-inning situation. That happens over the course of a 162-game season. But there are no excuses when you consistently see the same type of mental errors come back to haunt you. This has been happening with Elliot Ramos for the better part of a month. This has been happening at the most important juncture of the season, and this has been happening at a time where the Giants refuse to backfill him by replacing him in the outfield when he makes that mistake during the game, by keeping him in the lineup for today's game, which Bob Melvin said he planned to do. it speaks to a lack of accountability. It speaks to a team that doesn't have the depth to make up for a player's consistent mistakes that put the team in a compromised position. Marcus, we talk all morning long about the free fall that the Giants are in, and Elliot Ramos has been at the center of it because of his inability to make plays that are simply expected of a major league player.
Yeah, I'm with you. And when you see that lack of energy, just lack of focus overall, you can't help but ask the questions about whether or not Bob Melvin and what's going on in this clubhouse. Let's go ahead and check in with John in Discovery Bay, who has a take on Bob Melvin and the Giants getting back to being a 500 club. Morning, John. How we doing today?
Doing good. How are you guys doing?
Not too bad, my friend. How you feeling?
Yeah, hanging in there. I mean, I've been a Giants fan. I've watched this for 50 years, okay? And most of those years have been gut-grinding experiences with few moments of joy in there. The blueprint was set in 2010, 12, and 14. You need good pitching, solid defense, and clutch hitting to win a World Series title, at least the way I've seen it. I mean, I remember Earl Hershiser by himself pretty much taking one of the worst teams I've ever seen to a World Series title. People need to keep in mind that the Dodgers lost 10 games in a row this year, the greatest team ever, according to some people, because they spent crazy bucks. But we need to keep in mind that there are streaks like this. We got to grind our way through it, because I think the pitching, for the most part, and defense, for the most part, can take this team into the playoffs. If there's going to be some changes, I think it needs to be Bomel's, like his assistants and things. He might be ready for a change. He's a loyal guy. So I think that maybe that decision might need to be taken away from him and to put some different people around him. It might refresh him and the team. That's sort of my take on this.
Well, John, I appreciate the perspective. And you're right. It's a 162-game season. Baseball is a marathon, not a sprint. And you're absolutely correct when you say every team goes through stretches, but not stretches like this. It doesn't feel the same, because as bad as they have been, it feels like a completely opposite team than what we saw pre-All-Star break, when we were celebrating the 9 walk-off victories. The fact that this was a gritty team, that you couldn't turn the TV off in a 3-1 ball game because they had the opportunity to battle back. That fight has disappeared, and it's more about the way that they're losing these games, because it feels like they're finding a way to lose the game, and that's why it's so frustrating, because Bob Melvin has won at the big league level before, hasn't won a World Series, but now people are kind of matching those connections together of the overall lack of focus and maybe the lack of leadership.
I think we talked about this earlier this morning, Marcus, but it bears repeating. This season was supposed to be different because of the way that it was set up by Buster Posey, someone who has skin in the game, by Bob Melvin, someone who has skin in the game, played for the Giants. This was the job that he wanted forever. And when you watch spring training, when you watch the month of April, the Giants were a team led by pitching and defense. The Giants were a team led by their core players, and you believed that there was a change that was possible from the last 3 seasons that crushed Giants fans. Watching the way that this franchise was dismantled under Farhan Zaidi, where everything changed, where every core piece of the identity that Giants fans knew about this franchise was altered, folks finally felt like things were getting back to normal, like you were seeing the Giants of old, like this was the team that you could connect with. And then for this team to undergo the catastrophic collapse that it has, this is why this hurts way more for Giants fans than failures in 22, 23, and 24, because expectations, regardless of whether people want to acknowledge it or not, were higher. And they were higher because Buster Posey took over and he set the expectations. And with Buster Posey, there's a connotation of success because that's who he was as a player and who he will have to be as a president of baseball operations.
That's why Buster came back to do the job, is to get back to winning baseball here in San Francisco. But right now, they're not winning games. So, again, we have to figure out, or just sit back and watch and see how Buster Posey is going to approach the trade deadline. It's his first time going through this experience. Yes, he was able to trade for Rafael Devers earlier this year. It's probably going to be the biggest move made at the trade deadline. Hell, weeks ahead of the trade line across all of Major League Baseball. But guess what? It has resulted in a 3-23 record, the worst record in baseball. So as stoic and cool as a cucumber that Buster Posey is, he's got to have to react about what the Giants are going to do, because it was just a few days ago we were hearing reports that the Giants are buyers. They need to go out and get a right-handed bat. Well, come tomorrow, around that trade deadline, they could be sellers, but hey, we'll have a whole day tomorrow with FP Santangelo to break down that topic and whether or not they should be buyers or sellers. But Big Al in Sacramento wants to check in about whether or not the Giants should go up. Actually, let's go to Marco in Santa Clara first, because he's the one that still wants the Giants to bring in a big right-handed power bat. Marco, what's up, my man? How you doing?
Hey, what's happening, man? How you doing? Good morning.
Hey, good morning. How's the 408 doing today?
We're doing good. We're doing good. I'm an optimistic guy. And, these Giants are streaky. I say they, to light the fire under their butt is to bring in a right-handed power bat. Let's go.
All right. Who do you want, Marco? Who do you want?
Let's do it.
Give me a name. Who do you want Buster to go trade for?
Joe, whoever that guy named Joe, I say trade Bruce, the Aldred guy. Let's go. Let's do it.
That's where you got me, Marco.
Trade the
I
farm.
appreciate the optimism and the fire, but it sounds like you might have been lighting the fire on something else today.
Yeah, I've been smoking some pot.
Marco, appreciate the call. We'll keep it moving. Get to Big Al in Sacramento. Big Al, what's your take on the farm system, the scouts, and the overall talent in the Giants system right now?
Yeah, I love your call screener. Listen, I was nothing but management out of college, right? Different line. I won't toot my horn, but I mean, you got to understand it. Listen, it's all fundamental. Ownership, management, they bring the players in. Then the players perform. But if you can't get the right players in, you're in a fool's gold dream. I've been a Giants fan since the mid-'60s. I'm an old horse. I saw the rookies of the year the Giants had out of the late 60s and the 70s. Where's the scouting? Part of that ownership, robust scouting department. We know of other teams, and they're picking kids in, frankly, in Latin America, too. And we had our guys, the Alou brothers, all of that. Where's it at? Where are we not? I'm talking on the bat side, especially, offense. I know we've had some great pitchers come up, but I just don't see it. So it's all fundamental to me. You can say, trade for this and trade for that. Trades usually they can be great if you get the advantage. But this isn't basketball. I played basketball. I know basketball. You only need to get 8 guys, as Pat Riley said, and I can win you a world title. That's not baseball. You can't really win with one or a couple guys. You got to build out a roster. So I have no hope. I'm very sad to say that. I have no hope for this year. We'll see if I want to keep Buster. I want to see what he can do. Give him a year or two. Got to give him a little opportunity. But they got to build that farm system up, and they got to have a scouting department that finds, assesses, and really brings in talent.
You're absolutely right, Big Al. Yeah, appreciate the phone call and you checking in this morning. Big Al, I'm with you. It all comes back down to the farm system, because you can go out, even if you are spending money like the Dodgers and getting a Shohei Ohtani or making a trade for Mookie Betts or bringing in a Freddie Freeman. Guess what? They still surround those superstars with prospects, with talent. You have to build your roster that way. And even if you do have talent stacked up, you're able to use that as leverage and go out there and trade and make those types of moves. Now, we haven't seen that with the Giants. It's something that's always frustrated me here in the Bay Area, especially seeing the Oakland/Sacramento A's. And no, I don't want to compliment John Fisher for tanking the franchise, but at least they've committed to the rebuild, where now you're seeing Nick Kurtz. Now you're seeing Jacob Wilson. Now you're seeing Tyler Soderstrom. Now you're seeing Lawrence Butler. Now you're seeing Brent Rooker. I know he came from a different team, but my point still stands. It feels like they always have the prospects who are coming up and replenishing the system versus the San Francisco Giants, who have been an organization who have refused to take on the label rebuild because they always want to sell tickets and be competitive during those last weekends of the season.
Look, rebuilds don't work. Like, the Houston Astros and Chicago Cubs ruined the traditional sports fans' view of American sports because those worked. 80%, 90% of teams that engage in the rebuilding process are never successful. They're just as bad off 5 years from after the start of their rebuild as they were at the beginning of it. But what you can learn from those situations is that when you hit the right draft picks, when you bring up the young talent, those players replenish your farm system and set you up for long-term success. So what really needs to happen is for the Giants, when they have first-round draft picks, to nail them. Go back to, 2015, when the Giants had Chris Shaw in the first round. Go back to 2016 when, oh, by the way, they gave up their first-round draft pick so that they could go out and sign Johnny Cueto and Jeff Samardzija. Go to 2017 when it was Elliot Ramos and think about what he was doing on the base pass last night. 2018, Joey Bart, a catcher who wasn't cutting at the major league level despite being the number 2 overall pick. Hunter Bishop, 2019, a guy who hasn't made it to the major league level. Patrick Bailey in 2020, subpar offensive catcher. 2021, Will Bednar hasn't made his major league debut. 2022, Reggie Crawford, he's still on the injured list. Bryce Eldridge, the great hope in 2023. He's got to deliver because guess what? They traded their 2024 first-round draft pick. I could go through a decade.
Go off, Kerry. Go off.
A decade. It is drafting and development.
Yep.
It is getting the first-round picks right. You can say you want to rebuild, but if you rebuild, that's committing to first-round draft picks. What gives you the belief that the Giants are going to nail these picks? Because the last decade certainly doesn't give me any belief that they will.
No, you're not wrong. It starts from the top. It's a trickle-down, not trickle-down economics, trickle-down bad baseball, starting from the top, getting those prospects in, getting those prospects out. Got to make this quick because we have Alex Pavlovich coming up in about 10 minutes, and I still see a lot of callers on hold. So let's just go rapid fire real quick. Let's start with John in Oak Grove. John, what's the biggest problem right now with the San Francisco Giants? Going once, going twice, 3 times, sold. See you later, John. Not going to get your take on air today. Let's go up to Folsom and check in with Paul. Paul, what's the problem with the San Francisco Giants? Ty. That's a throwback.
Just keep going. I like this. I like it.
Ty Block. All right, I'm going to throw another hot potato at you. How about Corey up in Oregon? We got Corey going once, going twice. Corey, what's up, man? Tony.
Wow.
You're killing me on the board right now.
It's not me. I promise you it's not me.
Are you sure? Is it John Joe Curley? Because I need somebody to lash out to right now. Now, in times like this, I need a familiar voice. Tell me that Sean from San Rafael is still on hold. He better be on line 3. Sean, bring me some optimism or bring me some hate. I don't care. The choice is yours. What's up, Sean? How we doing today?
What's up, boys? How we doing?
We're doing all right,
There
man.
we go.
Murph is on vacation, and Sean, you know what it's like. You're going to high school. When the parents leave town for a weekend, the boys will play.
Yeah, well, that's not the case with the Giants. This has been a rough stretch recently, losing 5 straight at home. But they just haven't been playing good baseball. This is not winning baseball, and this isn't baseball that's going to cut it, even if it's this year or even over the next few years in October. They need to tighten up. They need to run the bases better. They can't make those mental mistakes like they did in the first inning. You got a real chance to cash in the first inning. They know they can't score a lot of runs, so Ramos has got to get back on that ball and just do his job. I mean, get it to the next guy and, see what happens.
Now, Sean, let me ask you, with your years and years of baseball experience, do you know what to do when there's an infield fly?
Well, I mean, I just kind of almost treat it just like a pop-up because I think the rule is once it hits the ground, it's basically just like it getting caught. So you got to tag back up before you run to the next base. So, I mean, whenever there's a ball in the infield, you should be on the base.
Look at this. Sean from San Rafael knows the rules, but Elliot Ramos does not. Sean, you available to play left field for the Giants tonight?
I don't know. I'll be out there today.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Young Tony and I will be out around the ballpark, so if you see us, come say what's up. Sean, one of our favorite callers down from San Rafael. But let's wrap up the segment with one more call. Jeff in Benicia. Jeff, what's your breakdown on the Giants getting back to being a 500 ball club?
Yeah, I called about this one other time right when it first started happening. But I think that the trade changed the chemistry of the team. In the beginning of the year, if you remember, everybody was saying, it's so great that the lineup never changes. And everybody, when they came to bat, they thought they might be the one to change the outcome of the game. And maybe we're not great hitters and stuff like that, but there was a chemistry. And when Harrison got traded and Devers came in, it just changed everything. Chemistry is a magical thing, and we lost our mojo.
You know what, Jeff? It's hard to disagree with you when you look at the results. They are the worst team in baseball, 13-23 since that Rafael Devers trade. Are you starting to believe some of those Red Sox rumors that maybe he is a clubhouse cancer?
No. Oh. He will hit. Having said that, his numbers of hitting the most extra base hits over the last 5 years, I mean, a lot of we're banging balls up against the green monster, you know what I mean? And was a surefire double, as opposed to home runs and stuff. He's got great numbers, and he will hit, and I think that'll be okay. It's just the overall team chemistry when the little guys, the Matos and stuff, when they came up there, now they have a feeling, well, we're only as good as our last 3 or 4 at-bats, you know what I mean? As opposed to, I can help. My at-bat's going to change this game.
Yeah, I mean, Jeff, you're not wrong. We talked a lot about that team chemistry to start the year, and I thought it was a big reason why they were one of the best teams in spring training, which I know nobody wants to hear about, but it resulted in a 12-4 start, and it seemed like they were playing better baseball. But since Rafael Devers has arrived, I don't know if it's the chemistry. I don't know if it's the culture. I don't know if it's just simply some bad baseball. We'll ask all those questions to Alex Pavlovich next on The Sports Leader.
These Giants are streaky. To light the fire under their butt, I say Trey Bruce, the Aldred guy. Let's go. Let's do it.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We are still giving away 2 4-day passes to the Aftershock Festival at Discovery Park in Sacramento. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win, your chance to go see Rob Zombie. Song is called Let It All Bleed Out. Shout out the Giants. When you hear the cue to call, the number to dial is 415-896-KNBR. And if you're caller number 10, that means you win. It's all brought to you by Danny Wimmer, and you can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
No, Tony, it has not been enough. And yes, I did think about turning my TV off last night watching the Giants lose their 7th straight game at home. They've dropped 11 out of the last 13 games, and now they're back to being a 500 ball club, 54-54 with 54 games to go. Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show. Brian Murphy on vacation, so Kerry Crowley is filling in today, and it's time to talk to Alex Pavlovic on the UMA guest line this morning. And Pavs is not only the great Giants insider for NBC Sports Bay Area, but he's also the author of The Franchise, the San Francisco Giants, a curated history of the orange and black. Pavs, good morning. Thanks for joining me and Kerry this morning. What are you curating lately with the San Francisco Giants getting back to a 500 record?
I think book sales are probably down the last week or two, but yeah, good to talk to you guys.
Yeah, are you seeing any correlation? Like we were talking this morning, who's to blame for the Giants being back to a 500 ball club? Do you think your book had anything to do with it?
It's possible. I think I know. Yeah, I haven't looked up the record. It's probably not great.
Yeah, it's not going in the right direction right now. So let's start with last night's game. They're back to being a 500 ball club. How does this affect the big picture trade deadline breakdown perspective of a guy like Buster Posey and Zach Manassian?
I think it's not as much about as last night as just in general. I mean, going back a month and going back a week. And one thing that stood out to me last night, just looking at the last couple of weeks, is 7 straight losses at home. When they are, I know Kerry said this yesterday, I think, when they are drawing tremendous crowds and it's like 35, 38, 40 every single night. And to play like that at home, I think is really disappointing. I still, today, I'm talked to people today. Obviously, we're coming up on the deadline. I still don't think it's in his nature to sell. But, this is, as far as games against the Pirates in July go, this is huge because having a winless homestand 24 hours before the deadline and potentially dropping another game back in the wild card race. At some point, the math is the math. So I think this is a big one for him.
Alex, I know that both Buster and Bob have reiterated several times over the last few weeks, we have to stay confident in our guys and we have to believe that things will turn around. Is there any part of you that was relatively surprised last night when Elliot Ramos was able to stay in that game after the base running blunder, or the fact that Bob Melvin even said after the game he wants him in the lineup again today? Because to me, I wonder about, the accountability and the message that it sends.
No, I'm not surprised. I mean, look, it's publicly embarrassing a guy at a time when they have a million issues. And yeah. I think you're then signaling out a guy who, look, Elliot he stood up last night to the media when not everybody did and took accountability and said, there's some issues here. He has done that every single time he's made a mistake. It's been in his locker. There have been mistakes. Obviously, in left field, there have been mistakes on the bases. I will also say he puts the work in every single day. I don't think anyone on this team plays harder than he does. There's just mental mistakes. And at the same time, also, one thing that stood out to me last night, and I get the tweets from people, is I was like, hey, you know what? He was on base, by the way, at a time when Giants are not getting on base. So he's doing a pretty good job of that the last couple of weeks now. He is making some base running mistakes, but I think that's unfair to a young kid who was their best story last year, who was one of their best hitters for the first 2+ months of the season, and he's going through it right now. And I think it's the right move to stick with him because he is a foundational piece here, or you hope he is. And to give up on him or to say he's a DH or to say the people who are calling it to, I don't ever say this, but anyone who's calling to trade him is an idiot. Like he is a young guy. He's supposed to be part of the future here. He's going through it. He'll figure it out. I think we didn't see this last year. He actually played a pretty decent center field last year at times. So whatever's going on right now, they just need to work through it. And I think it's the right move to stick with him.
Last night, we saw Rafael Devers start the game with a great defensive play over at first base, but it hasn't been the smoothest transition for him at first base, and it also hasn't been the smoothest transition into his Giants career, Alex. They are now 13-23 since trading for Rafael Devers, which is the worst record in baseball. We've been discussing this morning about how we can explain that. How would you explain it to our audience about how badly the Giants have struggled since acquiring Rafael Devers?
Well, he walked onto what looked, what looks like a really tough situation. So it's I think he came at the wrong time. Now he has not been what they expected. I mean, the OPS is well down from in Boston. I think it's the right move to get him reps at first base because it opens up a lot of flexibility down the line and potentially opens up at bats for Bryce Eldridge later this year or helps you figure out what you want to do in the future. And if you are somebody who's like go and think about 2026 and 27, they need to figure out if Devers can play first base and what that means for their future, or if they have a guy who's a DH for the next 7-8 years. So but he has certainly, I think, and he has told us this, I mean, he hasn't hit as he expected, and that's been a big part of this. They got Adames going, and if they could have Devers going right with him, like maybe some of these games where they're losing by a run, like maybe you flip a couple of those over the last couple of weeks and this looks much better. But it's been slow for him. I don't really know how to explain it at this point because I think early on you could say a lot was thrown at him and he was traded from a place he thought he was going to spend the rest of his career. And there was the back and the groin, but he got the All-Star break and now he, by all accounts, and if you watch him, looks healthier and is moving better. So now it's just a slump and it's a really poorly timed one.
Alex, I wonder about the next few weeks after the trade deadline, regardless of what the Giants do here, if there might be a willingness from Buster Posey and Zach Manassian and Bob Melvin to take a look at some of the younger talent in the organization, whether that means keeping Carson Wizenhunt at the big league level and seeing how he fares, maybe bringing up Grant McCray and getting him some at-bats in right field in place of Mike Yastrzemski. How do you think they'll look at the situation with some of the guys at the minor league level who, maybe facing a point in time where they want to get a look at what they can do in the majors?
Yeah, I think it's completely up to the next 24 hours and whether they decide that they are subtle buyers, subtle sellers, full on sale. Like if you're going to go full sale, like there are multiple veteran position players who are on expiring contracts that you could trade and get something minor back in return and, give more time to Amatos, maybe take a look at Luciano, maybe in the second half, take a look at Eldridge. To your point, Wizenhunt, like give him a real run here, bring Birdsong back at some point and see if he's part of the rotation going forward. So I think there is an avenue to that. It's just a matter of whether they clear out some of those roster spots. Because if they don't, I just don't think we're going to see. I don't think we're going to see younger guys get those opportunities over the veterans who are here, and I think they're going to keep trying to grind out wins if they don't really sell here. So there are a few guys, and I bring up Montes and Luciano in particular because there are these guys you're starting to run out of time here to figure out who they are, and you're starting to run out of options with a lot of these guys. And I think that's part of the equation here is, do you trade some of these guys because in the offseason you probably will have to trade them anyway, or next spring you're going to have to DFA them? Like you don't want to be in the situation they were in with Joey Bard and Mauricio Dubon. So I think that's part of the equation this next 24 hours. And if they do trade some guys away, then you need to look at some of these young guys and figure out if they're going to be part of next year's team.
Jeff Passan had a report this morning that the Giants are listening to calls on back and bullpen arms. The first name that everybody thinks about is Camilo Doval, but I also want to ask you about Tyler Rogers being 34 years old with the numbers that he's put up this season and his impending free agent next year. Do you think either Tyler Rogers or Camilo Doval will be moved before tomorrow's trade deadline?
I would not be shocked by Camilo. I mean, I think it's, you look around and there weren't a lot of late inning arms to trade anyway, and then Clase goes down in Cleveland, and there are always going to be teams that are willing to give up a lot to get a potential closer. And I think they have, it's one place where they do have kind of a ready-made guy in Randy Rodriguez who could step into the ninth and become your closer. And your bullpen takes a hit there, but you are okay in the ninth inning. So that wouldn't shock me. I mean, that may be something that is the byproduct of this last 6-7 days. I would be surprised by Rogers. I mean, he's been here. He loves being here. They love him. Buster likes him. Bob likes him. I think they want him to be here in the future. So maybe there's the Chapman trade a few years ago. Maybe there's a situation where you trade some guys and hope to bring him back in the off season. But I think it's more likely they would just like to go into the off season with him and extend him.
Yeah, I've been saying a Tyler Rogers extension makes so much sense for this team. So we will see what happens with him over the next 24 hours. Alex, obviously you just came out with The Franchise, a tremendous book about the San Francisco Giants history dating back to 1958. If you were to try to sum up the first 108 games of this season in one chapter of the book, what themes would you pick at?
What themes do I pick at?
Yeah.
Sorry, they're testing something at the ballpark here.
Yeah, what themes would you pick at?
Yeah, I think, the offense for me is this goes back to, like, we have these, there was a stat the other day, like runners in scoring position, 0 for 23. And my producer is sitting next to me during the game, and he looks up when was the last time they went 0 for 20, and it was like a month ago. So it's like, and there's like an 0 for 19 as well. So that it's just been the issue basically the entire season, with the exception of a couple weeks early on and some big hits early on from Wilmer. Like, this is just a team that doesn't hit for whatever reason with runners in scoring position. And it doesn't matter if they have 2 hits, doesn't matter if they have 9 hits, they're going to fail in that situation, or they have for months at a time. So that to me has kind of been the killer here. And I think when you look at how many games they've given, how many one-run games where they were just one hit away. And I know there was some frustration the other night from fans who watched Bob say, and like, I really thought in the 9th inning, I think I heard it on your station yesterday. Like, I really thought in the 9th inning they were going to come back. Like, I don't blame him. They were in that situation, and they had David Bednar on the ropes, and just nobody could put one in the gap. So it's kind of been the story of the whole season, where you watch them and you're here, and there's 38,000 people standing, and they're excited, and there's a guy on second, and they strike out. So that's just kind of been what we've watched for a long time now.
Pavs, last thing before we get to tomorrow's trade deadline, we just talked about a couple options the Giants could be selling, but do you think they could actually still be buying at tomorrow's trade deadline? And who are some of the names that you might be hearing?
I think they would like to. I think they would like to get a starting pitcher. I think they would like to get a win today and feel a little bit better heading to New York, and just kind of like put a hole in this plug for a day. And I do know they would really like to get a starting pitcher and add to their rotation. Now, how realistic that is, I don't know. And a lot has, it's one thing to get swept by the Mets, but to have the Pirates come in here and win the first 2 and look for a sweep today, I mean, that does change the way you think about the team a little bit. But I know that last time I checked in with a lot of people, they were still hopeful they could add a starting pitcher.
Last question on the starting rotation, actually. What's the latest you're hearing on Carson Wizenhunt? Your thoughts on his debut, and is there a plan to keep him in the rotation this coming weekend against the Mets?
Yeah, I think we'll see him. I mean, look, they need him, first of all, and you call him up, take another look at him, see. People have to remember the first one out, it's really hard. I mean, you go back and look at the debuts and some early starts for some of these guys who ended up becoming franchise cornerstones. And I think there was some adrenaline there, and you could see the changeup, which is his best pitch, was up early on, and he threw a ton of them. And the Pirates knew what was coming. I mean, there's no hiding anything anymore. They know that his changeup is one of the best in the minor leagues, and they were ready for it. And then I think you saw him made the adjustment and looked pretty good the last 3 innings, and looked like someone who was worthy of more looks. So for me, that's a pretty easy one. I mean, I would run him out there. Depending on what they do before tomorrow, I'd keep running him out there for 2 or 3 more starts and see what he has and see, also for him, I mean, it's a learning lesson, and we'll see if he gets that start in New York, which I think he will. And the adrenaline maybe is not quite as much as it was the other night. We'll see if he can get that changeup down and make that a real weapon, because if he can't, then, I mean, you have to go back to AAA probably and work on some things, but I think he'll be okay. And I think he's somebody, to Carey's earlier point, like, I really think he's at the top of the list of guys that they need to take a look at here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I want to see more of Carson Wizenhunt, but we'll pay attention to what Buster Posey and Zach Manassian do tomorrow at the trade deadline, and if they bring in another arm. Pavs, great stuff as always. Congrats again on the book, and we'll see you later on today down at the
Thank
ballpark.
you. All right, guys.
See you, Alex.
There he is, Alex Pavlovich, one of the best in the game, breaking down the Giants, some of their struggles, and whether or not they will be sellers or buyers at tomorrow's trade deadline. I'll tell you what I'm buying, the cooler of content. It's next on the Sports Leader.
He's back! And now it is a...
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucapacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Ooh, this is a different sounding cooler of content. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the last 30 minutes of the Murph and Marcus show on a Wednesday morning. Kerry Crowley wrapping up his 3-day stint. And in honor of Kerry joining the show, we are giving away tickets right now to go see Rob Zombie at Aftershock, because I told you, young Tony, Kerry Crowley is the first guy I think about when I think Rob Zombie.
I'll probably be the first guy in line. When's the show?
Well, that's it. The show, Stay tuned. I got details because you got to call in right now ahead of Kerry Crowley to be caller number 10 at 415-896-KNBR. And we will take only one winner to win 2 4-day passes to Aftershock Festival. Kerry, that would be October 2nd to October 5th. Mark your calendar and get your reservations ready to go at Discovery Park up in Sacramento. Furnished by Danny Wimmer. Find rules at KNBR.com, and you can hop into the mosh pit with Kerry Crowley during Deftones, Korn, and, of course, Rob Blanken Zombie.
Wow, that's a stack lineup. I'll probably be callers 1 through 9 right now.
I'm still feeling the aftershock.
Marcus, is Jason Aldean going to be there?
Jason Aldean will not be there. He will not be there on Saturday at Levi's, but Morgan Wallen will be there, and I'll be down there as well.
Wow.
I'll be down at Levi's Stadium,
Festival.
but here we are giving away tickets in the cooler of content. But young Tony, that's not the only thing we have in the cooler of content. And usually we try to give you the best and sometimes the worst of the sounds of sports from around the sports world. Well, all politics are local. So let's start with Elliot Ramos, just in case you missed this sound earlier today, because yesterday was one of the biggest base running blunders that I've seen from Elliot Ramos this season, because there's been a few. And this is following up just him running into an out on a Willie Adames dribbler this past weekend. So Elliot Ramos consistently is really just having a case of the yips out there on the base path and out in left field. Here was Elliot Ramos yesterday asked about his mindset and his mentality when he's making all of these mistakes.
All that I have in my mind is I don't want to mess up. And I think that's a wrong thought, you know? And I never struggled in defense like this. So for me, it's like a first time kind of thing, like kind of when you struggle hitting in the big leagues. But at the end of the day, how am I feeling so comfortable at the plate and all that, you know? And not at the easiest part, that is defense. It's just, I just feel like I have been messing up a lot, and it's just got in my head. That's what I think. I just have to let it go and try to get better every day.
See, so this brings up the conversation about whether or not he does need a day off, or if Bob Melvin and Matt Williams need to sit him down on the bench and kind of teach him a lesson, because it sounds like he's in his own head now. And if you're not thinking happy thoughts, if you're not going to your happy place like our friend Happy Gilmore, then you are going to make those mistakes because it's speaking it into existence. You got to dream it, believe it, achieve it, Kerry Crowley. And right now, Elliot Ramos is not doing that.
You know, in listening to Alex Pavlich and his breakdown of the Elliot Ramos situation, switch flipped for me a little bit. He was taking accountability after the game last night. This was an embarrassing moment for him. This was Elliot Ramos making a terrible base running blunder, being seen by Matt Williams out talking to him on the diamond in front of 30,000 plus fans at Oracle Park last night. He knew he made a terrible mistake. Bob Melvin stuck with him, and after the game, he stood there and answered every question from every reporter amid a stretch where the Giants have lost 11 of 13. Fans want accountability when they see mistakes like that. Ramos took accountability. Bob Melvin's reiterating his confidence. Look, if he's going to turn it around, maybe keeping him in the lineup is the best way to do it. Maybe not taking him out and putting Luis Matos out there, because at the same time, as Alex said, this is a team that needs base runners. And Elliot Ramos, at the end of the day, is still getting on base. It doesn't excuse his blunders on the base pass. It doesn't excuse his abilities in the outfield, which have been called into question over the last 2-3 weeks or so, and really over the course of this season haven't been very good. But at the same time, there's something to be said for a young kid making a terrible, terrible mistake that cost his team a huge scoring opportunity and still willing to stand up there and say, I'm sorry, I've got to be better. I know I'm working on this. And look, it's not easy for me. My mentality probably isn't in the best place right now, but I'm still willing to do the work.
Yeah, I like the accountability that Elliot Ramos is talking about. I mean, we even have a second cut if you want to hear it, talking about don't mess up, and how he doesn't want to be the problem. Let's play one more clip from Elliot Ramos before I give my take. Here it is, part 2 on the base running mistakes.
For sure. I mean, every time, it's just a mental battle, you know? And whenever, when I started the season, I felt like I'm the best. I'm the best out there. I'm always doing I'm doing great in defense. I'm trying to cut the ball, get to the ball, get the right route, right? And then whenever you do a couple errors, because they happen, it's not like they never happen, but whenever they're back to back and I just get in my head and I feel like it cost us the game, I feel like it just feels like it's damn, I have to get better. I just have to get better and I just put that pressure on myself.
See, it's the mental stuff. That's what Elliot Ramos is talking about. And I just basically laid it out for you. Like, as an athlete, you can't be going into these situations. If you're a pitcher, you can't be, oh, no, Shohei Ohtani's in the box. He's going to take me deep. Because then guess what? You're going to throw one right over the middle, and he's going to take you deep. But, like, when you're talking about this from a mental standpoint, it also shows a lack of confidence right now. And you heard Elliot Ramos talking about how he had the confidence walking into the season, coming off an all-star year. And, like, that's where when people say Bob Melvin and Matt Williams need to sit him down and have a talk, yes, they need to inspire some confidence in him. Someone needs to look Elliot Ramos in the eye and say, you know how to play baseball. You know what the infield fly rule is. You were just an all-star next year. You're one of the building blocks moving forward for this franchise. But when you don't have the confidence, when you're thinking about messing up, it reminds me a little bit of the other night where we saw Jung-Hoo Lee drop down a bunt with the bases loaded because he didn't want to roll over and ground into a double play to end the inning. Like, you can't have that mentality as an athlete, the fear of failure already being in your mind before it happens.
And we talk about the best possible ways for the Giants to turn their season around, to play compelling baseball moving forward, to play entertaining baseball moving forward, and to end this dismal stretch that has cost them a real legitimate shot to be true buyers before the trade deadline. Look, Alex said they may make marginal upgrades. They may still pursue a move. They could sell as well. There's a wide variety of ways that they could go. But one thing that we know, when the Giants were at their best this season, Marcus, Elliot Ramos was at his best. He has the ability, when he's hot, when he's playing well, to carry a ball club. The Giants need to somehow, some way, get that confidence back instilled in him. You said it. I totally agree with you. And I just wonder how quickly they can make that happen.
Yeah. Also, Pav said this about Giants fans who are thinking about trading Elliot Ramos.
I don't ever say this, but anyone who's calling to trade him is an idiot. Like, he is a young guy. He's supposed to be part of the future here. He's going through it. He'll figure it out. I think we didn't see this last year. He actually played a pretty decent center field last year at times. So whatever's going on right now, they just need to work through it, and I think it's the right move to stick with him.
I just love the fact that Pavs is going full Bruce Bochy on us.
I'll say he's an idiot.
I'll say he's an idiot.
Was that about Hector Neris? Who was that about?
You know, that's a great question. I kind of took this board on from Cope, so he had it on the board before. So I don't know the origin story, the behind the scenes.
Don't worry, Copes and Derek will probably spend an hour telling you the origin story today.
I'm sure, yeah. That's what they do on Dirty Work. But also, we can talk about what if they traded Elliot Ramos. Would it be one of the worst trades in MLB history? Would it be compared to Luka? I'm setting something up here, Kerry, all right? I'm setting something up here.
This is a big stretch.
I'm trying to transition into Luka Doncic being traded from the Dallas Mavericks to the LA Lakers. And no, it's not comparable at all, but we do have Luka in the cooler of content. And I'm going to segue myself right over to this story because there was Luka last night who's looking trim, by the way. If you haven't seen him, he's on the cover of Men's Fitness magazine. So here he was just a few days ago out in the Bronx, hanging out with Aaron Judge in the booth on the Yes broadcast, talking to Michael Kay about his new body, who it is. It's Luka, and how maybe he might send over a copy of that magazine to Mark Cuban and the Dallas Mavericks.
That deal was made, the Mavericks got a lot of criticism regarding it. And then they start to leak out stuff, well, we don't know if he's ever going to be in shape. You should mail him a copy of the Men's Health magazine.
They probably saw it, so I don't have to worry about that.
They probably saw it already. Have you seen Luka on the cover of this Men's Health magazine?
I have. Ooh. Dude's looking like he's in incredible shape. If you're any other Western Conference team, this is not what you want to see.
No, if you're a Warriors fan, this is not what you want to see. Hell, if you're a Laker hater like I am, this is not what you want to see. I'm still frustrated with the fact that Luka got to the Lakers without the Dallas Mavericks shopping him around, but they shopped him around because they were upset that my guy was out here drinking beers, after taking the Dallas Mavericks to the NBA Finals just a few years ago. But hey, Luka's a little chubby now, so the Dallas Mavericks had to move on.
I mean, it's crazy that the Dallas Mavericks make this trade. It's still, to me, one of the most under-discussed stories. The Dallas Mavericks make this trade, and somehow, some way, with fewer than 3% odds, they land Cooper Flagg in the draft.
Yeah, dude.
Like, this is the all-time David Stern move from Adam Silver.
Yeah, see, I'm with you with the conspiracy theories, but it feels like everything is falling into the laps of the Dallas Mavericks right now, whether it's Cooper Flagg or Meg Thee Stallion with Klay Thompson. Falling right into his lap. And I'll end it with that riff because on the other side, we will close out the show before we welcome in Greg Silver in his 2-year hiatus. Seems like this kid just turned 21 since the last time he was on air. So Greg Silver will take care of you for the next 4 hours, but we will wrap up the show.
4 hours?
2 hours.
Bro, he's got an hour 45 before
That's
Giants
it.
pregame starts right here at 11:45 on these airwaves.
That's it. Greg Silver will have your award-winning Diamond Notes, and young Tony and I will head down to go drink a beer with Sean from San Rafael. We'll close out the show next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Swing, and there's a high pop-up right out in the middle of the infield. The infield fly rule is called. The ball drops, but he was already out. Now the throw to second, and Ramos must have forgotten about the infield fly rule. He was off the bag. They picked it up. They threw to second, and he was easily out. Man, that is horrible base running.
Oh, what the hell? What the helly? Tony, you won't believe this. We have MLB Network on the TV in the studio right now, and it synced up perfectly with that call of Elliot Ramos not fully understanding the infield fly rule, which I believe might lead us to what did young Tony learn today. But we do got to put a bow on the show since it is Kerry Crowley's last day waking up at 4:30 in the morning, coming in and giving hot takes at 6 a.m. Day 3 of you filling in for Murph. Always a pleasure sitting down and talk a little ball with you, Kerry.
Always a pleasure, and I appreciate the folks on the text line who put up with me for the last few days, because there were some folks on the text line who also felt, and I've known this, I've hosted here for 9 years, that I speak too fast. I get that. I get that often. I'm not for everyone. A lot of you like to listen to podcasts in 1.5 speed. I talk in 1.5 speed. But you know what? I'm here to give my Giants takes.
See, that's the thing. Don't even worry, because most of this audience has to deal with Murph and I every day.
Ryan Murphy, famously slow talker.
Yes, he'll slow it down for you. He's a big NPR kind of guy. He'll slow down everything for you, but I can only imagine what's going through the brain of Murph right now while he's on vacation trying to watch some Giants baseball. And spoiler alert, he might be heading over to Dodger Stadium soon. 808 KNBR has Murph turned into a full-flown trader. No, I'm joking. Calm down, Murph Army. He will not ever become a Dodger fan, but who knows? It could be something that young Tony learned today.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
Ah, yes. What did young Tony learn today? Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Well, we just played, who is it, Rob 49 on the rejoin? What the hell? What the helly? Yeah. What the Elliot Ramos? Because I think we all learned last night, or maybe we all knew this before last night, what the hell an infield fly rule truly means. And maybe it's not even young Tony figuring out what it means, because, Tony, it feels like each and every day we're trying to put you on game and teach you about the ways of baseball. But I got to ask you, do you know the infield fly rule?
Yes, indeed, I do. By the way, I was watching the Yankees game yesterday. Anthony Volpe, shout out Anthony, just a great name as well. He actually tried to play a little trick on the Blue Jays, I think they were playing. He basically tried to drop the ball to try to get the guy off second base, try to get him out. Basically what Elliot Ramos was caught doing yesterday. So, yes, I do know about the infield fly rule. So does Sean and San Rafael. Unfortunately, Elliot Ramos maybe had a little blunder. He's under a lot of pressure right now. He's making a lot of, mental errors. But what did Elliot Ramos learn today? You can't get off the bag on the infield fly rule.
Yeah, you can't have blunders like that. I saw the Volpe play also, and you do maybe have to give a little bit of credit to Cabrian Hayes for letting that ball drop and taking advantage of a young and reckless Elliot Ramos. But yeah, Elliot, if you're listening, because I know they are right now as they warm up and take batting practice, they're always blasting Murph and Marcus in the clubhouse before. If Sean and San Rafael knows the infield fly rule, if young Tony knows it, Elliot Ramos has to know it as well, Kerry Crowley.
No doubt about it.
Yeah. Well, that wraps up a frustrating day here on The Sports Leader. Appreciate everybody calling in and treating this as a therapy session. But since we still have a few minutes left, Kerry, your final predictions for tomorrow's trade deadline. Will the Giants be buyers or will they be sellers?
I think you will see a mix of marginal moves. And what I mean by that is you will see them bring in someone who either A, can help take down some right-handed bats in the outfield where they just need to be able to give Mike Yastrzemski and Jung-Hoo Lee more days off. I don't know that they fully trust Luis Matos right now. So Jim Bowden said yesterday to us that the Giants were looking for a big right-handed power bat. I don't know that it's the traditional power bat that you might think of. I don't think it's Eugenio Suarez, who's playing third base and has got more than 35 homers this season. I think it's probably someone who has power potential, who just hasn't had a great season, who won't cost you much in the prospect market. I could see them bringing in a starting pitcher to help fill that gap in the rotation right now that's been left by Landon Roop landing on the injured list and Hayden Birdsong down at AAA Sacramento. We were throwing out the name during the break. Hey, Rich Hill just got designated for assignment. I don't think they're shopping at the top of the market. You're not looking at even like an Adrian Hauser right now. A few days ago, we were talking Merrill Kelly. You're not looking in the middle of the market if you're the San Francisco Giants. You just need someone who can cover innings. At the same time, if they get compelling offers on Camilo Doval, on Tyler Rogers, I could absolutely see the Giants trading from an area where they believe they have strength and then promoting from within inside the organization to get a better look at some of the arms who they feel confident in and could contribute to a 26 or a 27 bullpen. So you could see some names that you don't necessarily know joining the organization, and you could see some long-tenured members of this Giants bullpen on their way out of the organization. To me, that's what makes the most sense. A few moves, but not necessarily headline grabbers.
Some moves on the margins. I'm with you. I think we will see a bit of selling. I think they could move on from Camilo Doval, especially, I know he has a couple years of arbitration left, but guys like him and even Tyler Rogers who are heading towards free agency, try to get some value and recoup and try to replenish that system. But also real quick, one other topic that I wanted to bring up to you that we didn't have a chance to dive into is this Bryce Harper, Rob Manfred story of Rob Manfred coming down to the clubhouse in Philadelphia, or at least the Philadelphia Phillies clubhouse, and him asking questions about the salary cap and Bryce Harper going up to his face and telling him to get the blank out of the locker room. Now, here's something that we need to keep in mind. It sounds like we're heading towards a holdout in 2027. Do you think maybe that potential holdout could affect the trade deadline because teams might be hesitant to trade for somebody whose contract expires in 2027 or even beyond because they could lose out on a potential value or a year or two of having that player's protection?
I don't necessarily think so because traditionally speaking, the trade deadline is an opportunity for teams that are going at it in the playoffs this season, potentially next season, to add to their roster. So I don't think a 2027 lockout that could be on the horizon between the Players Association and the, of course, MLB ownership would influence teams like the Mets, the Brewers, the Cubs, the Dodgers in the National League and their decisions. I think that each of these deals are made on a case-by-case basis. And so if you're thinking about Camilo Doval, one of the main reasons that you want to acquire him if you're a contender is for the opportunity to him take down innings this October and maybe even next October for you. It's not about, hey, we're thinking 3-4 years down the line. The teams that are thinking 3-4 years down the line are traditionally the sellers.
Yeah, you ain't wrong about that, and you ain't wrong to know that the Murph and Marcus Show is sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think, and we're close to wrapping up the show. And with everything we've said today, are the Giants going to win a ball game with Logan Webb on the bump?
They better, right? I mean, this team hasn't been under 500 all season. This is the first time they've been at 500 since they were 1-1 against the Cincinnati Reds at Great American Ballpark way back in the month of March. Logan Webb has been the stopper historically for this rotation. He's coming off of 3 bad starts. If this team turns things around, Webb will play a huge part of that. So he historically has been one of the best pitchers in the Giants organization's history at Oracle Park, a better ERA at home than Lincecum, than Kane, than Bumgarner. He's facing against a Pittsburgh Pirates team that, look, has beat the Giants the last 2 nights, but doesn't have a robust offense. If the Giants are ever going to turn things around and ever get back to their winning ways, it's probably got to start with this team's best leader in Logan Webb.
Yeah, it's got to be Logan Webb. He's got to lead the charge today, but also you're going to need more than 2 hits like we saw yesterday, but luckily for the Giants, not a left-handed pitcher on the bump today. It will be a righty that they are facing off, and that game, of course, starts at 12:45, which means first pitch will be at 12:45, but pregame starts at 11:45. Greg Silver is back. He'll get you the award-winning Diamond Notes. He'll be joined by John Dickinson for the next couple of hours, getting you ready for Giants baseball. We will have FP Santangelo in studio tomorrow to break down the Giants' perspective at the trade deadline, and Larry Kruger on Friday, filling in for a week of Murph on vacation. Kerry Crowley, my friend, once again, thank you for joining us this week.
Thank you, Marcus. Thanks for having me, and as always, thank you, young Tony, John Joe Curley. You guys made my life easy here. And thank you to all the listeners for putting up with me with no Murph over the last few days.
That's it. And the listeners know when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on, we can fix that. And Greg Silver and John Dickinson can fix the Giants next.
Infield fly rule? I mean, are you kidding me? How do you not know that?
Farhan Zaidi coming from the Dodgers, going to the Giants, coming back to the Dodgers. Are we not talking about that this was a sabotage?
These Giants are streaky to light the fire under their butt. I say trade Bruce, the Aldred guy. Let's go. Let's do it.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
He's back! 3-2 pitch. Adames hits a high drive, left center field. Pham back, Pham at the wall. Gone! Add another one to that total. Willie Adames goes deep. His 16th home run of the year. And the Giants take a 1-0 lead.
It's both lost tonight as there's a shot deep into left field, way back there. It's gone. A fastball, and Pagero launches it to tie the game. Here is Ke'Bryan Hayes, and a ground ball to the right side. Far to his left goes Schmidt. Now there's nobody at first base. He throws the ball and hits the runner. Oh, my God. Now the 1-2 pitch. Ground ball into left field, base hit. Gonzalez scores. Pham to third. He'll hold on there as Elliot Ramos charged the ball into shallow left. Threw it into the cutoff man, Chapman. And Joey Bart, against his old team, knocks in the go-ahead run here in the 8th inning. Giants are down to their final strike. The 2-2 pitch. And did he swing? And the ruling is made by the plate umpire, Baloo himself, on a slider. The Pirates bullpen retires 12 in a row. The Giants never got anybody on base against the Pirates bullpen.
Oh, that was just disgusting last night. But appreciate young Tony and Walter for a nice little rejoin. Little supersonic. Give me gin and tonic. Give me something for the Giants right now because they need a lot of medicine. It is really good to be back here on The Sports Leader. Greg Silver, John Dickinson, who has been holding down the fort with Larry Kruger. So big thank you to them. And JD is going to be here with me all week. As much as I would like to be all sunshine and rainbows and feeling refreshed, and look, I am going to bring some positive vibes. But if we're going to start the show talking about the San Francisco Giants, it is tough right now for the orange and black. In my time off, they went 2-9. Landon Roop is on the IL. Elliot Ramos has made more base running errors than the Giants could get hits in last night's game. They are 0-5 on the homestand, and they face being swept by the Pittsburgh Pirates at home later this afternoon. Pregame going to start at 11:45, so we got a quick one for you. JD, appreciate all you've done to fill in the last couple of weeks. How are you, my man?
I'm doing all right, but yeah, the Giants need a win, and in addition to everything you mentioned, you've got the trade deadline looming, which I think is the number one story, even beyond the 13-25 here after they got to 41-29 back on June the 13th, their high mark of the season, and 13-23 since the Devers trade, all those things. But the trade deadline, as I look at it, is, and I'm pretty good at that clock math, 29 hours away tomorrow at 3 p.m., a little under 29 hours away. And so much of the conversation the last couple of weeks, Greg, has been look to add, buy, try to improve this roster that Buster Posey clearly had stated repeatedly that he believes in, and now the one thing that maybe could turn the Giants from, I don't want to say hard sellers, but buy, maybe a team that looks to buy and sell, or at least is a little bit more open-minded toward making a trade where somebody would be subtracted from the active roster among a productive player. It seems like for the first time they're actually open to that because it's gotten so bad here since those final couple of days before the All-Star break. And then, wow, I mean, just woof, getting swept by the Jays, You come back, you take 2 of 3 against the Braves, but they don't have a win since.
I said on the show with Papa a while back, the old saying of baseball, you're going to win 54, you're going to lose 54. It's how the other 54 shake out. Well, guess what? We are 2/3 of the way through the season. They have won 54 and they have lost 54, and it is not trending in the right direction whatsoever. So we'll see if they fall below 500 for the first time all season later today, but they are at the 500 mark for the first time since March 29th when they were 1-1 in that opening series in Cincinnati against the Reds. So there is no way to sugarcoat this right now. And I know that you and Krug have been at the front lines of just going day by day as they continue to lose 5 out of 7, 6 out of 8. Here we are at 2-9 since the All-Star break, and they lost the last 2 to the Dodgers, leading right before that. So 808 KNBR is the number. I missed you all. I want to hear from you. Is there a fix for the second or the last third of the season, I should say? And who does the slide fall on? Bob Melvin getting a lot of heat. Elliot Ramos getting a lot of heat for that base running blunder. In fact, the lineup top to bottom just can't seem to hit, and you're starting to see how flawed this team is when a couple of arms get injured and a couple of pitchers start not pitching like themselves. Logan Webb is going to have a chance to get his 5th and final start in the month of July, a month that has not been kind to him whatsoever. And JD, I think when we all did the math and the win predictions at the start of the season, and then looking at post All-Star break, how many games will the Giants have to win if they want to have a shot at the playoffs? Look, you can always play the schedule game, but the bottom line is they're not playing like a good baseball team by any means. And so it's not just the fact that they had this nice buffer of games over 500 and they got off to a really hot start. They've now lost all of that buffer in the same way that, and we do this with Dubs OT all the time, well, the Warriors got off to that 12-3 start, and it was great, right? But what did they do in their next 15 games? Oh, they went 3-12, and all of a sudden it was an uphill battle and an uphill climb. So the Giants have a long way to go in the season. It is not time to act like it is entirely over, but we got to be real in that this is a very uncompetitive team right now, and they are not showing a whole lot of signs of life, even with some of the roster guys that they have, even with some of the guys like a Willy Adames, say, who have been picking it up in the last month, but the team around them and the depth that they have, not doing it.
They're just finding different ways to lose, even as some of the guys who were struggling maybe earlier in the year when they were winning more have started to figure it out. It's just different. It's just different ways. And I think you look at the final 54 and you can say, all right, this team's on pace to win 81 games. And maybe that's within the realm of what somebody could have expected at the beginning of the year. The reality is the expectations changed when this team was off to the 8-1 start, when they were 41-29 on June the 13th, when they 2 days later go out at 10 over 500 and acquire Devers. I mean, to have the worst record in the majors, as we talked about yesterday when Krug was sitting in, the worst record in the majors with Rafi Devers on the team. I mean, how do you explain that? But with 54 to go, I think the most alarming aspect, and Matt Chapman discussed it a couple of days ago after his 2-homer game against the Mets when the Giants got swept on Sunday Night Baseball, they do still have a lot of games to go against the teams that they're battling with, the Cardinals and the Padres, specifically in that wild card race for the 3rd spot. But this team is not right now trending to be a 500 team. You could say 54-54 with 54 to go, trending to be 8. They're trending to be worse than an 81-win team because you look at where they were and where they've been here. I mean, the last 38 games, they are 13-25 from 12 over all the way back to that 500 mark with exactly 1/3 to go in the season.
Yeah, you have some new faces. You got a new front office in this year, but kind of similar to where they were at this point last year, record-wise and everything. And I think the old 500 stain is something that Giants fans are used to in some recent years, and it's not a place they want to be after getting off to such a hot start. The lineup is out today, so pregame going to start at 11:45 right here. First pitch on the Sports Leader at 12:45. Elliot Ramos leading off in left field. Rafael Devers hitting second. He will be the DH today. Willy Adames third. Matt Chapman hitting fourth. Dom Smith will be playing first base and hitting in that 5 spot. Jung-Hoo Lee at 6. Casey Schmidt at second base will be hitting 7. Mike Yastrzemski getting the start in right field at 8th. And then Patrick Bailey will be behind the plate on a day game, hitting in the 9 spot. And, of course, Logan Webb on the mound. So 808 KNBR, the number once again. I see the phone lines lighting up. That is great news. We want to hear from you. Gonna talk a lot of Giants. John Shea of the SF Standard will be joining us at 10:50, and also get a little bit of Jonathan Kuminga talking there because guess what, Walter? Even with some of my time off, surprise, surprise, not much has happened there on that front. It's Papa and Silver with John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
All right, I'm happy to be back, even though the Giants went 2-9 in my absence since the All-Star break. Trade deadline tomorrow at 3 o'clock Pacific. Is there a fix for this team? Is there a way they can buy, or do they just have to sell? 808 KNBR, dial it up. I missed you all.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver with John Dickinson rolls on. What's taking you up to 11:45? Giants pregame trying to avoid going 0-6 here on this homestand and getting swept by the Pittsburgh Pirates. And we are brought to you by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Walter's trying to make me distracted as possible when doing a sponsor by getting a little Oasis in here, which was just fantastic. JD, we're going to go out to the phone lines in just a bit, but want to just sort of reset the conversation here with the trade deadline coming up tomorrow, the Giants playing incredibly inept offensive baseball, and starting to see that, yeah, they always were a flawed team, and when they're not pitching perfect out of the bullpen or when their starters aren't giving a consistent 5-man rotation out of the year, things can go south real quickly, and that's kind of what we're seeing here.
And the question now is, what do they do with the trade deadline less than 29 hours away tomorrow, 3 p.m. Pacific? Does the last week and a half or the last month and a half change the calculus for Buster Posey as to what they look to do? Because I think as recently as even 2 days ago, I would have said, continue to look to add. You have this group of keepers that I think you can look at pretty clearly. That is, this regime's players that they've tied themselves to. Willie Adames, obviously Devers, Matt Chapman, and then you can kind of look around the diamond and look at areas where I think this team can improve, and also look at areas where some of the players that are out there are not guys that were brought in by this regime, prior regime guys, and I think you typically look for front offices to try and maybe move off of the underperforming player that wasn't really the player that they acquired or at some point carved out a role for. But everything, I think, has the potential to change. And the big news of the morning was the reports that the Giants are, in fact, listening on their relievers. Mm-hmm. So the first subtle shift toward, could the Giants maybe not hard sell, but look to sell a Camilo Doval or a Tyler Rogers specifically to look to bring some offense back in terms of maybe a controllable player that would plug in and be a starting player in the outfield or potentially at second base, or hell, maybe even catcher. We had Susan Slusser on yesterday.
I listened to that one. I was like, oh.
At the very end, she kind of steered without giving too much away, maybe look at catchers that could be available. So right field, second base, catcher, I think. And they do have a spot, I think, for a DH, a potential DH if Devers is going to be playing more and more first base, although he is the DH in the lineup today. So that's the big question here, I think, with the trade deadline looming tomorrow. Does the last week change the way the Giants are going to look at this thing now? Because they're falling out of the race. I mean, you can get back in it, and they've got games with the Padres, and they've got games with the Cardinals ahead. They're done with Cincinnati. But you can get back in it, but this team is trending in the wrong direction. They're 5 out. I mean, 5 out is a lot once you get to August 1st. Anytime you're more than about 3.5 out on August 1st, you're in a major danger zone. So if this thing gets to 6.5, and the Mets went down to San Diego and the Padres, it's been a completely different story. The Padres have beaten them the first 2 games of that series. So they're just looking like the more formidable and better team.
808 KNBR, the number to chime in. Scarecrow, Dan, Wayne, Mike on the phone lines. I miss getting to talk to all of you out there, even if the emotions are a little bit hot here with the Giants, which is understandable. 2-9 since the All-Star break, not going in the right direction whatsoever. Let's start with Scarecrow in Sacramento, who wants to talk about the play that kind of just put a sour taste in all of it last night. First inning, Elliot Ramos on the base path. What's happening, Scarecrow?
If I have to watch Elliot Ramos go through the trouble of running the bases with his head stuck in an orifice someplace I think I will lose my mind. I grant you, he has a bat, which gets him in the lineup. Terrific. He's not a plus outfielder. And right now, with the way the Giants are playing, Babe Ruth could be over on top could be on the trade wire, and I don't think it would do a damn bit of good. When you're standing there watching an infield fly get caught and you are 20 feet off second base and somebody's already called the infield fly rule and you stand up there like your feet are literally stuck in concrete, I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, Scarecrow, I'm fully with you on that one. And that's actually going to bring me to a point I wanted to get to at some point before the game today. Appreciate the call. 808 KNBR, Scarecrow in Sacramento, fed up with Elliot Ramos. And what was an inexcusable fundamental error? JD, on the show, when we got to the first third of the season, so we're breaking it up in the cluster of 54s, right? I gave the Giants an A- through the first 54 games. And some people out there crushed me for it. And that's fine. The A- wasn't about that I thought they were some bona fide short list World Series contender. It was the fact of what the expectations were, where they stood in their division, where they stood in the National League, the fact that they were winning a lot of games through fundamentals and a lot of clutch play. Well, guess what? If I'm going to give them a grade for the next stretch of 54, we're going to go with an F+. You know why? Because that averages out to a C, which is average, which is 500, which is exactly what they are, which is what Giants fans of the last few years have become so familiar with. Take out the year of 2021, of course. And fast forward to now. They are not opportunistic. They've shown some brutal fundamental mishaps, and it's become apparent just how thin their bench is because a couple of injuries and a few pitchers going through slumps, and all of a sudden any deficit feels insurmountable. So if I'm going to say A- for the first 54, we are going to go F+ for the next 54 because 54 and 54 is exactly where we sit. And we're just looking at a team that is simply not even close to competitive right now.
I mean, how do you get worse after you get Devers? And I know we've talked about it before you went on vacation, the fact that this team was overachieving when they were 41 and 29. I mean, that's just reality. And I do think they were due to regress. They were so dependent on winning just weirdly bizarre, strange little league home run, walk-off error, the one-run games. But they were for a team that is inherently completely unclutch, right, with runners in scoring position and all that after the first month of the season. Basically, they've been kind of clutch for an extremely unclutch team, right? They find ways to win games late. I think they had 21 one-run wins 4 weeks ago. Now they've had one basically, I think, since in the last 3 weeks, and that means that they've completely stopped winning those games. They've played fewer of them. They haven't lost a lot of them, but the ones that they've played, they would have won Saturday night against the Mets when they come up and were hit with a little bit of bad luck in the ninth inning with Jung Hoo Lee's ball that would have been a home run and the ball that Bailey smoked that Pete Alonso ended up snagging. They would have won one of those games. They would have won one of at least the last two games, right? Somebody would have hit a 3-run homer last night after a catcher's interference and a walk and an error, and then somebody would have hit a 3-run homer last night and they would have won. Like that they were doing that early, but they were so dependent on it that once that has gone away and once the elite pitching has not quite been as elite, Logan Webb with 4 straight, I think, subpar starts for him. We'll see what he's got today. Robbie Ray has been mostly still really good, but he's, I think, dipped a little bit. And the bullpen has not been as dominant. Randy Rodriguez has not been completely lights out, obviously, as we saw on Sunday. So all the little things on the margin, they were due to come back a little bit, but they believed that going and getting Devers was going to mitigate some of it, and it hasn't mitigated any of it. It's just been a complete free fall. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, I think that what I want to hear is from the rest of our callers as well, because I think there's a lot of strong opinions on the phone lines as well. So Dan, Wayne, Mike, 808 KNBR, if you would like to join the conversation. Let's go out to Dan in Danville. talk a little trade deadline, which, it's going to be a big topic here over the next 28 hours or so. What's up, Dan?
Hey, fellas, great show. Oasis is the best band in the world with the best songs.
That's right. I already like Dan. What's going on?
You know, but the Giants have the worst record in baseball since the Rafael Devers trade. And that was when Buster Posey said, hey, it's go time. It's not go time. It's go down the toilet time right now. Because with the Giants having the worst record in baseball, the Boston Red Sox have the third best record in baseball, only behind the Milwaukee Braves and the Toronto Blue Jays. So Boston hit a home run with their trading Devers over to the San Francisco Giants. Their front office got an A+. Buster Posey got an F for that trade. And Boston is going to the playoffs. They're in line to make the playoffs right now. The Giants are spiraling out of control. And, you know, the run differential is a +50 for Boston and a -50 for the San Francisco Giants, according to FanDuel. So I don't see the Giants doing any better next year or the next 5 years or 7 years with Devers because the run differential is just too intense. So with that being said, you know, I think the ownership messed up because they thought since Buster Posey played on a world championship baseball team that he would be a good president of baseball operations. Well, they messed up big time because he is not a good president of baseball operations. Right now, he looks like the worst president of baseball operations in baseball, and the ownership would do good to fire him now. Don't let him do this for no 4 more years. Do not let him be our leader for no 4 more years because we can't take it. There's no way if the Red Sox are going to be able to sign Cal Raleigh now. We cannot sign him now. And why would Cal Raleigh come to
Hey, Dan, we're going to jump in here. We got a couple more on the line. Appreciate the call. Dan and Danville.
Same call, different day. Dan and Danville.
You had Dan?
Same call yesterday, same call Monday, same call, different day. Look, you can't evaluate Buster Posey off of 2/3 of one season. Again, and it's not like they've taken any step back dramatically from what they've been the last 3 seasons either. But again, there are definitely more moves that need to be made.
Yeah, look, it's fair to say that the Giants have been incredibly disappointing here in the second stretch of 2025. But as far as analyzing the long-term results and finalizing a grade on the Rafael Devers trade or Buster Posey's job as president of baseball operations, we're a long way away from doing that. Now, that's not to say that we can't be having those conversations in the next 2-3 years, depending on how this all shakes out. But as bad as it is right now for the Giants, Rafael Devers, he has not performed up to expectations. He's also not the center of the problem. And Buster Posey and making that move is not the center of the problem. Hell, I would make that same trade for the same package. I would do it again today to this point. But I can understand the frustration, but we are so far away from analyzing the big picture of this trade, Rafael Devers' future in a Giants uniform, and Buster Posey in this role.
Well, we have to see how this season ultimately ends. I mean, we have to see what they do here in the next 28 hours and 31 minutes. And, you know, do they add, do they subtract from an area of strength, maybe the relievers to look to add? And we got to see how this thing ends up. If they wind up not making the postseason, that's going to be a disappointment, but especially considering where they were in the middle of June. But I also think this team is going to be in better position to be a good team in 2026 for having Rafi Devers on the roster. Again, we can go through it. I know we're up against it, so we'll save it for the next segment and future days here. But I think it's pretty clear not to put the blame necessarily on some of these players that I'm going to mention, but I think it's pretty clear who they're building around and who maybe they're looking to upgrade from.
Yeah, no question.
Got to let them do it.
808 KNBR to join the conversation. Wayne and Mike, we'll get to you coming up here in just a bit. And then John Shea going to be joining us at 10:50. It's Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader.
It is nice to be back so that I can tell you about the Dolan Law Firm and ask you, did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area and some not even in California? Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they're based right here in the Bay Area, and they have been for more than 25 years. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys who are fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, children around us, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. But you can feel confident if you need the helping hand that you're in the best of them with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements. That's right. New day, same billion with a B. You don't have to pay anything up front, no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Greg and Greg, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, John Dickinson filling in. We're going to be out at Levi's tomorrow for a little 49ers training camp action today. We are keeping it short and simple on the San Francisco Giants. By the time we talk a little Niners tomorrow, we might have some information about whether or not this was a sweep. And hopefully for the Giants' sake, they don't go 0-6 here on the homestand. John Shea is out at Oracle Park getting ready to hear from Bob Melvin in the dugout. He's going to be joining us coming up in about 15 minutes. But right now, we want to continue hearing from all of you. Wayne and a couple of different mics on the lines. 808 KNBR, that's 415-808-5627 to join the conversation and give Walter a call. Let's go out to Wayne all the way out in Virginia. Wayne, you told me when I was screening you that you lose a lot of sleep watching the Giants. I don't know if that's because of the East Coast time or just because of what you've had to see in recent days. But either way, welcome to the show. You're on with Silver and JD. Talk to me, man.
Awesome, man. Just opportunity to be here. I know you guys will like my accent. I do lose a lot of sleep. Usually it's because of the last couple innings, but I won't get into that first. What I struggle with, Ramos, he's a stud. I'm not going to get caught up in the one play, and I know, Bailey makes some mistakes, running different things, but really what I want to talk about, and I've calmed down since you screamed at me there a minute ago, it's just the approach to hitting. As a guy who just loves baseball, watched it all my life, coached it a lot. My kids were all baseball players. Just the approach to hitting. We watch the good pitches, and we swing at the bad ones. It's all about approach. They're off balance. Lee, I don't know what's going on there, but I don't get it. I don't understand. Do we not see how we did in the beginning of the season versus how we're doing now? You look up and it's 1-2, 0-2, that kind of thing. That's a big struggle. I will say, I heard what one of the other callers said. Posey is the man. Let the man do what he needs to do. He's a winner, proven to be a winner. Just that just irks me a little bit. But one last thing I want to say, I got to say it. There's so many things I could talk about. Why can't we bunt the runner over in extra innings? I don't care who you are. If you made it to the major leagues, you should be able to bunt. bunt the guy over. That's all I'm going to say about that. I would not sell. I would hold pat. The hitting's got to figure out why and how they were hitting so well in the beginning of the year, and I really think it comes down to approach. And I have 12 or 15 more topics we could talk about later on, but that's my approach. Awesome to be on the show and be able to say this to somebody other than my son, who's also a big Giants fan.
Hey, well, we appreciate the call, Wayne. And yeah, don't be a stranger. Don't make this your last call. We loved hearing from you. Wayne out in Virginia, losing some sleep, watching the Giants there on the East Coast, and might have lost some sleep just on that first inning alone. And look, Elliot Ramos, he's made a couple of really bad errors lately. And this is a guy that was homegrown. He was an all-star last year. The bottom line is he is not a good enough defender right now in left field to be making mistakes on the base path, because they do need his bat in there, whether they like it or not. I do want to go and look into the numbers at some point about the Giants at the plate, because I do think it's fair what Wayne brings up, JD. There is a lot of getting behind in the count. There's a lot of first pitch strikes up the middle that the Giants seem to just have predetermined that they're going to watch before it even happens. And getting behind in the count, this lineup's not good enough to be confronting that all the time. Last night, you got 2 hits, and you did it against the team in the Pittsburgh Pirates, and no, Paul Skeens was not on the mound.
Yeah, look, this isn't about that at this point. This is about, and I want to go to the other part of the call, which is, he said I'd stand pat. The one thing I absolutely would not do if I'm the Giants is stand pat. That is you do not stand pat. Like we witnessed Farhan Zaidi stand pat far too much when this team had a similar record as the one that the Giants have right now. Standing pat is the one thing, or doing nothing is the one thing that absolutely should be off the table for the Giants as they head to the deadline. You either add at a couple of spots, and nobody's saying mortgage the future, but you add a starting pitcher, you add a starting caliber outfielder, you look to upgrade second base or catcher. You do that, or you trade guys and you sell. Even if it's a soft sell or if it's a sell to look to add players at other positions. You take from a position of strength and you look to try to improve areas where maybe you're weaker. Standing pat at 54-54 with 54 games to go, given the last 3 years, that to me would be completely unacceptable.
I'm with you on that one right there, because you got a lot of guys, and I heard Kerry Crowley actually bring this up yesterday when he was filling in for Murph on the morning show, which is everyone talks about rebuild this, rebuild that, and the rebuild always sounds better, to an average fan than it actually is to execute sometimes, and sometimes that's what you have to do. But the Giants, with where they're at right now, look at the guys they have under contract for long-term money. Matt Chapman, Jung-Hoo Lee, Willie Adames, Rafael Devers. Maybe you end up extending Elliot Ramos too in that mix, but the bottom line is the Giants have a lot of money and a lot of years dedicated to a handful of players. So that's not saying you have to go and buy and you have to go and add, but I am very much with you, JD, and that you got to make a decision one way or another. And I was on the side of you should buy. You made your big move on June 15th, but maybe go and find another starter out there if you can get someone for cheap. Go and find another outfielder or a right-handed bat. Or look, I mean, we can go down the laundry list of the needs that this team has, but if you're not going to end up doing that, then maybe it's time to think about moving off a Tyler Rogers or a Camilo Doval. And I know Robbie Ray is someone that has another year left on his contract, so maybe the next season, if he's still a productive player, would be a better time on paper to make a trade. But yeah, standing pat, not an option whatsoever.
No, and it just can't be. And I mean, we can see areas of this team where they need to improve that I think are pretty clear.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Let's go out to Mike in Arizona. Says the Giants need to ride it out unless. What's up, Mike? Talk to us.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm not losing sleep over it, but I'm damn frustrated, man. I feel like Lou Brown ate his own burger. The team feels like Major League to me. They're so disorganized right now. I don't get it. They were performing well. They bought in Devers. I mean, I'm not going to rehash everything we talked about, but I mean, I'm mad because they're digressing. They're not getting better, and there is an issue with coaching as well as the player issues. I mean, these players, they're pros, man. They're getting paid the big bucks, and I'm thinking, this team is not going to make it in the playoffs, and if they do, I don't think they'll do well because then they have to pick up too many arms. I'd say dump some baggage, kind of like what you were talking about, some soft sells, get rid of some big salaries maybe and some dead weight and get something that'll help us fill in. Because, it's the Yanks every night, and it's disappointing because there was a good brief example back in May of what this team could be, and that's what I really thought was going to happen when they brought Devers on.
Hey, no question, Mike. I appreciate the call. Mike in Arizona. Look, I think there's a fair element of truth to the fact that the Giants were bound to have a little bit of regression, right? Wilmer Flores was not going to keep the pace he was on in the first couple of months of the season. He wasn't going to do that all year. Randy Rodriguez was bound to hit some bumps in the road, but your standard also changes when you do trade for a Rafael Devers. And yes, the trade is going to have impacts well beyond the year of 2025. But when you're a team that is in position to be in a playoff spot, and oh, by the way, 2 days before you made that trade, you were tied at the top of your division with the LA Dodgers. Yeah, the expectation and the standard does shift all of a sudden. So if you're not going to go in at least this year, then you got to make a move to try to help yourself for 2026 or 27 when you would like to think that you're going to continue to be competitive here. As far as the Bob Melvin stuff, look, it's fair to be frustrated with him. I'm going to come out and say that is Bob Melvin the singular problem with what's going on with this team? No, but I also think that you're 9-14 since your option was picked up and that was announced and pen was put to paper. And there's just a general lack of fire going on right now. Why is your team flat when you're just had an all-star break and you're coming out of an all-star break in a position to really go and compete for a playoff spot? That to me is very odd, JD.
Yeah, it's not good, and I would reserve the right to see how the season finishes before I would look at Bob Melvin's culpability. And look, Buster Posey's already doubled down on Bo Mel, and I think it was the right move to do it when he did to basically put it on the players. I still think it's more on the players, obviously, than on the manager specifically. Now we can get into some areas of the coaching staff that, again, I'm not a big make a bunch of coaching staff moves in the middle of a season, but I think it's pretty clear there's a couple of members of the coaching staff that are on the hot seat once we get to the end of September and or October. If this team doesn't get where it looked like potentially they were heading a month and a half ago, I think that's just reality. But the truth is right now, Greg, the Giants look like a team that needs another shakeup. Like they need a shakeup. I mean, and you go back to Buster Posey sending a couple of guys down and making the Lamont Wade trade and all those kinds of things, and they brought up Dominic Smith. Like this, it's the right time for another shakeup because it's the trade deadline. I can't explain why, other than natural regression. Also coupled with maybe the burden of expectations. Like it became real when they went and got Rafi Devers in June. And to me, this is one thing that stands out. And I'm going to do some research on this because we're going to be doing the next couple of days together as well. But one thing that I think is really interesting that I'm going to do a deeper dive on is look at the guys who have played better since they got Devers versus the guys who have plummeted. To me, the guys who have played better since they got Devers, those are the guys that are the keepers because that's the way it should look. That's the way it should be. And the guys that haven't been able to perform, either when the expectations get better or once there's more talent, on the team, those are the guys that maybe you don't want to have around anyway.
Yeah, I think you bring up a pretty nice point there, and we're going to get into this with John Shea coming up in a bit. Willy Adames has all of a sudden started to pick it up in July. So when you talk about the players that have played better since the trade acquisition, well, that's the first one that comes to mind. And that's a good sign because you committed $182 million to him over 7 years. Lots to get into. Giants pregame, less than an hour away. First pitch, less than 2 hours away right here on The Sports Leader. And we do it every Wednesday. So let's catch up with our guy, Shea Hay of the SF Standard. We'll do that next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver with John Dickinson. Giants pregame coming up at 11:45 for the third and final game against the Pittsburgh Pirates. We'll get you out there when we do, but it's a Wednesday, which means it is a chance to talk to our good friend of the San Francisco Standard and someone I missed last week, John Shea. And as I welcome him in, I will tell you that John Shea is sponsored by Surfside. Before first pitch, grab a pack of Surfside iced tea and vodka or Surfside lemonade and vodka. Surfside, a proud partner of Giants baseball. Good to have you again, Shea. And I think I'll just start by asking a question that I'll take directly from your Twitter, which occurred around the 8th inning when Casey Schmidt hit Ke'Bryan Hayes on a throw over to first. What in the world is going on? Where have the fundamentals gone for the San Francisco Giants? My goodness.
It is quite amazing how a team that looked so good early in the season looks so bad at this point of the season at just the wrong time, at the time when, people in the clubhouse could be shipped out or lose their job, or it's just amazing. And you don't see this all the time. You see streaky teams, but you don't necessarily see being really good in his first place and right there with the Dodgers in June, and then 6 weeks later finding yourself the worst team in baseball since the biggest trade of the summer. The fewest runs and the worst record since the Devers trade. I mean, that's just alarming. And the old cliche, they probably weren't that good that we saw in April and into May. And could they possibly be this bad from what we've seen? I kind of doubt it, but we keep seeing it every day.
We do, Shea, and I think, how do you explain the fundamentals specifically, the base running errors, the defense, and I think Bob Melvin's a terrific manager, but the way that they've played these last 6 weeks or so has not been a ringing endorsement of the coaching staff or the manager. It's just reality. When you're making mistakes like that, it's not a good look. I mean, how culpable is Melvin and the coaching staff in this versus the players' ability to just get the job done?
Well, it's all on the players. I mean, let's be real. The batting coaches can only do so much. The third base coach can only do so much. The manager can only do so much. The president of baseball operations put the roster together, and for the most part, this same roster was really good for a long stretch in the first 6 weeks plus of the season and into June. It was pretty good, right? I mean, it was built on the rotation and a great bullpen and very good defensive players at many positions and not all of them. And Adama struggled defensively. But, where were the people who are criticizing Melvin when he was making all these amazing bullpen changes and turn this bullpen, help turn this bullpen into the best in the majors in terms of ERA? It's still very good. It's thin. It's overtaxed. It's gassed. It's not the same because pressure has been placed on that bullpen all year. So, yeah, I mean, you can make cosmetic changes and get new batting coaches in here. I remember in the La Russa years, that staff had a new batting coach every year for like 5 years. And it didn't matter. I mean, the hitters are the hitters. They're the ones responsible when they step in the box. You don't see too many hitting coaches in the Hall of Fame. You don't see too many third base coaches in the Hall of Fame. So it's like, what's their value? Their value is to get these guys ready. But it's up to the players to be ready, psychologically, mentally, and physically. So it's for me kind of tough to blame a manager who's been around so long, who's been to the postseason so many times, and is probably doing a lot of the same things he did in April and May and into June, but they're just not working. And the thing is, a positive thing is, and I was at Robbie Ray's locker yesterday talking trades, they're not getting blown out. I mean, when's the last time, they've gone through a streak in which they've been blown out every game, 3 or 4 days in a row? It's not the Rockies or the White Sox or even the A's, who, man for man, seem quite superior around the horn in terms of their lineup and, especially their youth and athleticism. But the Giants are in trouble. They're at 500 for the first time since the second day of the season when they were 1-1. So, now the question is, what does Posey do? He's probably scratching his head right now. But I was told yesterday that he knew what he was going to do a week or 2 weeks ago. And it's not like because they've been horrible the past week, he totally is going to pivot. I don't know for sure, but that's what I was told. So no matter what has happened in the last week or two, I've been kind of told that Posey is still going to carry out the plan he had before they lost, what is it now, 12 out of 14, 11 out of 13. So, we'll see. It's his first. He's I hope he's sleeping well, but it's a tough chore. All eyes will be on him, in the minutes and hours before 3 p.m. Tomorrow, the trade deadline. It's fascinating, the fact that he's even doing this at all. And, Giant fans loved him as a player, and they got to give him time as an executive. Even Zaidi in his first year here, he did nothing. He let Bochy manage. He let all the coaches coach. He let all the players play. It wasn't until his second year that he put his fingerprints all over this team, for better or worse. So I imagine next year, Posey is going to have a lot more maybe willingness to change as opposed to this year when you kind of let the status quo play out.
Talking to John Shea here on the UMA guest line with a lot of questions to be answered here in the next 28 hours or so. As far as last night and what happened in the first inning, John, I mean, what's your take on what Bob Melvin and the coaching staff and how they should have handled the Elliot Ramos infield fly base running error? I mean, there are a lot of ways to enforce a message, a lot of ways to, incite discipline. And I know a lot of people were calling for maybe Ramos should have been benched, but I think the larger theme here is that, the Giants seem to lack any kind of fire and spark. And when that happened, we didn't see anything as spectators on the inside, at least. And it set a really bad tone for what was to come the rest of the game offensively.
Yeah, the days of Billy Martin pulling Reggie Jackson mid-game after a defensive blunder are kind of over in today's world. You don't really mess with the psyche of the modern-day player. I can go on and on about that, but the fact is that just doesn't happen, especially for one of the very few good hitters in a lineup that is struggling offensively. 2 hits yesterday. He does get on base, and wherever you put him, he's been doing well. And hold on, there's a ball that came my way. Throw it back.
Okay, good. I was like, don't get hurt out there doing a little KNBR hit for Shea.
No.
Did you field it cleanly? Did you?
I did. It got away from the bullpen, and I threw it back to Tristan Beck. So I think we're all good. I'm on the field, and Bob Melvin's supposed to be talking in a little bit. But yeah, fundamentally, they're just it wasn't just last night. It's been going on for quite a while. And to Elliot Ramos's credit, and I've been covering baseball for a long time, he was the epitome of a stand-up guy last night. He faced the music like as if he was a closer and blew a save in a real important game. It wasn't Eckersley-esque back in '88 when he gave it up to Gibson, and he answered questions wave after wave after wave in Game 1 of that '88 series. This is a smaller thing. But the fact is, I thought it was big of him to admit he lacks confidence, that mentally he's just a wreck right now. He's trying too hard, and it all is playing out on the field with his poor base running and poor defense. And the fact that he's admitting everything instead of denying it, and saying that I lost it in the sun or I throwing a coach under the bus. Matt Williams did tell him to get back. But, yeah, that was played well by Pittsburgh. Charlie Hayes' kid at third base, let the ball drop, and created a double play out of an infield fly rule where you advance at your own risk, and he certainly did wrongly and was thrown out easily. So that's on him. And I think I was more impressed with him, standing up and admitting it and taking it on himself rather than hiding and or coming up with excuses. That's a big step. That's a big step toward moving on and getting better. Admitting it all. So credit to him. I thought that was good of him. Obviously, they lost the game largely because of that, because his base running took him out of a big threat in the first inning. So anyway, that's my thought.
John, what's your sense for the Giants' desire to upgrade at catcher?
Buster Posey's position? He loves the fact that there's a defensive-minded catcher on this team, a Gold Glove catcher whose pitchers like to throw to him. He's not big on the fact that he's sometimes got to hit ninth because he's just not hitting. And the past 2 years, he was okay in the first half and was really bad in the second half. And now he was bad in the first half, and they're hoping he's going to reverse that and be better in the second half. But I wouldn't be surprised if they're looking for a hitting catcher, a guy who could, play day games after night games. If the Giants are in it, though, he's going to be catching every day in September. So a second catcher isn't maybe high on the list. But if you remember, what did Posey do when he broke in? He broke in mid-season in 2010, and he led that team, to a World Series title as a rookie. He came up a little bit in 2009, but he really didn't play every day until they got rid of Molina and brought in Buster as the everyday guy.
And he forced him. He basically forced him to move Molina because he was the guy.
He was the guy, yeah. But they don't have anybody in the minor leagues who's a top prospect on the catching front. They didn't pick anybody in the first 10 rounds of the draft who's a catcher. So until they find somebody from the outside, it's this guy or bust, really.
John Shea joining us on the UMA guest line. How willing do you anticipate Buster Posey to be to part with prospects? Because he did so in the Devers trade, and as much as he wants to compete for a playoff spot every year as the standard, he was also part of a farm system that came up and won 3 World Series, and you have to be able to draft and develop to sustain success in pro sports. So just kind of wondering if you've gotten wind of how Buster Posey views the farm system and its importance.
Well, one of the first things he said after taking over the gig was that he wants to kind of emulate what Sabian did, build a system that you could draw from and trade from. Meaning, in the first half of Sabian's time as the general manager, he traded pretty much all his top prospects. He got burned by the Zach Wheeler deal. But he didn't trade the guys who eventually was the backbone of the championship era, Posey and Bumgarner, Kane and Lincecum and Belt and Crawford, all those guys. None of those guys were traded. And so you just got to know who to trade and who not to trade. And that's like, impossible. How do you know? Sabian knew, but, most guys in this position, it's you're throwing darts up against the wall. Right now, Wizenhunt is nothing but a prospect. And right now, Bryce Eldridge is nothing but a prospect. He's probably not going to help you win a division this year. And will he ever? I mean, you look at the top 10 prospect lists over the last 5 or 10 years, how many of those guys actually, morphed into effective big leaguers? Surprisingly low number of players have been able to do that. It's really a crapshoot in the draft and player development. But either way, the Giants have not been good the last 10 years with the draft. And it's kind of, reached fruition here at the major league level. And we see that there's not a whole lot of depth in the farm system or even on the current roster. So it's going to be really hard for him move any of those guys. For him to move either of those two guys I mentioned, he's going to have to get a whole bunch of warm bodies who are going to fill everyday jobs and maybe a rotation piece. Otherwise, you just kind of have to keep them and hope that eventually, they are going to help the Giants win games. But for now, especially as a 500 team, and again, 40% of all teams reach the playoffs in this modern playoff bracket, and that means 12 out of 30. So you have 6 in each league, 3 wild card teams. So right now, with the Giants 4 or 5 back, whatever they are, of that third spot, trailing St. Louis and Cincinnati. And it's kind of fascinating to anticipate what Posey will do. I still don't think he's going to sell, but he might do a little of both. And the anticipation of this is so great, and we're talking about it around the clock. He could easily do nothing. He would like to get another starter, but hey, Landon Roop is going to be back in another week, right? He's going to miss 2 starts. He's going to come back on time after the injured list. We probably haven't seen the end of Hayden Birdsong, and they want to see what Wizenhunt could do. So, do you bring in guys to block the development of these young pitchers in order to, hey, let's give it one more college try and try to win this thing or reach the playoff? I don't know. That's the fascination of waiting for how Posey will pull the trigger.
Final question from me, John. If I'm going to put you on the spot here, if there's one move, if the Giants make one move between now, the next 28 hours, now and the deadline, what position or area is that move?
Well, I think the biggest difference maker, because a lot of these starters are 2-month rentals, is doing all you can to get a Stephen Kwan. Put him out in left field. You're going to have an upgrade defensively. You can put Ramos and right. You can DH him, whatever you do. But this guy is a great contact hitter. He's a great base runner. He's a great defender. He's a local kid. He's got plenty of years on his contract under team control. I mean, Cleveland might be willing to move. We don't know yet, but he would be my number one choice. He would answer a lot of questions, and he would pump up this clubhouse like we haven't really seen all year. He's a cool cat and a great hitter and defender. And spoke with him at the All-Star break. He would be a lot of fun to watch in Giants uniform. That's probably asking a whole lot too much.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about how Stephen Kwan, Carlos Ramirez, and I, how in a lot of ways he's kind of the perfect player for Oracle Park and everything. And, of course, an all-star and someone with ties here to the Bay Area. John, we'll let you go. Try to not get hit with any baseballs in the next few minutes, but I hope you get some good information from Bob Melvin, and we'll catch up with you next Wednesday. Always appreciate you coming by.
Yeah, and by the way, it was a slow roll-up. I didn't have to short hop anything. We're all good. We're safe.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was going to say, no, you got to field it cleanly, and then, when you throw it, you're not hitting the batter either. We don't want to do that 2 days in a row.
Right. All good.
John, we know you can field. Can you run the bases?
Like we used to ask Willie Mays, hey man, they would love to have you right now, and he says, yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm 91 years old. But yeah,
got it.
It's but no problem. I'll make that throw.
Thanks, John. We appreciate it. He is John Shea of the San Francisco Standard. You could read him on the SF Standard, and I would highly encourage you to do so because we've got a lot of great writers going over there in the last couple of years or so. And so you can get your Giants fix, you can get your 49er fix, you can get your Warrior fix. And with about 35 minutes till Giants pregame, we're going to be out at Levi's tomorrow, JD. But I did want to touch on something basketball-wise. It was the topic I probably missed the most, and I say that with a little tinge of sarcasm in there. What's going to happen with Jonathan Kuminga and the Golden State Warriors? Let's get into that a little bit next as Anthony Slater and Shams Charania released the latest story about that and what Kuminga rejected, how these two sides can maybe come to a resolution. It's Pop and Silver with JD on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Sean Sarania and Anthony Slater of ESPN reporting that Jonathan Kuminga turned down the Warriors' 2-year, $45 million contract offer, and so this thing continues to stall out. Is it slowly walking its way toward Kuminga accepting that qualifying offer, or will the two teams ultimately find a solution? We'll be addressing it right here on the show leading up to Giants pregame.
Now, back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the sports leader.
Papa and Silver, John Dickinson filling in for Greg Papa. Got a lot of Giants talk in today. And, of course, pregame coming up in less than a half an hour. Going to get some 49ers fix in a lot over the next 2 days. We'll be out at training camp. My first experience doing so, Walter, it was out there with the morning show last week, and so he's going to be able to show us the ropes. We're going to have a great time, and, of course, JD will be joining the crew. It's going to be fantastic. But the team that we've not really talked a whole lot about, because they haven't really made any moves in the offseason other than the departure of stalwart center Kevon Looney is the Golden State Warriors. I know this is shocking everybody. Jonathan Kuminga wants a lot of money. The Warriors don't want to give him a lot of money. Oh, and the CBA restricted free agency rather in terms of what can happen in sign and trade scenarios. So Jonathan Kuminga did take to his social media after a story was put out there by Anthony Slater and Shams Charania of ESPN that the Warriors had offered him 2 years, $45 million. Kuminga ended up rejecting that, is fighting for a little bit more money, and then put on his story, I'll always bet on myself. He's sitting next to his agent, and a shout out to Ron Kroichik for getting in the background of that picture as well, JD.
Yeah, his agent, Aaron Turner, who, according to the report, there's a lot of details in this report, some good stuff, and Shams and Slater both, as we've noted throughout the years, and really even, especially in the last year, very, very well connected to Kuminga's side of this thing, and Aaron Turner, as has been the case with a lot of their reporting. So I think you can take what they write basically as coming straight from Aaron Turner and or Jonathan Kuminga, and you know, not to say they're not getting the Warriors side. The Warriors side is obviously presented, but just to note that they're as connected to Kuminga and Aaron Turner, I think, as anybody has been, as two of the great reporters in the game. A lot of details to get into throughout all of this. I mean, you can almost go through paragraph by paragraph. You mentioned the first part, Kuminga declining the Warriors' 2-year, $45 million offer, in part, though, because of the structure of it. And I want to get your take on this, first of all. It's a team option, basically, for the second year. So the Warriors' offer, according to this report, is 2 years and $45 million, but it's a 1-and-1 where the Warriors would have the option after the first year. The Warriors also insisting on, according to the report, Kuminga not having a no-trade clause, no-trade clause in that deal, which obviously the no-trade clause is price of admission. Like Jonathan Kuminga, and we can get into whether if he ends up taking the qualifying offer, a no-trade clause comes as part of that. But really, I'm going to go twofold here, and we'll get your thoughts on it, and then we can continue to kind of run through everything. 2 and 45 with a team option on the second year is a pretty hardball, low offer from the Warriors standpoint. Like that's just reality. And you know where I stand on this situation, the Kuminga camp. Now, the no-trade clause is price of admission. The Kuminga in any deal with the Warriors, other than him accepting the qualifying offer, the Warriors cannot allow him to have a no-trade clause, which would basically allow for him to choose where he's going to go. So to me, right off the bat, if you're the Warriors, you got to bump that offer up to basically guarantee that second year, 2 and 45, or make it a 2-year deal with a third-year option that maybe Kuminga could opt out on, but then no trade clause to me under any circumstances. So I understand the Warriors' point of view there, but wow, I mean, that's a pretty hardball offer at first glance to run through the first couple of paragraphs.
So it is a hardball offer, and it's kind of another reminder that in the situation, the Warriors do have all the leverage here. Now, could Jonathan Kuminga ultimately take that qualifying offer, play on the $7.9 million, and then enter next offseason as an unrestricted free agent? I don't think either side wants that to happen. Obvious reason for the Warriors is you would have this asset that could potentially get you something that could help you win and maximize the Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green core and get something out of it if Kuminga ultimately doesn't fit, which was kind of seeming like the case toward the end of the year. And then you would essentially lose him for nothing next offseason. And you don't know what you would ultimately get from him this season because his role has fluctuated up and down in the relationship with the Warriors and the coaching staff. And look, we've run the circle many times. Now, I don't think Kuminga also wants to take that qualifying offer because he's trying to get his money and he's trying to get it very clearly. How many times has the report resurfaced that Jonathan Kuminga wants a contract in the $30 million a year range? And that was the case last season, why they didn't ultimately reach an extension. That's now the case again this season. Look, I'm all for Jonathan Kuminga having the self-confidence. I don't want to put limits on the type of player that he could be in this league. But the fact is, through 4 years, whether you think it's fair or not that he's gotten the opportunities he has or not, he has not shown enough consistently to be a player worth $30 million a year. And the Warriors in particular are not going to pay him that money considering he was out of the rotation in meaningful games all the way up until Steph Curry injured his hamstring, and then everything had to get, thrown into the fire because without the guy that is your entire system, you needed someone that could go and put the ball in the bucket, and then he was able to get his playing time and do so.
Yeah, the Warriors need to bump that offer up a little bit, and because the onus is on them, and I think both sides are to blame for the position that both sides are in at this point. But the Warriors are going to have to protect the asset. I think give a little bit more on the contract, whether it's 2 and 45 with an opt out after 3, whether it's something like in the 365 or 367, 68 kind of range, where maybe Kuminga after the second year could opt out and enter unrestricted free agency and try and get paid in that way. Again, any of these deals where the Warriors are looking to bring Jonathan Kuminga back, Greg, are bringing him back with the intent to trade him. As far as the qualifying offer goes, Jonathan Kuminga would be foolish, and Aaron Turner would be foolish, despite what he posted on his IG, would be foolish to bet on the qualifying offer at $7.9 million. Now, he does get because here's the thing. Who is going to take less money, maybe 33% of what would be guaranteed on the table, to come back to a situation that you don't want to be in? Like, that's right. The other overarching theme that's been just absolutely, like, everybody knows it, gets it, understands it. Kuminga doesn't want to be with the Warriors. The Warriors only want Kuminga back in an attempt to protect the asset to be able to trade him at some point during the season. That would be an absolute fool's errand by Aaron Turner and Jonathan Kuminga if they accept the qualifying offer. Although in this piece, again, it is being threatened by Kuminga's side, I think, as a means to try and generate some pressure to either get the Warriors to bump up their deal. And according to the Shams and Anthony Slater report, 3 years, $82 million is the neighborhood that Aaron Turner has proposed to the Warriors during the meetings at Summer League. Now, that's $27 million a year.
And it would allow them to stay below the second apron and use the taxpayer mid-level exception.
It would. That, to me, is too much. That to me, is a bit high. It is south of the $30 million per year that Kuminga's been asking for. I think that's, it's a fair ask, I think, for Aaron Turner. And Kuminga. But again, I think you're seeing the high end as this thing sort of gets negotiated in the media, Greg, of the Warriors are basically offering 1 and 21, 1 and 22.5, and you've got Kuminga's side basically offering, wanting 3 and 82. So can you come to some kind of an agreement somewhere in the middle ground there, again, without a no trade clause? Taking the qualifying offer would be absolutely foolish, because it's the nuclear option if you're Kuminga. It basically means you are the bet on yourself if you're Kuminga is foolish, because the Warriors have already shown that they will just move away from you. Like, what belief would you possibly have if you're Jonathan Kuminga that you're going to be allowed to flourish on this Warriors team when you basically nuke the one option that would put you in position to get paid now and get moved to another team? He would be very easy to not play, fall out of favor, and hurt his value for the inability to play anything meaningful. And, yes, you'd be an unrestricted free agent next year, but I think his value plummets if he ends up accepting the qualifying offer, because the Warriors have shown the best iterations of them the last couple of years don't include Jonathan Kuminga. And while, yes, it would hurt the Warriors in a power control kind of a way, because they would potentially get nothing for him and Kuminga would get to go elsewhere, his value, I think, would be even lower a year from now if he takes the qualifying offer and plays on it than if he plays ball with the Warriors and moves forward and takes the deal. Kuminga and Turner, to continue here, according to the report, have used the entire month here to explore sign and trade options. Sacramento and Phoenix, as has been reported elsewhere, they write 4 years and 90 from the Suns is roughly the proposal there. So again, in that similar range, about $22.5 million for the Suns as far as their offer, but willing to go 4 years and also give Kuminga an opt-out after 3. But I think it's interesting here, Greg, and I know it's a lot to chew on. The Warriors uninterested in the returns from the Kings and Suns. Obviously, the Royce O'Neal, Nick Richards, Grayson Allen from the Suns, the Devin Carter, and Saric with maybe a protected first-round pick at best.
Yeah.
I totally understand the Warriors being uninterested in those options, but again, it's reiterated in this piece that Kuminga would prefer to go to the Kings and Suns because he's promised to start, in addition to the money and in addition to the ability to show him respect by allowing him to opt out while also giving him $70 million guaranteed for 3 years.
Look, I don't blame Jonathan Kuminga for not wanting to be on the Warriors. I've used the term rip the Band-Aid off, dating all the way back to that final game of the regular season against the Clippers when he got the DNP and the Warriors ended up losing it in overtime to get into the play-in tournament and miss out on the top 6 seed of the playoffs. I get why he wants to go and do his own thing, but it is very clear where his priorities are at when you hear that he wants the money and he wants to go be a featured option on somewhere else. My instinct, and I texted you this, the time I was gone, I think, okay, well then you don't want to play alongside Steph Curry or Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green. And so now you talk about... And he doesn't. And that's okay. But at the same time, when you got to look at the Warriors side of it, they have the leverage in every regard because Kuminga's not going to want to accept the qualifying offer, even if that's kind of getting dangled out as a possibility where, it would hurt the Warriors in the power dynamics, as you kind of noted. But I get why when you look at the return options, and Jason Anderson from the Sacramento Bee put this one out, the 2 players that the Kings are not interested in including in a sign and trade deal with Kuminga are the 2 that I think the Warriors would be actually interested in maybe having some discussions around. One of them is Keegan Murray, who torched them in that play-in game when they beat them in Sacramento. And the other is Keon Ellis, who also suffocated them in that play-in game and would kind of give them some perimeter defensive toughness on the ball kind of suffocation that the Warriors could really use. Outside of that, the Kings don't really have anything worth offering where I think you would just give up Kuminga when you have the dynamic of power in this negotiation here.
Yeah, and the Warriors don't want to take a bad contract back. They view Malik Monk's contract as a bad contract. So you look at that, and it's kind of a non-starter at this point. So I know everybody is frustrated, and we get caught in this a lot. We want it to be over. We want a resolution. We want to be able to react to it. Don't count on it. And I think some of the reporting from the last week is Kuminga trying to force the Warriors' hand a little bit. I do give the Warriors credit in this sense, and look, they are culpable, and I think the 2 most culpable people in this situation being as bad as it is Joe Lacob, one, on the Warriors side, for inflating Kuminga's perceived value, right? And basically making him uncoachable also because he considered him this – Giannis, Kawhi level talent, almost seemingly from his first or second year, which completely mitigated Steve Kerr's ability to coach him well. And so I think, Lacob on the one hand has kind of overvalued the player that Kuminga could be, I think, this quickly, while also I think it's Kuminga has a delusional opinion of the player that he is at this stage in terms of the type of player and what he's accomplished. What has he accomplished at this point to be having all these asks? I think both of those sides are culpable in this. The one area, though, where I'm going to give the Warriors a lot of credit is the fact that just because you want this to end and I want it to end and Warrior fans want it to end and everybody has Jonathan Kuminga fatigue, just because everybody feels that way doesn't mean it's the right business move to just take a crap deal if you're the Warriors or let Kuminga get what he wants because he doesn't want to be here. Look, there is a 100% an addition by subtraction component to Kuminga being gone, but that doesn't mean you just give him away for absolutely nothing when you don't have to. And the Warriors' expectation, as reported in here, is They are noted as potentially cutting off sign and trade discussions completely because they've allowed for this. And their side of this is the expectation is Kuminga's going to be on the team. Either he's going to accept their offer at some point, which maybe gets bumped up, or he's going to take the qualifying offer. And the dare on Kuminga's side, I'll take the qualifying offer. The Warriors are basically looking that in the eye and saying, bet. And if that means it ends up going another 2 months, so be it. Because as much as we want it to end, the proper business decision here for both sides could be to continue to drag it out.
Yeah, no question. And then also, what happens with players like an Al Horford, like a DeAnthony Melton, who could end up on this roster. But of course, the Kuminga, the specifics, the semantics, the money is what is sort of holding up any official moves on the Warriors front. So we can continue this when we come back. We can also wrap up the show and get ready for Giants Pirates. About 13 minutes, still Giants pregame, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, everybody. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, some not even in California? Well, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been based right here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. We're talking about award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the motorcyclists, pedestrians, vehicles, children playing around us, please be careful and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. But feel confident that you're in good hands if you need the help with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. That's right, billion with a B. You pay nothing up front. You got no hourly rates, no upfront fees, and the best part of it all, they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. Filling in for Greg Papa is John Dickinson on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver with John Dickinson. Final segment here before we get to Giants pregame. It's a short show today. It's been great to be back, even if the topics around the Bay Area, not the best right now. But guess what? We're going to carry some of these positive vibes over to Levi Stadium tomorrow. 49ers training camp, that is something that is cause for some optimism. Yeah, there's been a bit of a reset. 49ers lost a lot of people, but pads are on. Players are getting going. Brock Purdy just became a father. Congratulations to him and Jenna Purdy on becoming girl dads, or girl dad, girl mom, girl parents. Anyway, Giants trying to avoid a sweep here against Pittsburgh today with 12:45 first pitch. Logan Webb on the mound. He has not had a great month of July. And then, of course, the focus here of the last couple of segments, the reports about the latest on Jonathan Kuminga. And also, you got to wonder, JD, if you're Al Horford, maybe it's different if you're someone like an Al Horford, but maybe it's Anthony Melton. You know, at what point, how are these handshake agreements with the Warriors if they end up having that happen and they agreed to go sign with them? You know, how does this whole Kuminga thing affect the possibility of making other moves? Because if there's one thing that's become clear in the story, it's that neither side here is in a rush to meet the other's needs if it means giving up something that they don't want.
Yeah, and by the way, the topics are great. They may not be the most. The topics are great for discussion. What are the Giants going to do at the trade deadline and this Kuminga situation? As fatigued as we are with the latter, and as unfortunate as it is for Giants fans for them to be in this position where they've plummeted from 12 over back to the 500 mark. But no, it's interesting to me. I think, look, Horford, it feels like at one point he was maybe in the Lakers' plans, but they've signed other centers. Boston's moved on. Valanciunas ended up sticking with the Nuggets. They wouldn't let him out of his contract to go back and play overseas. So, I mean, Horford, it sounds like, is in a position where it's either sign with the Warriors or potentially retire at some point if he gets sick of waiting. I think the money is there. I think if the money potentially was not going to be there for a Horford or for a DeAnthony Melton, and they felt the pressure to have to go try to get that money firmly signed more quickly, then I think there'd be some pressure on the Warriors. But it feels like they've got the commitments in hand. I know I'm not sure if you heard yesterday, but we had Spears on. And Spears ran into Gary Payton II in Los Angeles. And he had been reported by Monty Poole that he basically wasn't going to be in the plans or coming back. And, Spears said, that has shifted, obviously, in the last few weeks. And it's interesting because he said basically GP's just waiting, like almost like the Kuminga thing has to shake out. And then there's 3 or 4 things that the Warriors basically have locked in. It's just a matter of which direction as far as how they use exceptions and exceptions and mid-levels and veteran minimums. And there's an order at which you have to do all these transactions. So it sounds like Horford, Melton, potentially GP2, and maybe even one other player, whether it's a Seth Curry or an Amir Coffey, or as long as those guys are willing to take veteran minimums, and it feels like Peyton's market is at that rate. That there could be the potential for a few of these things to basically be ready to go once the Kuminga situation is handled, and the inability for the Kuminga situation to be handled is not really preventing anything from getting done when the time comes.
Yeah, so Warriors obviously made a major move prior to the offseason and going to get Jimmy Butler, and then of course we know well by now that the CBA has presented a whole lot of limitations, and Kuminga is one of 4 players who is really hampered by restricted free agency. Of course, there's Josh Giddey, Quentin Grimes, and Cam Thomas the 4th, right? Yeah, I get them all mixed up sometimes, but those are the 4, and Jonathan Kuminga, we'll see what ends up happening there, but it sounds like neither side feels like in a major rush here to go and get something done. Certainly a story to be monitoring over in the coming days. Final few minutes here before we get over to Giants Pirates pregame. And let's end it where we started it, with the Giants needing to light their fire in some capacity because the energy is a little bit dead right now. Nicely done by Walter. We're going with a little Doors, Light My Fire, the unofficial Silver Linings playlist of the day. I've been all Oasis, but look, the Giants need to get away from some of those Britpop vibes and start finding a way to light the fire. And whether that is the swing of a bat, you can't get 2 hits against the Pittsburgh Pirates. That's the bottom line. Logan Webb has not had a great month of July. I think his ERA is in the 7s. Logan Webb needs to perform like the ace of the staff today. And that's not to say that Logan Webb hasn't had a fantastic season. He was deservedly an all-star for the second year in a row. But we've seen what happens when the pitching isn't quite all the way there, whether that be the starters or the bullpen. Because I said it to open up the show, JD, every time a deficit comes, even if it's the 5th inning, it's a 1-run deficit, they're starting to feel insurmountable with the way things are going at the plate for this group.
Yeah, that's been the one thing that's been I think the most dramatic shift is they were, for a team that is not hitting with runners in scoring position and not scoring runs and 2 hits last night, they were coming up with a lot of better at-bats late in games, and they were kind of stealing some of these games where they weren't getting it done. That has completely gone by the wayside, and immediately it's led to this thought that, like you said, that seeps in like, oh my gosh, you get down and it's the mid to late innings and the game's over. And 12 in a row from the pen last night for the Pirates. And so, yeah, it's a huge game. I mean, it's a potentially season saving kind of a game today with the trade deadline looming here. I mean, you're 5 out, but things can change very quickly. We saw them go from 3.5 to 1.5. Now it's back to 5 and go in the opposite direction. The schedule with the Mets this weekend is not great, but it's kind of a get a win today, look to add to the roster, and then take your chances here moving forward over the final third of the season. There is still a lot of baseball left, but this team's going to have to get very hot to make a run at it. Hotter than they've been at any point this year.
Yeah, so 13-23 since June 15th in the trade for Devers, worst record in the majors. Runners in scoring position in 11 games since the break. They are 17 for 92. That's 185 with 2 doubles, 2 homers, and 27 RBIs. JD, really appreciate you holding down the fort while I was gone. It's great to be back with you. Big thank you to Walter as well, and I'm really looking forward to our time at Levi's tomorrow. Let's get you ready for Giants Pirates first pitch, 12:45. Trying to avoid the 0-6 on the homestand, and Giants pregame starts now.
Wednesday afternoon from Oracle Park in San Francisco. Final game of the series, final game of the homestand. It's the Giants and the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Giants need a win badly. Logan Webb on the mound. The Giants have fallen back to 500. Pirates looking for a series sweep in San Francisco. They'll start a right-hander, Mike Burrows. I'm Dave Fleming, along with John Miller. It's the Giants and the Pirates baseball on the radio.
Hey, everybody. It is July 30th in Giants history. And if you're stressed out about the trade deadline coming up, we'll relieve your stress with some great Giants memories from 2009. Giants were on the rise in 2009. You knew something good was happening. And a lot of it was because of this guy, Pablo Sandoval, who had such a great year. And on July 30th, 2009, the Giants were taking on the Philadelphia Phillies in San Francisco. Let's see what happens. Jonathan Sanchez is pitching, slinging Johnny Sanchez, Mr. No-Hitter himself.